Mohammedites. Genghis had a particular interest in capturing Bukhara, since the city was fabulously wealthy. The Mongols captured the city after 2 weeks, and Genghis proceeded to levy heavy taxes on the wealthy elite. The capture of Bukhara opened the road to Samarkand, some 150 miles to the east. Though the Shah's capital was well fortified and defended by a garrison of up to 100,000 men, the run of spectacular Mongol victories had dented Muhammad's confidence. Genghis and Tolui were joined by Chagatai and Ogedei in the siege of Samarkand. Genghis employed a favorite tactic of placing prisoners of war in the front ranks to lead the assault. Those who weren't cut down by their compatriots turned tail and fled, giving the impression that the Mongol army was collapsing. The defenders sallied out in pursuit, allowing Genghis to move in for the kill at the head of his Mongol veterans. While Shah Muhammad II managed to escape the encirclement, the Mongols captured Samarkand after a 10-day siege and proceeded to sack it with impunity. Genghis rested most of his army, but sent a force under his elder sons to take control of the Amu Darya, known in classical antiquity as the Oxus River, which separated Persia from the Turkic peoples of Central Asia. Fugitive Shah Muhammad struggled to formulate a recovery plan and eventually moved to northern Iraq. Jebe and Subedai led 20,000 men and captured several cities in Persia and Iraq and drove Muhammad out of his latest refuge. The defeated Shah retreated north and escaped to an island in the Caspian Sea, where he died of illness in January 1221. While the Shah was on the run, Genghis sent additional forces to invade the Khwarezm heartland. After taking the city of Khiva in December 1220, Joki arrived at the walls of Gurganj. A relief column under the command of Shah Muhammad's son and successor marched east towards Gurganj, but failed to secure the support of all factions and marched away. As Jochi continued the siege, an impatient Genghis decided to send a large force under Chagatai to reinforce him. The two brothers had always hated each other and soon began to feud, and it was only the intervention of Warchub that prevented them from coming to blows. Genghis would respond to the familial infighting by demoting Jochi and Chagatai in the succession and nominating Ogedei as his senior heir. Ogedei brought another 20,000 men to reinforce his brothers and took command of the siege, taking the city in April 1221. After such a long siege, the Mongols carried out a notorious massacre, killing almost every single one of the city's inhabitants. The Mongols went on to treat the whole province of Khwarezm in similar fashion. The trail of Mongol destruction did not end there, as Genghis dispatched Tolui to invade the Khorasan region across the Amu Darya on the Arabian plateau. The merciless Mongol prince proceeded to sack the cities of Merv and Nishapur, both of which were major centers of Islamic learning and culture, and were among the wealthiest and most populous cities in the medieval world. According to some estimates, Tolui's campaign resulted in the loss of over 1 million lives. In the meantime, Genghis continued to campaign in Central Asia, around what is now Afghanistan, eventually pacifying the region in the course of late 1221 and early 1222. He also launched a probing attack into India, but decided that it was not worth his while to entangle himself in a new war with the powerful Indian sultans, an initiative which would overstretch his resources. Before returning home, he ordered Ogedei to pacify the Hindu Kush, while an ill-conceived revolt amongst the people of the province of Khorasan also had to be suppressed, and insurrections at Merv and Herat. Although a number of Khwarezmian mountain fortresses continued to resist, by 1223 the last remnants of the empire were extinguished, effectively leaving the Mongols in control of the vast majority of Central Asia, a region approximating to modern-day Iran, Afghanistan, parts of northern Pakistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. It had taken Genghis less than half a decade to do so. While Genghis and his sons were completing the conquest of the Khwarezmian Empire, Jebe and Subedeh were carrying out the greatest long-distance raid in history. Shortly after the death of Shah Muhammad in early 1221, Subedeh obtained permission from Genghis to lead a campaign directed at the Kuman heartland on the Russian steppe, stretching from north of the Caspian Sea all the way westwards to Ukraine. The Khan gave him a force of 20,000 cavalry with instructions to return within 3 years. After reducing several cities in northern Persia, they turned north towards the Caucasus. As they approached the city of Tabriz in what is now Iranian Azerbaijan, the city's governor meekly surrendered and agreed to pay an astronomical tribute. Mongol victories prompted groups of Turkmen and Kurdish raiders to join them to share the spoils. These auxiliaries served as the vanguard for an invasion of the Kingdom of Georgia, with the Mongols following behind. After ordering the vanguard to lay waste to the countryside, Subedeh enticed the Georgian army into battle and won a decisive victory. After returning to northern Persia to cover Tolui's northern flank as he laid waste to Khorasan, Jebe and Subedeh returned to the Caucasus late in the year and defeated the Georgians once again. After crossing the Caucasus Mountains, the Mongols descended into the Eurasian steppe, which was dominated by the Kumans. When two large Kuman armies were defeated, they sought assistance from the Russian princes. At this moment, the Mongols received an envoy from Venice, offering a lucrative trade agreement in return for military assistance against their Genoese rivals on the shores of the Black Sea. Mongols accepted the offer and destroyed a Genoese trading colony here. Then, armed with Venetian intelligence about the principalities of Rus and their traditional antagonistic relationship with the Kumans, Jebe and Subedeh and then spurred on their steeds. Not long afterwards, the Mongols met a grand coalition of Russia, Kievan, and Kuman leaders and their men at the Battle of Kalka River in what is now Ukraine on the 31st of May 1223. It resulted in a major Mongol victory and the beginning of Mongol rule in southwestern Russia. It was also an astonishing statement of how successful Genghis's conquests had been, that his forces were now winning victories on the edges of Europe. In its aftermath, Jebe and Subedeh turned east and began the journey home. In the words of the Novgorod Chronicle, God knows whence he fetched them against us, or where they hid themselves. It would be another 14 years before the Mongols returned, and when they did, they would campaign as far as Hungary, an expedition which neither Alexander the Great's Macedonians or any other commander equaled in history in terms of how extensive the conquests were. Jebe and Subedeh eventually returned back to Central Asia by 1224, when Jebe died shortly afterwards. Around that time, Genghis began the homeward journey to Mongolia, arriving back on the steppe in February 1225. During the Khwarezmian campaign, Genghis had learned that his unreliable Tangut allies had become traitors and joined with the Chinese against the Mongols. Determined to settle scores with the Tangut, Genghis personally led a new campaign accompanied by Ogedei, Tolui, and Subedeh. Although the Mongols were held up by lengthy sieges, by the middle of 1226, Subedeh had conquered the Gansu corridor north of Tibet. As the Mongol neck closed around the Shah capital of Chongqing later in the year, Genghis defeated a relief force in spectacular fashion by riding over the frozen Yellow River floodplain. He left the siege of Chongqing to his subordinates and joined Subedeh in raiding Jin territory. By the Shah agreed to surrender in July 1227. The Great Khan was close to death. Shortly before embarking on his final campaign, he had fallen from his horse and his health had never recovered. During the campaign, he convened a great Kurultai to formally proclaim Ogedei as his successor as Great Khan, while stipulating that Ogedei's successors would be chosen by a Kurultai. Genghis Khan died on the 25th of August 1227 at roughly 65 years of age. According to secret history, his body was taken back to Mongolia and entombed in his homeland. But some historians theorize that he was actually buried in the Ordos Desert, as his body would have decomposed rapidly in the summer heat. The location of Genghis's tomb remains one of history's great mysteries, and the tale that anyone with knowledge of the site was put to death is probably true. Genghis's death did not bring the Mongol conquests which he had initiated to an end. Under Ogeday's rule, fresh invasions were launched into Persia, and new attacks were launched against the Arab Caliphate in what is now Iraq, beginning a war at least that would last several decades, eventually culminating with the siege and capture of Baghdad, the capital of Islam since the middle of the 8th century in 1258. The Mongol Empire would eventually extend nearly to the Mediterranean Sea here, before the expansion ended. To the east, Ogeday also launched the first invasion of the Korean peninsula. After the short reign of Gürya Khan in the mid-1240s, Munkar Khan, a grandson of Genghis, succeeded as the fourth Khan. His reign was one of consolidation, as the administration of the vast Mongol Empire was improved, and largely conquered territories were brought fully under Mongol rule, particularly in the Middle East. Thereafter, the empire fragmented into several khanates, owing to succession disputes. These included the Golden Horde, or Jochid Khanate in Russia, the Yuan dynasty in China, the Chagatid Khanate in Central Asia, and the Il Khanate in the Middle East. The greatest of the later Mongol rulers was Kublai Khan, who ruled between 1260 and 1294, and was a grandson of Genghis. He completed the conquest of China, and even attempted to launch invasions of Japan, though these were unsuccessful. It was to Kublai's court that the Italian explorer and merchant Marco Polo arrived in the late 13th century, leaving behind a Western account of the splendor and grandeur of the court of this Mongolian ruler. It was a long way from the desperate straits Genghis had found himself in as a young man on the Asian steppe a century earlier. Genghis Khan leaves behind a legacy as one of the greatest conquerors in world history. After emerging from relative obscurity to take control of the Burjijin clan, Genghis had to fight bitter campaigns to eliminate his rivals and unite the tribes of Mongolia into a single state. He went on to conquer much of northern China before turning his horse west and vanquishing Kurakitai and the Khwarezmian Empire in Central Asia. His successes were achieved because of three factors. Firstly, he managed to unite the traditionally divided tribes of the Asian steppe into a formidable army. Secondly, he took advantage of the military machine that Mongolian cavalry archers riding swiftly on horseback across Asia constituted, and was a formidable general himself, one who showed his adaptability by adopting Chinese siege engines into his armies with relative speed. But thirdly and finally, Genghis was also somewhat lucky. When he began his conquests, Imperial China was in a weakened and divided state, while to the west, the great Muslim powers of the Middle East and Central Asia had declined considerably since the glory days of the Arab Caliphate centuries earlier. Genghis's accomplishment was that he managed to exploit these highly advantageous circumstances. His sons and his descendants would build on their father's conquests to create the largest contiguous empire in human history. What do you think of Genghis Khan? Was he a great conqueror and pragmatic political leader who was adept enough to build an empire that encompassed dozens of nations and multiple religions? Or was he a cruel and manipulative despot who ruled with an iron fist and allowed his armies to commit unimaginable atrocities on the thinnest of pretexts? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
It is something we'll see in other pieces with men as well, but the Hasidic Ashkenaz seem to be hesitant to portray men, humans in general, but the women in particular. You can see here's another example from the period. You can see on the left, there's a female figure, second from the left. This is the figure of Solomon and his throne, there's demons there, and things like that. But notice all of the men are also represented, except for Solomon himself, who is represented without a face, which is also something of a disfigurement or a hesitancy to portray a human figure. Here's another example, however, where Gemini, the twins, both males, are portrayed with animal heads. But on the left, you have what appears to be Solomon, again, this time with a face. So it's really very confusing. Here's perhaps the most famous example from the period of Hasidic Ashkenaz. You have the bird's head. I've got almost all, but not all of the figures are represented with the bird's heads. These appear to, this is a scene at a bakery where on the left is a Jewish man, in the center appears to be a Jewish woman who was kneading and preparing the matzahs. On the right appears to be a Jewish boy who is poking holes in the matzahs so they bake properly. On the left, the figure holding up the matzah, I always think of him saying something like, "What? $50 a pound? You've got to be kidding me." But at any rate, this is another example of the Hasidic Ashkenaz and their hesitancy to portray the human form. Okay, so much to say, but I've got to move on. I want to thank you, Bill, very much for watching this video. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So we've had a chance to look at the communal structure of the early Ashkenazi community, and we looked a little bit about the family structure and gender in Ashkenazi society. Let's now look at the internal, intellectual, spiritual, religious life of Jews in Ashkenaz in the High Middle Ages. So in order to do that, let's first place it into its larger context. One of the most basic ideas of intellectual history is this notion of the decline of the generation. Theologically, there is this concept that there was a high moment of sensitivity and closeness to God at the revelation in Sinai, and then every subsequent generation represents kind of like a step down as we move in time away from that great event. And for the purposes of scholarship, rabbis have tended to divide these generations into kind of big chunks that corresponds more or less to the major works that they engaged in during their lifetime, the major kind of activities that they did.
The man known to history as Genghis Khan was born in the middle of the 12th century, while different sources place his year of birth between 1155 and 1167. The most commonly accepted date is 1162. His personal name was Temujin, and he was a member of the Burjijin clan. There is also no consensus on Genghis's place of birth, but it is likely that he was born around the upper valley of the Onon River, the sacred mountain of Urgan in the Khenti Mountains in northeast of Mongolia. Temujin's father was a Mongol chieftain named Yesugai. According to the secret history of the Mongols, the official history of Genghis' life and conquests, written by the Mongol royal family after his death, Yesugai was the grandson of Rabbi Khan, the head of the Burjijin clan in the early 12th century. Some historians argue this could have been later propaganda to enhance Genghis' lineage, and Yesugai was not related to the royal clan at all. Nevertheless, he was clearly the leader of a fearsome band of warriors who served Habul's son Khatula in the 1150s. Yesugai was also the sworn brother of Tochris, the leader of the Kerak tribe, one of the 5 major tribal confederations of Mongolia. Yesugai and Tochris often fought against the Merkit Confederation, and in around 1160, Yesugai abducted a 15-year-old girl named Hoelun, who had been betrothed to a Merkit chieftain. sparking a feud that would last more than half a century. Over the course of the following decade, Hoelun would give Yesugai 4 sons and a daughter, of whom Temujin was the eldest. By the time of Temujin's birth, Yesugai already had 2 sons from another wife, and he was not his eldest son, or a clear heir of any kind to him. From a young age, Temujin learned horsemanship and archery, the 2 skills that formed an essential part of warfare for the nomadic peoples of the Eurasian steppe, the vast steppe stretching from Hungary in the west to Manchuria in the east. As a child, Temujin was also introduced to hunting and falconry, which would become his favorite pastimes as an adult. While Temujin was close to his siblings, his closest childhood friend was a boy from the Jadara clan named Jamuka, and the 2 became sworn brothers. During his childhood, Temujin began to learn about the complex relationships among the Mongolian tribes. The Mongol tribe into which Temujin was born was divided into 2 major clans, the Boljijin and the Taichu. The Mongols were one of 5 major tribes in the region, the others being the Kerite, Merkit, Tatars, and Naya. The peoples of Mongolia were surrounded by powerful neighbors. To the east and southeast was imperial China, which since 1115 had been ruled by the Jin dynasty founded by the Jurchen tribe from Manchuria. To the south was the Western Shan in northwestern China, ruled by the Tangut people from Tibet. To the north was the desolate and inhospitable region we call Siberia today, while substantially to the west and southwest were the Muslim powers of Central Asia and the Middle East, which were in a period of some decline by the 12th century, the Arab Caliphate having gone through its golden age centuries earlier between the 8th and 10th centuries. In around 1171, when Temujin was probably around 9 years old, he was betrothed to Borte, the daughter of Daisetchen, a chief of the Ongerat tribe. Leaders of prominent Mongol families often married Ongerat women. This required Temujin and his father to travel on a long journey across the Gobi Desert to take part in the betrothal ceremony. Although he was a powerful warrior, Yesugai could only afford to offer Daisetchen a single horse for his daughter. Although the Ongerat chief agreed to the match, he stipulated that the horse would serve as an initial dowry, and until a greater dowry was paid, Temujin would have to stay behind and work for his future father-in-law. The young Temujin was ashamed that his father could not afford to pay for his bride straight away. He spent 3 happy years among the Ongerat, working as a herder. Temujin heard stories about the burgeoning trade between the Ongerat and the wealthy Jin Empire south of the Great Wall. Temujin's time with the Ongerat ended when he was around 12 years old. During one of his raids, Yesugai encountered a band of Tartars. Rather than launching an attack, the Tartars invited him to dinner. Bound by the steppe traditions of hospitality, Yesugai felt he could not refuse, and was duly poisoned by his hosts. The slow-acting poison enabled Yesugai to leave instructions to bring Temujin back home. Although Daisetchen was reluctant to part with the boy, he recognized the difficulties Temujin's family faced and allowed him to leave. By the time Temujin returned home, his mother, Hoelun, had tried and failed to assume her late husband's leadership position in the name of her teenage sons, and the Taichud claimed leadership among the Mongols once again. As Hoelun's followers deserted her one by one, she and her sons were reduced to destitution and forced to hunt and fish to survive. Temujin and his brother Khazar proved the most effective at catching the prey, but their elder brothers Bekter and Belkutai began to lay claim to their food. On one occasion, Bekter stole a large fish that Temujin and Khazar had caught, and proceeded to cook and eat it. The younger half-brothers responded by ambushing Bekter while Belhutai was away and showering him with arrows. While Belhutai did not seek to avenge his brother's death, Hoelun was incensed and warned her sons that the family could not hope to confront their real enemies by fighting and killing each other. Hoelun's fears proved justified, as the Tayyid leader Tarbutai used Bekter's murder as the pretext to capture Temujin. The boy escaped into the woods and survived for 6 days before hunger eventually forced him to escape, during which effort he was captured and taken into Taichud captivity. Although he was forced to wear a device that restricted his movements, he managed to overcome his guard and was rescued by a sympathizer to the Borjigin cause. By the time he returned to his family, the 14-year-old Temujin found them without anything to their name apart from 9 horses. A once proud family had fallen quickly. When the Taichud then raided their camp and took 8 of the horses, Temujin took the remaining steed and relentlessly pursued the enemy. On his way, he encountered a young warrior named Mo Orchu, who immediately became his friend and companion and joined the pursuit of the Taichud. After recovering the horses in a daring night raid, they were struggling to get away from the Taichud riders when Temujin noticed that the leader of the pursuit had ridden far ahead of the rest of his men. Orchu took the opportunity to fire an arrow, which wounded the Taichud leader, enabling the pair to get away safely. Over the next few years, Temujin and Orchu would build up a band of loyal raiders. During this period, another gifted warrior named Orokul joined Temujin and became a close companion. In around 1178, when Temujin was 16 years old or so, he rode to Ongirat territory in Orchu's company and claimed Borte as his bride from his proud father-in-law, Dai Chen, having been away for several years. 2 years later, Temujin would suffer one of the worst humiliations of his life. A large Medikit raiding party of 300 horsemen descended upon Temujin's camp and scattered them. Although Temujin managed to escape with his brothers and his mother Hoelun, Borte appears to have been deliberately left behind in order to enable Temujin's flight. As he pondered how to recover his wife, Temujin reached out to the Kerai chief Togris and appealed to him by reminding him of his sworn brotherhood with Temujin's late father Yesugai. Togris accepted Temujin as his adopted son and organized a large army to fight the Merkit. The alliance prevailed in the ensuing campaign, and Borte was rescued. During her time in Merkit captivity, Borte had been given to the brother of the Merkit chief, and by the time of her liberation, she was pregnant with his child. Nevertheless, when Borte gave birth to a son in 1182, Temujin accepted the child as his own and gave him the name Jochi. The following year, Borte gave birth to a second son, a biological child of Mujin named Chagatai, who would never stop reminding his father of Jochi's illegitimacy. Now in his early 20s, Temujin had established himself as a reasonably powerful Mongol leader, but also one who was widely feared and respected for his bravery. His main rival during this period was Jamuga, his childhood friend and sworn brother, who was by the early 1180s the leader of the Jadarat clan. The two men had crossed paths again as part of a coalition against the Merkit, but after a couple of years they went their separate ways, each with ambitions to unite the Mongols under their leadership. Although Jamuga could count on large numbers and the support of an older and more conservative generation, Temujin had the support of most of the Borjigin clan and was attracting many talented followers from humble backgrounds to his cause. These included Jethme, a recruit from one of the tribes who lived in the forests, and his 10-year-old brother, Ubide, who, despite his youth, would soon become a trusted and talented warrior. In 1186, Temujin's wife Borte gave birth to a third son, Ogedei. The same year, Temujin's followers elected him Khan of the Borjigin clan. However, his rise was seemingly halted the following year after he was defeated by Jamuga's army at a place called Dalan Baljut. The main sources for Genghis Temujin's life are silent for several years thereafter, suggesting that he had lost most of his following and was forced into exile. According to the biography of Subedai, during this period, Temujin and his remaining followers took refuge in the Jin Empire in China. Temujin's absence deprived Toghris of a powerful ally, and Kerai Khan was also overthrown and forced into exile. In 1195, Temujin finally had the opportunity to re-establish himself when the Jin and the Tatars began fighting over the spoils following a joint victory against the Ongerat. Temujin offered an alliance with the Jin frontier commander and proceeded to deal the Tatars a series of heavy defeats in 1196. The resulting plunder made Temujin rich, and he used his position to re-establish his alliance with Toghris and restore him as the Kerai Khan. In 1197, Temujin exploited the momentum in his victory against the Tatars by reviving his feud with the Merkit. 21-year-old Subedai infiltrated the Merkit camp and used the intelligence he gathered to lead a short and victorious campaign. A further series of victories followed in the late 1190s and into the early 1200s for Temujin and his allies against the Merkit and other rival peoples of the steppe, such as the Naiman. These victorious campaigns caused considerable anxiety among rival tribes, who, in response, elected Jamuga as Universal Khan, a grander title than Temujin's own. Over 15 tribes had joined this new coalition, but many individuals were disaffected and supported Temujin's cause by passing on key intelligence about the coalition's plans. Forewarned of a surprise attack by Jamuga, Temujin sought Toghris' assistance and won an easy victory as a snowstorm threw the coalition forces into disarray. Jamuga's raging allies and engaged them at Koyiten by the banks of the Onon River and routed them again. However, on this occasion, he was wounded in the neck by a poisoned arrow. According to Mongol law, his life was only saved because his general Jeshme sucked the venom from the wound and spat it out while Temujin lay unconscious. As the prisoners of war were rounded up, the man who had been responsible for the near-fatal wound was brought in front of the Khan. Rather than executing him, Temujin praised him for his marksmanship and recruited him as an officer. He soon acquired the nickname Jeme, or the Arrow, and would go on to become one of the Khan's greatest commanders. Jamuga's defeat led to the temporary fragmentation of his coalition, yet by 1202 he had formed a new alliance with the Naiman and a number of defectors from Temujin's forces, including several disaffected uncles and his brother, Hassan. Jamuga then launched a concerted attack on Temujin, but the Borjigin Khan proved equal to the situation, maneuvering his forces skillfully and switching between guerrilla tactics and field battles. In the winter, after a formal ceremony, confirming him as heir to Toghris' Kerai Khanate, Temujin and his adopted father defeated the Naiman. In an effort to consolidate his alliance with Toghris, he proposed that his son Jochi marry Toghris' daughter. The proposal infuriated Toghris' disinherited son Ilka, defected to Jamuga after his father refused to break ties with Temujin. With Ilka at his side, Jamuga rode to Toghris' camp and forced him to join the anti-Temujin coalition. In 1203, Temujin was defeated by a Karaite army commanded by his adoptive father, but escaped with around half his force when Jamuga called off the pursuit. His old companion, Orchu, and his son, Ogedei, were initially unaccounted for and returned to camp with heavy wounds. While an angry Temujin sent a series series of letters to his former supporters accusing them of betraying him, he began to build a new coalition. From his new base near the Baljuna convent, Temujin and his senior commanders swore an oath to fight to the bitter end. Meanwhile, the members of the coalition lost faith in Togrish's leadership, and Temujin's brother Khazar returned to his side. In the autumn, Temujin went on the offensive against Togrish and defeated the Karaite army after a hard-fought battle that lasted 3 days, until Temujin's general Mukhali broke through to the enemy's camp. While escaping from the battlefield, Togrish was killed by some Naiman bandits. Temujin then assumed the leadership of the Karaite and announced the unification of the Mongol and Karaite nations, and welcomed several of Togrish's lieutenants into his ranks. Temujin's latest success led to the formation of another coalition between Jamuga and the Naiman. As part of his preparations for this final confrontation, Temujin began to reorganize his army into units of tens, hundreds, and thousands, following the example of the Jin Chinese Empire. He also formed an elite bodyguard and began to set up administrative structures to govern the recently pacified tribes. He soon developed a formula which promised autonomy to peoples who agreed to submit without a fight, while threatening dreadful consequences for those who chose to resist. A method of psychological warfare which would be used consistently by the Mongols in their conquests over the next century. In 1204, Temujin convened Riltai, or Grand Council, to plan the upcoming campaign against the Naiman. The Khan was persuaded to launch his campaign early on the 17th of May 1204. By the end of June, the Mongols reached Naiman territory, and the first clashes took place. Although his army was far smaller than the enemy's, Temujin ordered his men to light 5 fires per person at night to give the impression of superior numbers. The Naiman commander, Taiyang Khan, was deceived by this ruse and proposed retreating to friendlier terrain in the Altai Mountains. However, his subordinates compelled him to pursue an active strategy. Over the next few months, both armies danced around each other until Taiyang prepared to do battle at Chakirot, at the foot of Mount Nachu. As Temujin and his leading generals spearheaded the attack, Jamuga suddenly let his men open the field, depriving Taiyang of his numerical superiority. Despite this, the Naiman army resisted bravely, but Temujin's initial charge caught them off guard, and the Mongols gradually surrounded their valiant enemies as they retreated up the slopes of Mount Nachu. Temujin was astonished to see the enemy storm down the hill in a last-gasp charge and offered the Naiman honorable terms of surrender, but they preferred to fight to the last man. Taiyang was taken prisoner and died of the wounds sustained during the battle not long afterwards. Most of his allies submitted to Temujin. At the age of 42, after suffering several setbacks over the course of his life, Temujin had vanquished his enemies and united over 30 tribes under his rule in a large tract of the Asian steppe. Temujin's victory at Chakirmot seemed decisive, but the mysterious Jamuga was still unaccounted for. While most of his followers had deserted him and submitted to Temujin, he fled into the mountains with a dwindling band of men. Upon hearing that Temujin had put a large bounty on his head, the 5 men who remained with Jamuga tied him up and brought him to Temujin. As Temujin prized loyalty above all else, he executed Jamuga's captors for their treachery, but took considerably longer to decide on the fate of his sworn brother. Eventually, he ordered his sadistic nephew Jigidai to carry out a brutal execution by hacking him to pieces. In 1205, Temujin began to launch raids against the Tanguts to the south, while Sube'etei worked to pacify the new subjects of the Mongols by suppressing a fresh Medican rebellion. The following year, 1206, Temujin held another Riltai, which brought together all the Mongol nobles Mongols to officially proclaim the creation of a new Mongol empire. It was at this juncture that Temujin was given a new title, Genghis Khan, which should more accurately be rendered as Genghis Khan. The name is usually translated as Universal Ruler. The recent scholarship suggests Fierce Ruler is a better translation. Temujin accepted the imperial throne on the condition that everyone would obey his word. After assuming imperial power, Genghis began to reward his followers. His long-standing companions, Chu and Mongool, were given the highest ranks, while the likes of Bey and Superdey were ranked one step below. The four were members of a 9-man cabinet that enjoyed the greater privileges and took part in key decision-making alongside the Khan. While Genghis had united the tribes of Mongolia through conquest, he faced a monumental task in eliminating various tribal and clan loyalty to forge a single Mongol nation. In order to achieve this, Genghis set out to build a new political system in which his subjects placed allegiance to the Khan and the Mongol nation above kinship ties. The success of this would depend on his ability as Khan to provide his people huge amounts of wealth, plundered from enemies through new conquests. This incentive system demanded frequent campaigns outside the new empire's borders, and Genghis consequently continued the military reorganization that he had started in the latter stages of his unification campaigns. The basic organizational unit in the new decimal system was the Chan, or 1,000 men, though the formidable 2 men or 10,000 is more widely known. Since each of Genghis's subjects was attached to a Min-Chan, this decimal system was also intended to replace the old social structure of clans and tribes. While most of the leaders of the Min-Chans were from the old aristocracy, a significant minority had more humble origins, reflecting the meritocratic ethos that allowed Genghis to find some of his greatest commanders among the lower classes. To cap it all off, Genghis strengthened his bodyguard, or Keshi, to over 10,000 men who were recruited from the sons of powerful men to ensure their good behavior. Genghis gave his 4 sons senior responsibilities. Jochi was master of the hunt. Chagatai was responsible for enforcing the new law code. Ogide served as head of the nascent civil bureaucracy, and the youngest, Tamui, was named commander-in-chief. Despite this, Genghis's sons complained that they lacked military authority, and apart from Tamui, the military authority only extended to their own Min-Chans. This prompted Genghis to set up a new division of empire to placate his sons in 1209. 45,000 men were divided amongst Genghis's family members, so the 4 sons were each given their own fiefs with the potential of further expansion. While Genghis stipulated that these realms would be subject to control by the central government, the imperial princes often ignored the officials appointed by their father to monitor their activities, and their domains would eventually form the basis of increasingly independent states under their descendants. As part of his state-building program, Genghis introduced a new law code known as the Great Yasa. While large parts of the Yasa are the traditional customs of the steppe peoples, it was also an attempt to establish a common set of laws for the new Mongol nation. Part of the code took the form of military regulations concerning the mobilization of armies, the duties of officers, and the punishment they would suffer to carry out those duties. With regard to taxation, Genghis gave generous exemptions to religious leaders and foreign merchants. While the Khan maintained his traditional pagan beliefs, his policy of religious toleration would eventually allow him and his successors to rule over a vast empire of Buddhists, Muslims, Nestorian Christians, and Confucians right across Asia. He maintained good relations with the Muslim merchants who operated along the Silk Road to the and sought Mongol assistance to access the Chinese markets to the east. There were also harsh elements to this. For instance, the Yasa mandated the death penalty for a wide range of crimes, including lying, contaminating running water, and the failure to share food with strangers, though wealthy criminals could often escape capital punishment by paying large fines. The Yasa only applied to Mongols, and there was little consideration for the fate of foreigners. Accordingly, the Mongols habitually captured foreign women on campaign and took them as concubines. Genghis and his sons had the first pick of the female captives, and he would go on to have 23 official wives and a harem of over 500 women. Some geneticists and historians have speculated that as many as 16 million people today may be descended from Genghis Khan. Over the course of the 3 years between 1206 and 1209, Genghis continued to make changes to his new military organization, and parts of the Keshik or bodyguard were assigned specialist duties such as intelligence gathering, surveying and map-making, and organizing the supplies for the army. In peacetime, the annual hunt organized by Jochi served as the main form of training for Genghis's armies. As in a military campaign, the two ends would work together and surround the animal across a large area before gradually closing in for the kill. Anyone who allowed an animal to escape the net or killed an animal before the Khan's arrival was subject to severe penalties. Once everything was ready, Genghis and his inner circle would descend upon the encircled animals before allowing the officers and their men to complete the slaughter. The exercise not only enabled the Mongol armies to practice their maneuvers and communication methods, but also provided a vast quantity of food to feed the men. The Mongol cavalryman's primary weapon was the bow and arrow, and each man would carry a short-range and long-range bow. Each horse archer was equipped with 60 arrows in total, divided into short-range and long-range projectiles, though the most ferocious was the relatively small composite bow, which required great upper body strength to use effectively, but which landed arrows with devastating power. Most notably, it could be fired from horseback while riding by a skilled cavalry archer. It was this weapon which would enable the enormous conquests which were to follow. Each Mongol warrior also had at least 6 horses, enabling them to travel up to 65 miles a day. The speed at which Mongol army was Genghis's main strategic advantage. Since his armies were often outnumbered by the enemy, Genghis employed a range of tactics to exaggerate the size of his own forces. One of the best-known Mongol tactics was the feigned retreat. If the army was struggling to make progress against a strong defensive position, it would withdraw from the field and leave their plunder behind. While the enemy was distracted by the loot, the Mongols would turn back and put to pieces in the open field. Although the Mongols later employed Chinese siege engineers, they were not used to siege warfare, and Genghis initially avoided attacking well-fortified cities. He preferred to attack smaller towns and distributed the resulting plunder evenly among his otherwise unpaid troops. After his elevation as Khan, Genghis rarely took personal command of military campaigns, preferring to send his sons and senior generals instead. In 1207, Jochi led a successful campaign against the Turkic forest peoples in southern Siberia, who included the Buryat, Kyrgyz, and Oirat. In 1208, Subutai won a crushing victory against the ever-rebellious Merkit, though he was criticized by Genghis for allowing some to escape further north. In 1209, Genghis secured the submission of the Uyghur Kingdom in East Turkestan, now the Chinese autonomous region of Xinjiang. The Uyghurs had once ruled a mighty empire that included much of Mongolia, but by the beginning of the 13th century, they had submitted to the Kara Kitai, whose empire extended from modern-day Kazakhstan into northwest China. Genghis subsequently recruited many Uyghurs into the Mongol imperial administration and adopted the Uyghur script for the first official Mongol written texts. With the conquest of the forest peoples and the submission of the Uyghurs, Genghis laid much of the groundwork for an invasion of China. Since the collapse of the Tang dynasty in 907 AD, China had been divided between a number of competing dynasties. At the beginning of the 13th century, there were 4 such states: the Jurchen Jin Empire in the northeast, the Tangut Western Shah in the north, Karakitai in the northwest, and the Sung dynasty south of the Yangtze River. Although the Sung was the only one of these states ruled by the Han Chinese majority, the rulers of all 4 states Chinese customs and administrative practices. The Mongolians would benefit substantially from the divided state of China at this time. Genghis came to see the Tangut Empire both as a source of plunder for his restless armies and a testing ground for their ability to fight the more powerful Jin. After the initial raid in 1205, Genghis launched a larger campaign in 1207, which forced the Tangut to agree to pay an annual tribute. When the payment was suspended in 1209, Genghis organized a large invasion force and embarked on a big expedition. Eventually, the desperate Tangut decided on a formal submission to Genghis Khan and promised to supply troops for future campaigns. By 1211, with his rear secure, the 49-year-old Genghis Khan was ready to turn his attention to the Jin Empire. While this was motivated in part by the desire to avenge frequent Jin raids into Mongol territory, and the relentless logic of perennial conquest to feed and pay his troops, the invasion of northern China had been a long-held ambition. The Jin had conquered northern China from the Khitan Liao dynasty at the beginning of the 12th century, and proceeded to drive the Sung emperors south of the Yangtze River. While a peace treaty was signed between the Jin and Sung in 1142, relations between the 2 Chinese powers remained uneasy, and the peace was interrupted by occasional conflict. At the beginning of the 13th century, the Sung embarked on an effort to reclaim territories north of the Yangtze River. While the Jin easily defeated the invasion force, within a few years the Jin heartland of Manchuria faced a Khitan rebellion, partly encouraged by Genghis. Having been preoccupied with its wars against the Sung dynasty, the Jin left its northern frontier relatively undefended. As the Jin planned to strengthen its northern defenses by building a new wall, Genghis decided that it was time to strike. In early 1211, Genghis called a Kurultai, or Grand Council, in which he set out his plans to conquer northern China. Unlike previous steppe peoples who had intermittently conquered parts of northern China and abandoned their homeland to newcomers, Genghis intended to maintain his power base in Mongolia, from which he would rule over an empire that incorporated both the nomadic steppe cultures of Central Asia and sedentary cultures of China. The invasion force of around 100,000 men began moving in March. Genghis divided his army into 3 columns. The eastward column was commanded by Jebe and Suide. The central one was led by the Khan personally, alongside Tolui and Bukhari.
So
The
we're
western
going to go ahead
column
and
was
start
commanded
this
by
filling
Genghis's
tea,
3
and
other
then
sons.
these are
While
the ones
Genghis's
that
elder
you
son
guys
faced no
sent in.
opposition
Some of you
after
guys were
crossing the
anonymous,
Gobi
and some of you
Desert,
guys have left
the
your
other
names.
2
So we're going to go
columns
ahead and get
raided
into
the
it.
area north of Jin
Can I
in
confess
an
something
attempt to
now?
draw the
If you
enemy
want to.
out to battle. When the Jin armies refused to take the bait, Genghis decided to march his forces south. In response, the Jin formed 2 armies, one to face the advancing Mongols in a frontal attack, and the other to strike against Genghis's right flank. Genghis ordered Jebe to march his men westwards behind his column and eliminate the
It's going
threat
to
to
follow
his
us.
flank.
Welcome in. All right,
Leaving the
guys.
Jin
Are you guys ready? First
while the Jin commander
confession of the
deployed the
day.
forces in a
I'm so
narrow
excited
pass
for
to
you guys.
prevent
I love
Mongols
you.
from fighting on open ground. The momentum of Bukhari's charge proved overwhelming for the Jin cavalry, which trampled over the infantry as it took flight. The Mongols went on to win 2 further pitched battles to destroy the Jin field armies. Genghis followed up by capturing several major cities and ordered Jade to advance to the Juyong Pass. pass near the Jin capital of Chengdu, today Beijing. Unable to take the pass by direct assault, they feigned retreat and went on to destroy the garrison in front of the pass. He marched on to Beijing, but was recalled by Genghis, who realized that the Mongol army was not yet equipped to capture such a well-fortified city. Despite their battlefield successes in 1211, once the Mongols returned home from winter with their plunder, the Jin reoccupied all the cities they had lost. The following year, Jibei led a raid deep into Manchuria and sacked the city of Liaoyang, encouraging a major Khitan uprising process. In October 1212, Genghis joined Jochi, Chagatai, and Ogedei to attack the city of Datong, but Akbar was wounded by an arrow and broke off the siege. In 1213, Genghis defeated a new Jin army before taking the Juyong Pass and surrounding Beijing. The Mongol successes led Hu Shu, the commander of the Beijing garrison, to overthrow the Jin emperor and install a puppet ruler, himself as regent. In November, Hu Shu managed to defeat the Mongols outside Beijing, and was defeated a couple of days later and killed by his deputy commander. Genghis maintained 5,000 men around Beijing and divided his army into 4 columns, which ravaged the whole empire. Genghis and Tolui led the largest detachment south and threatened the southern Jin capital of Kaifeng. In the space of 3 short months, the 4 Mongol armies rampaged through the entirety of Jin territory and left behind a trail of devastation by destroying all the crops in an effort to starve the population into submission. While Genghis returned to Mongolia, he maintained a tight blockade on Beijing and encouraged the Jin emperor to submit to him. Although the Jin signed a peace agreement in 1214, which provided for an end to the blockade of Beijing in return for a heavy payment to the Mongols, the Jin emperor almost immediately fled south and settled at Kaifeng. Genghis resumed hostilities and appointed a general named Samuka to lead the siege of Beijing. Although the Mongol army was also suffering from extreme hunger, and both besieger and besieged had allegedly resorted to cannibalism, Samuka remained methodical in his approach. 2 Jin armies sent from the south in early 1215 were defeated by the Mongols. In May, the Mongols launched an assault on the city, and after overcoming the valiant resistance from the Jin defenders, the victorious Mongols sacked the city, devastating it to the extent that the population fell by more than 3/4 in the process. Despite this enormous setback, the Jin government in Kaifeng refused to surrender. In 1216, Kali defeated a Jin counterattack in the east, while Samuka led 30,000 men south and joined up with a Tangut force to devastate the countryside around Kaifeng. Genghis hardened his peace conditions following Samuka's raid, and negotiations with the Jin broke down. When Genghis returned to Mongolia in early 1216, he left Mukhali in charge as commander in China. Mukhali was given an army of 70,000 men, but most of these came from recently subjugated nations who could desert him at the first sign of Mongol weakness. The limited manpower forced the Mongol commander to scale down his operations, and in 1218, Genghis himself had to lead a pacification campaign against the Khans, who had moved away from a pro-Mongol policy under a new ruler. By the end of the year, Genghis supplied Mukhali with reinforcements, which increased the size of his army to 100,000 men. Although he could be as brutal as his comrades, Mukhali also sought to consolidate Mongol control by acting magnanimously towards his defeated foes, and he had methodically subdued much of northern China. He died in 1223 with a pristine military record, having never lost a single battle in his career. Mukhali was aided in his campaigns by alliance with the Song dynasty, but Following his death, conflict arose between the erstwhile allies, enabling the Jin to make a brief recovery. The Mongols would have to wait another decade to fully extinguish the Jin Empire. While Mughali was campaigning in northern China, Genghis's attention had been drawn westwards. Since the beginning of the 13th century, Kara Kitai had been at war with Shah Muhammad II of the Khwarezmian Empire, situated to the east of the Caspian Sea in Central Asia. In 1208, the fugitive Naiman prince Chukluk arrived in Kara Kitai and built up an army under the pretext of fighting Genghis, only to overthrow his overlord and declare himself Khan in 1213. The re-emergence of an old rival on his doorstep led Genghis to send an army of 20,000 men under Jebe to invade Kara Kitai. The Muslim majority population that suffered under Chukluk's anti-Islamic religious policy welcomed the Mongols as liberators and defected en masse. After sweeping aside Chukluk's army, Jebe entered the Kara Kitai capital Balasukun in what is now Kyrgyzstan in triumph and incorporated it into the Mongol Empire. He then followed Chukluk south into Kashgaria, where he encouraged Muslims to revolt by issuing the proclamation of religious tolerance in 1218. Jebe eventually caught up with Chukluk in northeastern Afghanistan and executed him. So began the Mongol westwards expansion into Central Asia, even as other parts of Genghis's armies were still undertaking the conquest of China far to the east. While Jebe was pursuing Chukluk, Genghis sent another army north under Jogi and Sube to pursue the remnants of the Merkit, who had allied with the Kuman or Kipchaks, a Turkic people who occupied a large expanse of the Eurasian steppe from the lower Danube in the west to the Irtysh River in the east. The Mongols had driven the Merkit Kuman army into Khwarezmian territory and defeated it in battle. Angered at the invasion, Shah Muhammad sent an army to meet the Mongols. Although considerably outnumbered, the Mongols managed to fight the Khwarezmians to standstill before withdrawing. On hearing reports of the battle, Genghis was keen to maintain peaceful relations with Khwarezmia and to establish a mutually beneficial trading relationship, allowing him to turn his attention back to China. In early 1218, Genghis sent a large trade mission to Mataran in the north of the Shah's empire, a fort in the far east of Kazakhstan today. The local governor proceeded to massacre the entire contingent, claiming that they were spies. Genghis initially showed restraint and sent a team of 3 envoys led by a Muslim diplomat asking the Shah to hand over the local governor. When an indignant Shah Muhammad executed the diplomat in response, Genghis finally took action and declared war. As both sides prepared for war, Shah Muhammad and his advisors decided that they could most effectively fight the Mongols by retreating into their cities and forcing them into costly sieges, which the Mongols were still not comfortable with engaging in, preferring battles in the open field. Meanwhile, Genghis received a steady stream of information about the Khwarezmian Empire through the network of Muslim merchants. He knew that the empire was ridden with visions, that the Shah had struggled to establish centralized control from his base in Samarkand. Furthermore, the Shah's mother, Telken Khatun, was a powerful political figure and could issue decrees in her own name. These dynamics played perfectly into Genghis's hands, allowing him to sow disinformation among the Khwarezmian officials by issuing false decrees from Telken Khatun. Although the terrain of the Khwarezmian Empire posed considerable challenges for any invasion force, Genghis was confident in his army's ability to achieve victory. A Mongol army of 30,000 horsemen under Jebe and Jogi made their first move heading west from Kara Kitai and entering the fertile Fergana Valley in the spring of 1219 after crossing the high passes between the Pamir Mountains and the Tian Shan. Meanwhile, Genghis's main army, accompanied by his three younger sons and Subedai, the strategic mastermind of the campaign, would strike at Otrar. Although the Khwarezmians had intended to pursue a defensive strategy, the appearance of the Mongols in Fergana provoked Shah Muhammad into sending a large army against them. Since Jebe and Jochi's army was intended as a diversionary force, Jebe advised retreat, but the headstrong Jochi disobeyed his father's instructions not to engage in a pitched battle. Like their previous encounter, the battle proved indecisive, but the Mongols managed to inflict heavy casualties on the enemy before withdrawing from the field. By this point, the vanguard of Genghis's main army had appeared in the north and was advancing on Otrar. By October 1219, Genghis's force of 100,000 men, including allied contingents, arrived in Otrar on the banks of the Darya River. While Genghis attempted to lay a trap by sending a small force up the Sir Darya towards Samarkand, the greatest city of Central Asia at that time, the Shah counted on a strong 60,000-man garrison at Otrar to hold out against the Mongols. Once Genghis realized that the Shah would not take the bait, he ordered his sons to besiege Otrar with full force. With several years of experience besieging Chinese cities now behind them, the Mongols were far more proficient at siege warfare than the Khwarezmians had anticipated, and Otrar fell quickly in February 1280. In the meantime, Jochi marched north to capture the cities along the Sir Darya, while Jebe turned south to close off any escape route from Samarkand. Genghis and Tolui took 40,000 men and marched southwest across the Kizilkum Desert and arrived at the oasis city of Bukhara in February 1220. The bewildered Shah Muhammad was now surrounded by Mongol armies on all sides. Genghis had a particular interest in capturing Bukhara, since the city was fabulously wealthy. The Mongols captured the city after 2 weeks and proceeded to levy heavy taxes on the wealthy elite. The capture of Bukhara opened the road to Samarkand, some 150 miles to the east. Though the Shah's capital was well fortified and defended by a garrison of up to 100,000 men, the run of spectacular Mongol victories had dented Muhammad's confidence. Genghis and Tolui were joined by Chagatai and Ogedei in the siege of Samarkand. Genghis employed a favorite tactic of placing prisoners of war in the front ranks to lead the assault. Those who weren't cut down by their compatriots turned tail and fled, giving the impression that the Mongol army was collapsing. The defenders sallied out in pursuit, allowing Genghis to move in for the kill at the head of his Mongol. Muhammad II managed to escape the encirclement. The Mongols captured Samarkand after a 10-day siege and proceeded to sack it with impunity. Genghis raised most of his army, but sent a force under his elder sons to take control of the Amur Darya, known in classical antiquity as the Oxus River, which separated Persia from the Turkic peoples of Central Asia. The fugitive Shah Muhammad struggled to formulate a recovery plan, and eventually moved to North Iraq. Jebe and Subedai led 20,000 men and captured several cities in Persia and Iraq, and drove Muhammad out of his latest refuge. The defeated Shah retreated north and escaped to an island in the Caspian Sea, where he died of illness in January 1221. While the Shah was on the run, Genghis sent additional forces to invade the Khwarezm heartland. After taking the city of Khiva in December 1220, Jochi arrived at the walls of Gurganj. A relief column under command of Shah Muhammad's son and successor marched east towards Gurganj, but failed to secure the support of rival factions and marched away. As Jochi continued the siege, an impatient Genghis decided to send a large force under Chagatai to reinforce him. The two brothers had always hated each other and soon began to feud, and it was only the intervention of War Chu and prevented them from coming to blows. Genghis would respond to the familial infighting by demoting Jochi and Chagatai in the succession and nominating Ogedei as his senior heir. Ogedei brought another 20,000 men to reinforce his brothers and took command of the siege, taking the city in April 1221. After such a long siege, the Mongols carried out another notorious massacre, killing almost every single one of the city's inhabitants. The Mongols went on to treat the whole province of Khwarezm in similar fashion. The trail of Mongol destruction did not end there, as Genghis dispatched Tolui to invade the Khorasan region across the Amu Darya on the Iranian plateau. The merciless Mongol prince proceeded to sack the cities of Merv and Nishapur, both of which were major centers of Islamic learning and culture, and were among the wealthiest and most populous cities in the medieval world. According to some estimates, Tolui's campaign resulted in the loss of over 1 million lives. In the meantime, Genghis continued to campaign in Central Asia, around what is now Afghanistan, eventually pacifying the region in the course of late 1221 and early 1222. He also launched a probing attack into India, but decided that it was not worth his while to entangle himself in a new war with the powerful Indian sultans, an initiative which would overstretch his resources. Before returning home, he ordered Ogedei to pacify the Hindu Kush, while an ill-conceived revolt amongst the people of the province of Khorasan also had to be suppressed, and insurrections at Merv and Herat. Although a number of Khwarezmian mountain fortresses continued to resist, by 1223 the last remnants of the empire were extinguished, effectively leaving the Mongols in control of the vast majority of Central Asia, a region approximating to modern-day Iran, Afghanistan, parts of northern Pakistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. It had taken Genghis less than half a decade to do so. While Genghis and his sons were completing the conquest of the Khwarezmian Empire, Jebei and Subedei were carrying out the greatest long-distance raid in history. Shortly after the death of Shah Muhammad in early 1221, Subedei obtained permission from Genghis to lead a campaign directed at the Kuman heartland on the Russian steppe, stretching from north of the Caspian Sea all the way westwards to Ukraine. The Khan gave him a force of 20,000 cavalry with instructions to return within 3 years. After reducing several cities in northern Persia, they turned north towards the Caucasus. As they approached the city of Tabriz in what is now Iranian Azerbaijan, the city's governor meekly surrendered and agreed to pay an astronomical tribute. The Mongol victories prompted groups of Turkmen and Kurdish raiders to join them to share the spoils. These auxiliaries served as the vanguard for an invasion of the Kingdom of Georgia, with the Mongols following behind. After ordering the vanguard to lay waste to the countryside, Subedei enticed the Georgian army into battle and won a decisive victory. After returning to northern Persia to cover Tolui's northern flank as he laid waste to Khorasan, Jebei and Subedei returned to the Caucasus late in the year and defeat the Georgians once again. After crossing the Caucasus Mountains, Mongols descended into the Eurasian steppe, which was dominated by the Kumans. When 2 large Kuman armies were defeated, they sought assistance from the Russian princes. At this moment, the Mongols received an envoy from Venice, offering a lucrative trade agreement in return for military assistance against their Genoese rivals on the shores of the Black Sea. The Mongols accepted the offer and destroyed a Genoese trading colony here. Then, armed with Venetian intelligence about the principalities of Rus and their traditional antagonistic relationship with the Kumans, Jebei and Subedei and their men spurred on their steeds. Not long afterwards, the Mongols met a grand coalition of Russia, Kievan, and Kuman leaders and their men at the Battle of Kalka River in what is now Ukraine on the 31st of May 1223. It resulted in a major Mongol victory and the beginning of Mongol rule in southwestern Russia. It was also an astonishing statement of how successful Genghis's conquests had been, that his forces were now winning victories on the edges of Europe. In its aftermath, Jebe and Subedai turned east and began the journey home. In the words of the Novgorod Chronicle, God knows whence he fetched them against us, or where they hid themselves. It would be another 14 years before the Mongols returned, and when they did, they would campaign as far as Hungary, an expedition which neither Alexander the Great's Macedonians or any other commander equaled in history in terms of how extensive the conquests were. Jebe and Subedai eventually returned back to Central Asia by 1224, when Jebe died shortly afterwards. Around that time, Genghis began the homeward journey to Mongolia, arriving back on the steppe February 1225. During his Crimean campaign, Genghis had learned that his unreliable Tangut allies had become traitors and joined with the Chinese against the Mongols. Determined to settle scores with the Tangut, Genghis personally led a new campaign accompanied by Ogedai, Tolui, and Subedai. Although the Mongols were held up by lengthy sieges, by the middle of 1226, Subedai had conquered the Gansu corridor north of Tibet. As the Mongol net closed around the Shah capital of Zhongxing later in the year, Genghis defeated a relief force in spectacular fashion by riding over the frozen Yellow River floodplain. He left the siege of Zhongxing to his subordinates and joined Subedai in raiding Jin territory. By the time the Shah agreed to surrender in July 1227, the Great Khan was close to death. Shortly before embarking on his final campaign, he had fallen from his horse and his health had never recovered. During the campaign, he convened a great Kurultai to formally proclaim Ogedai as his successor as Great Khan, while stipulating that Ogedai's successors would be chosen by a Kurultai. Genghis Khan died on the 25th of August 1227 at roughly 65 years of age. According to the secret history, his body was taken back to Mongolia and entombed in his homeland. But some historians theorize that he was actually buried in the Ordos Desert, as his body would have decomposed rapidly in the summer heat. The location of Genghis's tomb remains one of history's great mysteries, and the tale that anyone with knowledge of the site was put to death is probably true. Genghis's death did not bring the Mongol conquests which he had initiated to an end. Under Ogedai's rule, fresh invasions were launched into Persia, and new attacks were launched against the Arab Caliphate in what is now Iraq, beginning a war in the Middle East that would last several decades, eventually culminating in the siege and capture of Baghdad, the capital of Islam since the middle of the 8th century, in 1258. The Mongol Empire would eventually extend nearly to the Mediterranean Sea here, before the expansion ended. To the east, Ogedai also launched the first invasion of the Korean peninsula. After the short reign of Guyuk Khan in the mid-1240s, Ulugh Khan, a grandson of Genghis, succeeded as the fourth Khan. His reign was one of consolidation, as the administration of the vast Mongol Empire was improved, and largely territories were brought fully under Mongol rule, particularly in the Middle East. The empire fragmented into several khanates, owing to succession disputes. These included the Golden Horde, or Jochid Khanate in Russia, the Yuan dynasty in China, the Chagatid Khanate in Central Asia, and the Il Khanate in the Middle East. The greatest of the later Mongol rulers was Kublai Khan, who ruled between 1260 and 1294, and was a grandson of Genghis. He completed the conquest of China, and even attempted to launch invasions of Japan, though these were unsuccessful. It was to Kublai's court that the Italian explorer and merchant Marco Polo arrived in the late 13th century, leaving behind a Western account of the splendor and grandeur of the court of this Mongolian ruler. It was a long way from the desperate straits Genghis had found himself in as a young man on the Asian steppe a century earlier. Genghis Khan leaves behind a legacy as one of the greatest conquerors in world history. After emerging from relative obscurity to take control of the Burjigin clan, Genghis had to fight bitter campaigns to eliminate his rivals and unite the tribes of Mongolia into a single state. He went on to conquer much of northern China before turning his hordes west and vanquishing Kurai and the Khwarezmian Empire in Central Asia. His successes were achieved because of three factors. Firstly, he managed to unite the traditional divided tribes of the Asian steppe into a formidable army. Secondly, he took advantage of the military machine that Mongolian cavalry archers riding swiftly on horseback across Asia constituted, and was a formidable general himself, one who showed his adaptability by adopting Chinese siege engines into his armies with relative speed. But thirdly and finally, Genghis was also somewhat lucky. When he began his conquests, Imperial China was in a weakened and divided state, while to the west, the great Muslim powers of the Middle East and Central Asia had declined considerably since the glory days of the Arab Caliphate centuries earlier. Genghis's accomplishment was that he managed to exploit these highly advantageous circumstances. His sons and his descendants would build on their father's conquests to create the largest contiguous empire in human history. What do you think of Genghis Khan? Was he a great conqueror and pragmatic political leader who was adept enough to build an empire that encompassed dozens of nations and multiple religions? Or was he a cruel and manipulative despot who ruled with an iron fist and allowed his armies to commit unimaginable atrocities on the thinnest of pretexts? Please, let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
It's a very frightening idea that will not only affect Jews, but will affect dissident Christians as well. The idea that Europe has to occupy a kind of monolithic peak of having no other faith other than this particular faith. It's something we see building in thought. Now, this is accelerated. The phenomenon is accelerated by the Black Death, which was a horrific plague, bubonic, ravaged Europe in the middle of the 14th century. It took decades before it abated. And you see it here, for example, this terrifying retrospective by Peter Ruger that's titled the Triumph of Death. And what a horrific kind of image. If you zoom in here a little bit, you see that there are skeletons that are carting away corpses and finding individuals who are still alive here and there, picking them up, they're dying in all kinds of horrible ways. This terrifying image. It's almost very modern. That there's this coffin that's open on one end, and this army of skeletons, army of death, are herding people into the coffin. Whereas you can see on either side of the coffin, there are other armies of the dead that are preventing people from seeing a horrific kind of depiction of the terror that must have been experienced by Europeans. As like in some places, a third to almost half of their population were killed. And we see this also expressed in more anti-Semitism, in the sense that people were looking for, who do you blame for this death? You have all kinds of interesting Christian movements of self-flagellants, for example, who were walking around literally whipping themselves, thinking that God wanted their atonement through pain, and that would take away the Black Death and so on. But of course, it's always very easy to blame the Jews. So here's an interesting example of one of the legends that was very prominent at the time. This is from also a 16th century representation, and it's in English, so it's especially valuable for us. This is a depiction on the left of a Jew, and this is printed around the time of Shakespeare. There have been no Jews in England since they were expelled in 1290, so he doesn't even know what a Jew was dressed like. So he's sort of given this new turban-like outfit, which is not historically accurate at all. And what he's done is, as this particular English their diseased skin that's been shed through their ancestors' disease. And then he has gone to the aquifers of Europe and has dumped this poison mixed with other things we shall see into the well.
The man known to history as Genghis Khan was born in the 12th century, while different sources place his year of birth between 1155 and 1167. The most commonly accepted date is 1162. His personal name was Temujin, and he was a member of the Burjijin clan. There is also no consensus on Genghis's place of birth, but it is likely that he was born around the upper valley of the Onon River, near the sacred mountain of Burgan Khaldun, in the Khenti Mountains in northeastern Mongolia. Temujin's father was a Mongol chieftain named Yesugai. According to the secret history of the Mongols, the official history of Genghis's life and conquests written for the Mongol royal family after his death, Yesugai was the grandson of Khabul Khan, the Burjijin clan, in the early 12th century. Some historians argue that this could have been later propaganda to enhance Genghis's lineage, and Yesugai was not related to the royal clan at all. Nevertheless, he was clearly the leader of a fearsome band of warriors who served Khabul's son Khatun in the 1150s. Yesugai was also the sworn brother of Tochris, the leader of the Karaite tribe, one of the 5 major tribal confederations of Mongolia. Yesugai and Tochris often fought against the Merkit Confederation, and in around 1160, Yesugai abducted a 15-year-old girl named Hoilun, who had been betrothed to a Merkit chieftain, sparking a feud that would last more than half a century. Over the course of the following decade, Hoilun would give Yesugai 4 sons and a daughter, of whom Temujin was the eldest. By the time of Temujin's birth, Yesugai already had 2 sons from another wife, and he was not his eldest son, or a clear heir of any kind to him. From a young age, Temujin learned horsemanship and archery, the 2 skills that formed an essential part of warfare for the nomadic peoples of the Eurasian steppe, the vast steppe stretching from Hungary in the west to Manchuria in the east. As a child, Temujin was also introduced to hunting and falconry, which would become his favorite pastimes as an adult. While Temujin was close to his siblings, his closest childhood friend was a boy from the Jadara clan named Jamuka, and the 2 became sworn brothers. During his childhood, Temujin began to learn about the complex relationships among the Mongolian tribes. The Mongol tribe into which Temujin was born was divided into 2 major clans, the Burjijin and the Taichud. The Mongols were one of 5 major tribes in the region, the others being the Karaite, Merkit, Tatars, and Naiman. The peoples of Mongolia were surrounded by powerful neighbors. To the east and southeast was Imperial China, which since 1115 had been ruled by the Jin dynasty founded by the Jurchen tribe from Manchuria. To the south was the Western Shan in northwestern China, ruled by the Tangut people from Tibet. To the north was the desolate and inhospitable region we call Siberia today, while substantially to the west and southwest were the Muslim powers of Central Asia and the Middle East, which were in a period of some decline by the 12th century, the Arab faith having gone through its golden age centuries earlier between the 8th and 10th centuries. In around 1171, when Temujin was probably around 9 years old, he was betrothed to Borte, the daughter of Dai Sechen, a chief of the Ongerad tribe. The leaders of prominent Mongol families often married Ongerad women, but this required Temujin and his father to travel on a long journey across the Gobi Desert to take part in the betrothal ceremony. Although he was a powerful warrior, Yesugai could only afford to offer Dai Sechen a single horse for his daughter. Although the Ongerad chief agreed to the match, He stipulated that the horse would serve as an initial dowry, and until a greater dowry was paid, Temujin would have to stay behind and work for his future father-in-law, while the young Temujin was ashamed that his father could not afford to pay for his bride straight away. 3 happy years among the Ongerat, working as a Temujin heard stories about the burgeoning trade between the Ongerat and the wealthy Jin Empire south of the Great Wall. Temujin's time with the Ongerat ended when he was around 12 years old. During one of his raids, Yasugai encountered a band of Tartars. Rather than launching an attack, the Tartars invited him to dinner. Bound by the steppe traditions of hospitality, Yasugai felt he could not refuse, and was duly poisoned his hosts. The slow-acting poison enabled Yasugai to leave instructions to bring Temujin back home. Although Dai Setchen was reluctant to part with the boy, he recognized the difficulties Temujin's family faced and allowed him to leave. By the time Temujin returned home, his mother, Hoelun, had tried and failed to assume her late husband's leadership position in the name of her teenage sons, and the Taiyuchud claimed leadership among the Mongols once again. As Hoelun's followers deserted her one by one, she and her sons to Tushan and forced to hunt and fish and survive. Temujin and his brother Kasa proved the most effective at catching the prey, but their elder brothers Bekter and Belkutai began to lay claim to their food. On one occasion, Bekter stole a large fish that Temujin and Kasa had caught and proceeded to cook and eat it. The younger half-brothers responded by ambushing Bekter while Belkutai was away and showering him with arrows. While Belkutai did not seek to avenge his brother's death, Hoelun was incensed and warned her sons that the family could not hope to confront their real enemies by fighting and killing each other. Hoelun's fears proved justified, as the Taichu leader Tarkutai used Bekter's murder as the pretext to capture Temujin. The boy escaped and survived for 6 days before hunger eventually forced him to escape, during which effort he was captured and taken into Taichud captivity. Although he was forced to wear a device that restricted his movements, he managed to overcome his guard and was rescued by a sympathizer to the Borjigin cause. By the time he returned to his family, the 14-year-old Temujin found them without anything to their name apart from 9 horses. A once proud family had fallen quickly. When the Taichud then raided their camp and took 8 of the horses, Temujin took the remaining steed and relentlessly pursued the enemy. On his way, he encountered a young warrior named Mo Orchu, who immediately became his friend and companion and joined the pursuit of the Taichud. Recovering the horses in a daring night raid, they were struggling to get away from the Taichud riders when Temujin noticed that the leader of the pursuit had ridden far ahead of the rest of his men. Mo Orchu took the opportunity to fire an arrow which wounded the Taichud leader, enabling the pair to get away safely. Over the next few years, Temujin and Mo Orchu would build up a band of loyal raiders. During this period, another gifted warrior named Borokul joined Temujin and became a close companion. In around 1178, when Temujin was 16 years old or so, he rode to Ongerat territory in Mo Orchu's company and claimed Borte as his bride from his proud father-in-law, Dai Setchen, having been away for several years. 2 years later, Temujin would suffer one of the worst humiliations of his life. A large Medikit raiding party of 300 horsemen descended upon Temujin's camp and scattered them. Although Temujin managed to escape with his brothers and his mother Hoelun, Borte appears to have been deliberately left behind in order to enable Temujin's flight. As he pondered how to recover his wife, Temujin reached out to the Kerai chief Tohrish and appealed to him by reminding him of his sworn brotherhood with Temujin's late father Yesugei, accepted Temujin as his adopted son, and organized a large army to fight the Merkit. The alliance prevailed in the ensuing campaign, and Borte was rescued. During her time in Merkit captivity, Borte had been given to the brother of the Merkit chief, and by the time of her liberation, she was pregnant with his child. Nevertheless, when Borte gave birth to a son in 1182, Temujin accepted the child as his own and gave him the name Jochi. The following year, Borte gave birth to a second son, a biological child of Temujin named Chagatai, who would never stop reminding his father of Jochi's illegitimacy. Now in his early 20s, Temujin had established himself as a reasonably powerful Mongol leader, but also one who was widely feared and respected for his bravery. His main rival during this period was Jamuga, his childhood friend and sworn brother, who was by the early 1180s the leader of the Jadarat clan. The two men had crossed paths again as part of the coalition against the Merkit, but after a couple of years, they went their separate ways, each with ambitions to unite the Mongols under their leadership. Although Jamuga could count on large numbers and the support of an older and more conservative generation, Temujin had the support of most of the Borjigin clan and was attracting many talented followers from humble backgrounds to his cause. These included Jeshmer, a recruit from one of the tribes who lived in the northern forests, and his 10-year-old brother, Subedei, who, despite his youth, would soon become a trusted and talented warrior. In 1186, Temujin's wife Borte gave birth to a third son, Ogedei. The same year, Temujin's followers elected him Khan of the Borjigin clan. However, his rise was seemingly halted the following year after he was defeated by Jamuga's army at a place called Dalan Balchut. The main sources for Genghis or Temujin's life are silent for several years thereafter, suggesting that he had lost most of his following and was forced into exile. According to the biography of Subedei, during this period, Temujin and his remaining followers took refuge in the Jin Empire in China. Temujin's absence, Tokhris of a powerful and Kerai Khan was also overthrown and forced into exile. In 1195, Temujin finally had the opportunity to re-establish himself when the Jin and the Tatars began fighting over the spoils following a joint victory against the Ongarad. Temujin offered an alliance with the Jin frontier commander and proceeded to deal the Tatars a series of heavy defeats in 1196. The resulting plunder made Temujin rich, and he used his position to his alliance with Tokhris and restore him as the Kerait Khan. In 1197, Temujin exploited the momentum in his victory against the Tatars by reviving his feud with the Merkit. 21-year-old Subedei infiltrated the Merkit camp and used the intelligence he gathered to lead a short and victorious campaign. A further series of victories followed in the late 1190s and into the early 1200s for Temujin and his allies against the Merkit and other rival peoples of the steppe, such as the Naiman. These victorious campaigns caused considerable anxiety among rival tribes, who, in response, elected Jamuga as Universal Khan, a grander title than Temujin's own. Over 15 tribes had joined this new coalition of many individuals who were disaffected and supported Temujin's cause by passing on key intelligence about the coalition's plans. Forewarned of a surprise attack by Jamuga, Temujin sought Tokhris's assistance and won an easy victory as a snowstorm threw the coalition forces into disarray. Temujin pursued Jamuga's Taijud allies and engaged them at Koyiten by the banks of the Onon River and routed them again. However, on this occasion, he was wounded in the neck by a poisoned arrow. According to Mongol law, his life was only saved because his general Jeshmer sucked the venom from the wound and spat it out while Temujin lay unconscious. As the prisoners of war were rounded up, the man who had been responsible for the near-fatal wound was brought in front of the Khan. Rather than executing him, Temujin praised him for his marksmanship and recruited him as an officer. He soon acquired the nickname Jebe, or the Arrow, and would go on to become one of the Khan's greatest commanders. Jamuka's defeat led to the temporary fragmentation of his coalition, yet by 1202 he had formed a new alliance with the Naiman and a number of defectors from Temujin's forces, including several disaffected uncles and his brother, Qassar. Jamuka then launched a concerted attack on Temujin, but the Borjigin Khan proved equal to the situation, maneuvering his forces skillfully and switching between guerrilla tactics and field battles. In the winter, after a formal ceremony, confirming him as heir to Togrish's Karaite Khanate, Temujin and his adopted father defeated the Naiman. In an effort to consolidate his alliance with Togrish, he proposed that his son Jochi marry Togrish's daughter. The proposal infuriated Togrish's disinherited son Ilka, who defected to Jamuka after his father refused to break ties with Temujin. With Ilka at his side, Jamuka rode to Togrish's camp and forced him to join the anti-Temujin coalition. In 1203, Temujin was defeated by a Karaite army commanded by his adoptive father, but escaped with around half his force when Jamuka called off the pursuit. His old companion, War Orchu's son, Ogede, were initially unaccounted for and returned to camp with heavy wounds. While an angry Temujin sent a series of letters to his former supporters accusing them of betraying him, he began to build a new coalition. From his new base near the Baljuna convent, Temujin and his senior commanders swore an oath to fight to the bitter end. Meanwhile, the members of the coalition lost faith in Togrish's leadership, and Temujin's brother Qassar returned to his side. In the autumn, Temujin went on the offensive against Togrish and defeated the Karaite army after a hard-fought battle that lasted 3 days until Temujin's general Mukhali broke through to the enemy's camp. While escaping from the battlefield, Togrish was killed by some 9 bandits. Temujin then assumed the leadership of the Karaite and announced the unification of the Mongol and welcomed several of Togrish's lens into his ranks. Temujin's latest success led to the formation of another coalition between Jamuka and the Naiman. As part of his preparations for this final confrontation, Temujin began to reorganize his army into units of tens, hundreds, and thousands, following the example of the Jin Chinese Empire. He also formed an elite bodyguard and began to set up administrative structures to govern the recently pacified tribes. He soon developed a formula which promised autonomy to peoples who agreed to submit without a fight, while threatening dreadful consequences for those who chose to resist. A method of psychological warfare which would be used consistently by the Mongols in their conquests over the next century. In 1204, Temujin convened a Kurultai, or Grand Council, to plan the upcoming campaign against the Naiman. The Khan was persuaded to launch his campaign early on the 17th of May 1204. By the end of June, the Mongols reached Naiman territory, and the first clashes took place. Although his army was far smaller than the enemy's, Temujin ordered his men to light 5 fires per person at night to give the impression of superior numbers. The Naiman commander, Taiyang Khan, was deceived by this ruse and proposed retreating to friendlier terrain in the Altai Mountains. However, his subordinates compelled him to pursue an active strategy. Over the next few months, both armies danced around each other until Taiyang prepared to do battle at Chakirmot, at the foot of Mount Nachu. As Temujin and his leading generals spearheaded the attack, Jamuka suddenly led his men away from the field, depriving Taiyang of his numerical superiority. Despite this, the Naiman army resisted bravely, but Temujin's initial charge caught them off guard, and the Mongols gradually surrounded their valiant enemies as they retreated up the slopes of Mount Nachu. Temujin was astonished to see the enemy storm down the hill in a last gasp charge and offered the Naiman honorable terms of surrender, but they preferred to fight to the last man. Tai Yang was taken prisoner and died of the wounds sustained during the battle not long afterwards. Most of his allies submitted to Temujin. At the age of 42, after suffering several setbacks over the course of his life, Temujin had vanquished his enemies and united over 30 tribes under his rule in a large tract of the Asian steppe. Temujin's victory at Chakirmot seemed decisive, but the mysterious Jamuga was still unaccounted for. While most of his followers had deserted him and submitted to Temujin, he fled into the mountains with a dwindling band of men. Upon hearing that Temujin had put a large bounty on his head, the 5 men who remained were come up and brought him to Temujin. As Temujin prized loyalty above all else, he executed Jamuga's captor for their treachery, but took considerably longer to decide on the fate of his sworn brother. Eventually, he ordered his sadistic nephew, Jigidai, to carry out a brutal execution by hacking him to pieces. In 1205, Temujin began to launch raids against the Tanguds to the south, while Supede worked to further pacify the new subjects of the Mongols by suppressing a fresh Merkit rebellion. The following year, 1206, Temujin held another Kurultai, which brought together all the Mongol nobles to officially proclaim the creation of a new Mongol empire. It was at this juncture that Temujin was given a new title, Genghis Khan, which should more accurately be rendered as Chinggis Khan. The name is usually translated as universal ruler, though recent scholarship suggests fierce ruler is a better translation. Temujin accepted the imperial throne on the condition that everyone would obey his word. After assuming imperial power, Genghis began to reward his followers. His long-standing companions, Bo-Chu and Borokur, were given the highest ranks, while likes of Jebe and Supede were ranked one step below. 4 were members of a 9-man cabinet that enjoyed the greatest privileges and took part in key decision-making alongside the Khan. While Genghis had united the tribes of Mongolia through conquest, he faced a monumental task in eliminating various tribal and clan loyalties to forge a single Mongol nation. In order to achieve this, Genghis set out to build a new political system in which his subjects placed allegiance to the Khan and the Mongol nation above kinship ties. The success of this would depend on his ability as Khan to provide his people with huge amounts of wealth, plundered from enemies through new conquests. This incentive system demanded frequent campaigns outside the new empire's borders, and Genghis consequently continued the military reorganization that he had started in the latter stages of his unification campaigns. The basic organizational unit in the new decimal system was the Min-Chan, or 1,000 men, though the formidable 2 men or 10,000 is more widely known. Since each of Genghis's subjects was attached to a Min-Chan, this decimal system was also intended to replace the old social structure of clans and tribes. While most of the leaders of the Min-Chans were from the old aristocracy, a significant minority had more humble origins, reflecting the meritocratic ethos that had allowed Genghis to find some of his greatest commanders among the lower classes. To cap it all off, Genghis strengthened his bodyguard, or Keshik, to over 10,000 men, who were recruited from the sons of powerful men to ensure their good behavior. Genghis gave his 4 sons senior responsibilities. Duhib was master of the hunt. Chagatai was responsible for enforcing the new law code. Ogide served as head of the nascent civil bureaucracy, and the youngest, Tolui, was named commander-in-chief. Despite this, Genghis's sons complained that they lacked military authority, and apart from Tolui, Their military authority only extended to their own Minchans. This prompted Genghis to set up a new division of empire to placate his sons in 1209. 45,000 men were divided amongst Genghis's family members, and the 4 sons were each given own fiefs with the potential of further expansion. While Genghis stipulated that these realms would be subject to control by the central government, the imperial princes often ignored the officials appointed by their father to monitor their activities, and their domains would eventually form the basis of increasingly independent states under their descendants. As part of his state-building program, Genghis introduced a new law code known as the Great Yasa. While large parts of the Yasa codified the traditional customs of the steppe peoples, it was also an attempt to establish a common set of laws for the new Mongol nation. Part of the code took the form of military regulations concerning the mobilization of armies, the duties of officers, and the punishment they would suffer if they failed to carry out those duties. With regard to taxation, Genghis gave generous exemptions to religious leaders and foreign merchants. While the Khan maintained his traditional pagan beliefs, his policy of religious toleration would eventually allow him and his successors to rule over a vast empire of Buddhists, Muslims, Nestorian Christians, and Confucians right across Asia. He maintained good relations with the Muslim merchants who operated along the Silk Road to the west and sought Mongol assistance to access the Chinese markets to the east. There were also harsh elements to this. For instance, the Yasa mandated the death penalty for a wide range of crimes, including lying, contaminating running water, and the failure to share food with strangers. Though wealthy criminals could often escape capital punishment by paying large fines. The Yasa only applied to Mongols, and there was little consideration for the fate of foreigners. Accordingly, the Mongols habitually captured foreign women on campaign and took them as concubines. Genghis and his sons had the first pick of the female captives, and he would go on to have 23 official wives and a harem of over 500 women. Some geneticists and historians have speculated that as many as 16 million people today may be descended from Genghis Khan. Over the course of the 3 years between 1206 and 1209, Genghis continued to make changes to his new military organization, and parts of the Keshik or bodyguard were assigned specialist duties such as intelligence gathering, surveying and map-making, and organizing the supplies for the army. In peacetime, the annual hunt organized by Jochi served as the main form of training for Genghis's armies. As in a military campaign, the two men would work together and surround the animals across a large area before gradually closing in for the kill. Anyone who allowed an animal to escape the net or killed an animal before the Khan's arrival was subject to severe penalties. Once everything was ready, Genghis and his inner circle would descend upon the encircled animals before allowing the officers and their men to complete the slaughter. The exercise not only enabled the Mongol armies to practice their maneuvers and communication methods, but also provided a vast quantity of food to feed the men. The Mongol cavalryman's primary weapon was the bow and arrow, and each man would carry a short-range and long-range bow. Each horse archer was equipped with 60 arrows in total, divided into short-range and long-range projectiles, though the most ferocious was the relatively small composite bow, which required great upper body strength to use effectively, but which landed arrows with devastating speed and power. Most notably, it could be fired from horseback while riding by a skilled cavalry archer. It was this weapon which would enable the enormous conquests which were to follow. Each Mongol warrior also had at least 6 horses, enabling them to travel up to 65 miles a day. The speed at which Mongol armies moved was Genghis's main strategic advantage. Since his armies were often outnumbered by the enemy, Genghis employed a range of tactics to exaggerate the size of his own forces. One of the best-known Mongol tactics was the feigned retreat. If the army was struggling to make progress against a strong defensive position, it would withdraw from the field and leave their plunder behind. While the enemy was distracted by the loot, the Mongols would turn back and cut them to pieces in the open field. Although the Mongols later employed Chinese siege engineers, they were not used to siege warfare, and Genghis initially avoided attacking well-fortified cities. He preferred to attack smaller towns and distributed the resulting plunder evenly among his otherwise unpaid troops. After his elevation as Khan, Genghis rarely took personal command of military campaigns, preferring to send his sons and senior generals instead. In 1207, he led a successful campaign against forest peoples in southern Siberia, who included the Buryat, Kyrgyz, and Uyghur. In 1208, Subutai won a crushing victory against the ever-rebellious Merkit, though he was criticized by Genghis for allowing some to escape further north. In 1209, Genghis secured the submission of the Uyghur Kingdom in East Turkestan, now the Chinese autonomous region of Xinjiang. The Uyghurs had once ruled a mighty empire that included much of Mongolia, but by the beginning of the 13th century, they had submitted to the Kara Khitai, whose empire extended from modern-day Kazakhstan into northwest China. Genghis subsequently recruited many Uyghurs into the Mongol imperial administration and adopted the Uyghur script for the first official Mongol written texts. With the conquest of the forest peoples and the submission of the Uyghurs, Genghis laid much of the groundwork for an invasion of China. Since the collapse of the Tang dynasty in 907 AD, China had been divided between a number of competing dynasties. At the beginning of the 13th century, there were four
How are you, Pascal?
states: the Jurchen Jin Empire in the northeast.
Pascal, can you hear me, Pimp? Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Pascal. How you living, Pimp? Dog. Can you hear me? Yo, Pimp. Pimp. Can you hear me, big dog? Yo, baby, can you hear me? I see you there. I like your avatar, baby. What's going on?
But it's still impossible to determine specifically what color they are. But I think we can say with some assurance is that the preponderance of the evidence suggests that they were not white, like Caucasians. They weren't like, Scarlett Johansson kind of white. They looked a little bit more like, Hispanic individuals, they look probably a little bit more like So,
Yo, what's up, pimp? How you living?
sorry, I'm busy.
You're good. What's good?
Yeah.
How'd you find out about me?
I was actually listening to the song.
You were what?
I was in server.
I know.
I was listening to the sound.
How did you find out about me?
Okay, I was in the server with you. And then today, with this, what's it called? Can you hear me?
Yeah, baby. What's up?
I was in the server with you today. I was listening to the song. Those sounds, relaxation sound that was dropped in the server today.
Okay, very
So I
cool.
saw a video of you.
Okay, very cool. How's your day going?
Oh, nice.
Excellent. Well,
Nice.
I'm just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy, okay?
Oh, okay. Okay. Very nice. Interesting passages that refer to possibly darkness in the sense that they were at some level understood to be other, but at the same time they're also part of the community as well. Moses, for example, in Numbers 12, there's a whole discussion of the fact that he married a woman from Cush being the ancient term for Ethiopia. So on the one hand, the fact that she was identified differently, either by her place of geographic origin or possibly by her skin color, which I could easily mean an Ethiopian color woman as opposed to Ethiopian origin. But at the same time, she's Moses, who's white. I mean, you can't get much more into Jewish royalty than marrying Moses. So even though she's identified as somewhat other, she's also intrinsically the same. And we also have this passage in Song of Songs, which is a highly allegorical representation of the communication between God and the Jewish people. That's how it's understood in the rabbinic vision. And this passage here, the figure representing the Jewish people says, Shemora Ani V'Na'avra, which is translated, I am black, but comely. That's beautiful. That's love.
Yo, pimp. Can I what? Dude, I can't hear what you're saying. Say it again.
Busy.
Okay, that's cool, man.
To summarize what we know from the data about Jewish skin color based on, some common sense, some current ethnographic data, some biblical texts, and what limited archaeological evidence we have. So the next big question is, okay, how did Ashkenazim specifically become white eligible? And I want to emphasize here this point that, you could simply say become white, but that's not at all accurate because whiteness is a social subject in so many ways, a social construct, and people are accepted or not accepted as white, which means essentially, live in the higher status of society based on a whole host of factors, of which complexion is only one of them. And quite often there is kind of like a spectrum of skin colors that can still, as they say, pass. For Jews, whiteness was really not extended to them, as people want to say, Ashkenazi Jews here in America, really until the 1940s. In that brief honeymoon period after the Holocaust, which unfortunately seems to be waning now, where Jews were seen as part of the great triumvirate of American society, Protestant, Catholic, Jew, the idea of building a society that could keep all of these different peoples together. Obviously, it did not extend to all peoples, but that's when sociology the media out the West Coast, everything from maybe Rosie to various permutations of Jews being accepted in society and acting as comedians, things like that. So Jews were white primarily in the 1940s. Irish people also had to be white. That occurred at the end of the 19th century into the 20th century. Italians also, around the same time as Jews, a little bit earlier, were also white and became, so to speak, white Irish. There is a certain point, however, where a skin tone is too dark to easily extend the whiteness to them. I'm not saying that as a positive thing, but that's simply how it works. So let's get to the more simple question. Okay, we know a little bit about how Jews became white eligible and how they were considered white in American society in particular, but how did they get this specific skin tone? I mean, how did you take a picture and it looks sort of like this? Scientific article, is preprint. It's going to be appearing in a very prestigious scientific journal that is based on a study of graves that were uncovered in Erfurt, Germany. Here is a photograph of the site where the graves were uncovered, just outside the old city wall. You can see in the top picture, there's a big kind of like granary there, and on the right, there's the old city wall. And immediately below the granary, they found these graves. The article is by S. Waldman et al. There's about 30 authors. And it's genome-wide data from medieval German Jews show that the Ashkenazi founder event predated the 14th century. I'm going to unpack this very important title shortly. Basically, what they did, here is a rare moment where you have an opportunity to study the DNA of individuals at a specific moment in time and look at the unfolding genetic history of a people. They did so with great respect. As Waldman and others are at Hebrew University, many of them are respected institutions, but they went to halakhic authorities to ask, like, how are we allowed to study these bones? Because we have lots of questions that we can ask these bones, but there's a lot of halakhic ramifications around disturbing graves at all. So they received permission to study the teeth that were already dislodged from the skulls of their own teeth. In that matter, are not considered part of the dead body. They aren't like intrinsic to it. They've already fallen off of the skull, so to speak. So they lovingly took these teeth and they analyzed DNA from there. They also did some fascinating things with analyzing the enamel of the teeth, and they were able to figure out some great things about the diet and water supply and so on. But let's focus on the genetic material. The graveyard was dated fairly accurately to right about 1350. There was one person there who died from obvious violence of head trauma, but it does not appear that this was a graveyard that was populated as a result of an uprising connected with the Black Death. It was probably just a normal graveyard, and there were some people who, this one individual there who did die as a result of violence, but most apparently died normal deaths. So what did they learn from his teeth and DNA? Basically, they were able to date the founder event, what that means, and it has huge implications for our question of Jews and color. So have a look at this diagram here, which shows a genetic bottom. The bottom end is earlier in time, and the top end is contemporary period. So here at the bottom, you've got Jews in ancient Israel, right? Jews living in the land of Israel for millennia, and then they have two. And at the very top, this is modern Ashkenazi Jews, like me, and I assume a lot of people on this spot. In the ancient period, you've got lots of people in with the small original Jewish community that's associated with Abraham. You have people like the Bible refers to Ruth, Noah, I would just say that there's people like Josephus was our primary source for this period. He often exaggerates numbers, but many historians think he's probably pretty accurate in this period. He writes about 97,000 Jews being shipped off into slavery. And then 60 years later, you have another revolt, the Bar Kokhba rebellion, and in 135, the land is once again denuded of people, particularly in Judea itself, and Jews are shipped off to Rome for the slave markets, or also in Asia Minor and other cities. So now, by the way, there is a population literature that goes back well into the first century before the Common Era, even some scattered references to the second century before the Common Era, when Judah Maccabee first made a pact with the Romans. And we have corresponding evidence from Cicero and various other Roman authors. So now we've got a big population.
I redesigned
And
you guys' logo
they become free. And they're
So today I tried redesigning this restaurant's logo, and yeah, she didn't really love it. I saw the Southern restaurant downtown. The logo wasn't bad, but it wasn't really telling their story. Here's why. The font's busy, it's hard to read, and the logo doesn't say homemade comfort food. But I think we can get more customers into the building if we leaned into the restaurant's identity. You can't expect people to see the quality of your restaurant if your logo doesn't say it. But if we show some character with this rustic farmhouse font and make the logo clean and legible, the message becomes clear. So I made this clean, rustic, inviting, a logo that makes you think, yeah,
this is
I eat there. I'm not trying to sell anything right now. Don't worry about that. No, I just want to see what you guys think. And I'm wondering if that's a style you guys want to, go with in the future. She wasn't really feeling it. Kind of disappointing. Not everybody will see your vision right away. But I'll keep designing until somebody does.
So let's go back to where we are here. The founder event happens around 800 CE, and the remains that were studied in this particular paper come from Erfurt a good 500 years later. And by studying the DNA of these teeth, they're able to draw connections backwards and specifically prove this trend that we're all descend from a small group of northern Italian people. One thing that is not supported by the data, and I don't want to go down a rabbit hole here, but they're anti-Semites in particular are very enamored with these pieces that Ashkenazi Jews have nothing to do with the Middle East at all, that they are actually a Central Asian people called the Khazars. You know that some weird event that happened in the 8th century where some Khazars apparently converted to Judaism. Fascinating, not for us today to go into detail, but the Khazarian thesis, which is advanced by people who want to try, frequently advanced by people who want to try and undercut the Ashkenazi connection to the land of Israel and the biblical people. Central Asians who pretend to be connected with the biblical land. The DNA data was studied and many others did not support that. All along with which
it's the branch. I don't think it's
historical records. So it's just one of those crazy flat. Bottom line, what exactly are the Ashkenazi made of? Have a look at this map.
Come in.
This is a DNA mapping projection that
Oh, a tree is going to
personal data confirms this basic element. That big purple line represents
He's about done.
Probably around the first and second century, making their way to Italy, big Italian companies there, and then up into Germany, where they formed the group of the Ashkenazi. From there, they spread out to the east, in particular, that's where the Western Mediterranean, Polish, Romanian population really expands, and where there are some Sephardic mixtures, there's some green lines there,
Right there. Yep. Get the knife.
South Coast of North Africa, and there's not much talking about every single group, but it does what the numbers look like. Study the DNA of these airport Ashkenazi families, who, by the way, this story that appeared in the Times today, are remarkably similar to modern Ashkenazi Jews. In fact, modern Ashkenazi Jews have a much narrower spectrum.
Miss Aquarius, how you doing, girl?
I'm good. Hi, Rabbi.
How are you?
Hi.
What's good?
Is this what's up? I'm cold now. I'm cold. I just got back in my bed. I'm cold.
All right. Well, this is a perfect place to get warm.
I am. I'm cold.
Are you going to take a nap?
I took one earlier. Yeah, I might take another one. Once I got through eating, I'm just cold now.
Well, that's good.
So I might be taking one to warm up.
All right, we'll get under the covers. You know how it is.
Yeah, I am. Do I don't like. I like to be cold.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't like to be cold. I don't like to be hot. I like to be just right.
Of course.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'll be back later so we can play a game, okay?
Sounds like a plan.
All right.
A large chunk, 45 to 70% of the DNA of those airport Jews came from here. Slightly different balances between South and North, slightly different proportions between the two communities of Jews that are represented in Erfurt, but this tells the whole story about the lighter complexion. Ashkenaz Jews look lighter skinned primarily because they passed through Italy over the course of 800 odd years before they decided to make their way up to Germany. Once they got to Germany, they basically didn't intermarry at all. A very, very small number, a huge level of endogamy that resulted in the white. There you go. That's basically the story of how Jews got to be eligible. Ashkenazi Jews got to be white. To return to the larger perspective, what difference does any of this make? And a lot of data from archaeology, from biblical texts, rabbinic texts, from DNA studies. What difference does it make? I'm proud to be working very closely with current publishers on three-volume history of Jews. One of the reasons why I was very honored to accept an offer to go by them, besides the fact they have some amazing people that I look up to, Rabbi Sash, so I love that they think in a broad sense about world truth. This is one of the projects for which they are most proud, the production of the world's first Amharic civil enterprise. That is, this is the first printed volume in Amharic, one of the languages used by Ethiopian Jews, to allow them to go to their native language and have that facing Hebrew translation so they can make access to the Hebrew original, to which they were largely shut out for many, many hundreds of years. Theirs is a message of
Theirs is a message
family. Like families, we have tremendous diversity. This is something that comes across very powerful
after I fill up bottle jack, and every single time you got pool of oil all over the ground. See, we gotta try this. Right there's my jack. Let's get one. It's gonna be. Let's put some oil in it. You can see it's all oily from spilling everywhere. These things are the most convenient thing to use, but they put such a small hole for filling them. It's hard to hit. So let's get some oil. All right, I'm gonna use transmission fluid. Let's see if it works. Like this hole is so hard to hit. Okay, let's try and see if it
Really, we should be focusing on the things that mean something to us. The final thing I'd like to get across here is that as I was doing my research, I came across this wonderful channel that is run by a beautiful couple who has the last name Hart.
Where are you gonna find a funnel that small? Fuck's sake.
The word art. And when you go on their channel, they're very charming and articulate and straightforward. I highly recommend you check them out and subscribe. They're talking about things that mean a lot to them. They're talking about things like marriage and creating a family unit. And I look at this and I just say, wow, they're so excited about Judaism. I want some of that excitement to rub off on me. And I don't want to spend time thinking about creating my life. And I wish that other people would feel similar. With that, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and for the patience that you've shown by listening to this webinar. I'm going to stop talking now and turn it over to Rabbi Posey to direct us into the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this. This is absolutely fascinating. This is so important, especially for the time of the study.
Hello, everyone. I hope you are all doing well. Thank you so much for all the positive feedback I received from last week's lecture. I hope that we'll be able to cover some similar ground tonight as we look specifically at Jews of Africa. You know, to try and actually encompass that topic within a 1 hour lecture is absurd. It's just like saying, who are the Jews of Europe or the Jews of Israel? It's extremely complex and very, very diverse topic. Africa is a huge continent with thousands of ethnicities and languages, and Jews are similarly diverse within the continent. My goal for tonight is to try and give you a very broad overview, focusing specifically on the Jews of Ethiopia, about whom we know the most. And then we're going to come back to North America and talk about the populations of Jews from Africa in America. So that's the plan for tonight. But here, have a look at the satellite photograph of Africa. We've got Jews in Africa, ahead of the biblical Jews in Alexandria. So we spent a little bit of time at that location. We've got Jews in Alexandria, Egypt, very important site, location of antiquity. Iran, Carthage, Jews in Ethiopia. By the way, I'm putting these up kind of like in chronological order of when lots of Jews in Algeria and in Morocco. And we have several West African regions that support Jewish populations. Much of the background historical information is largely lost, very difficult to filter out, but the entire continent is represented. Of course, we go to sub-Saharan Africa. Oh, I forgot to mention Fustat, which is, of course, the home of Maimonides, just outside Cairo, major Jewish center. But if you move to sub-Saharan Africa, you have, of course, South Africa, which has lots of Jews. Most of them are immigrants from Lithuania. So they were the Ashkenazi Jews who transplanted themselves in the 19th century in particular to that region. But they're all African Jews, really quite diverse. You'll notice, of course, that the largest section of these blocks is in the northern part of the country. That stands to reason because it's always been basically an ancient highway for Jews making their way along the coast up to Spain and then further on into Europe. And we have lots of archaeological evidence and literary evidence of Jews who are living in the northern part of Africa, really since antiquity. Moving further south, it gets a little bit more complex. Now, before we actually look at some of these populations, I want to touch on a few things that are important for us to bear in mind as we explore the history of the Jews of Africa. The first is something that came up in last week's talk, and lots of people sent me this reference from the Mishnah, which was very helpful. Thank you very much for sending it to me. Please don't send it anymore because now I have it. But I had opened up this important Mishnah, which really would have supported a lot of the arguments that we had discussing, like what exactly did the ancient Jews probably look like. So this text is from the Mishnah, which would date from about the year 200 at the latest. It probably goes back far earlier. And it's speaking about the skin diseases and how they are treated in the Bible. This is a whole discussion in the book of Leviticus. And this is like a very critical discussion for experts on how we're supposed to deal with these kinds of skin diseases and so on. And notice that in Jewish thought, skin diseases are of a spiritual nature, and they specifically affect Jews for various transgressions like character assassination, like that. So we're talking now about Jews. Look at the first line, look at the English here. The bright spot in a German appears as dull white. So the Hebrew term is Germani, but the country of Germany doesn't exist in the 2nd century. But the region that we would associate today with Germany and with northern France, and so that was known as Germania or Germania, and it's so referred to in the ancient Talmud as well. So a German person, here we're talking about a German Jewish person. If you had a Jewish person who came all the way from Lamia, if they had a bright spot on their arm, which would require some kind of purification ritual, it would have dull white. However, because the skin tone of an Ethiopian is quite different from a German, it will look different. And the dull white, the text reads, spot in an Ethiopian appears as bright white. And basically, this is sort of an antique scientific document, a diagnostic manual to help specialists try to figure out how to diagnose this tzara spot on people of various ethnicities with different skin tones. Then the text continues. Rabbi Ishmael says the children of Israel, and then kind of like a pious phrase, may I be an atonement for them, are like boxwood, neither black nor white, but an intermediate shade. So this is an interesting thing. He actually gives us a marker to try and determine what did the skin tone of ancient Israelites, at least from the 2nd century, look like. This is what boxwood looks like. It looks a little bit more olivey than my skin. I'm looking at my skin here. And there's a few different tones that would happen if it's sealed or if you look at end grain. But I think that basically comports with the image that we had prior, that the Jews of antiquity probably had skin tones somewhere in the family. But please note, very importantly, that Mishnah is talking about all Jews of a variety of skin tones. The Mishnah specifically outlines those Jews who are, of the same lineage as Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, so on and so forth. But that there are also Jews who are Germans and are Ethiopians as well. In other words, kind of like a big tent Judaism, which I think is very important for our discussion as well. One of the negative aspects of this overall story, however, is something known as the Hamitic myth. And this comes from a rather bizarre story that occurs in the book of Genesis, where Noah, who is shown here, he looks like he's passed out. They land the ark somewhere around Mount Ararat in Turkey. He gets out and immediately he plants vines and he drinks the fruit of the vine, which gets him drunk, and he passes out naked. His sons, Shem and Ham and Japheth, discover him. And Shem and Japheth, although Japheth here is showing he's covering his eyes, doesn't want to see his father's nakedness, Shem is covering him up. Ham, and specifically his son Canaan, mock their father in a situation. There's implications to Midrash as well. And as a result, Noah finally comes to, he places a curse on Canaan, the son of Ham. And that curse is associated in much of rabbinic literature with African servitude. And that's a very hard thing to sort of dislodge from much of the the subsequent 2,000 years of the literary tradition. If we had more time, I would go into the various apologetics to try and understand how that can, work with the more inclusive model that most of the texts provide for us. But I think the best way to understand this is the way Ephraim Goldberg, Rabbi Goldberg from Boca Raton, once says that this particular midrash is just a great example of why you shouldn't teach all midrashim to children. That some passages really have to be saved and studied later and so on. But nevertheless, there is this Hamitic myth which runs as kind of like a scarlet thread through any discussion of Africans in the Jewish tradition, and is often a rather negative one. Now, Maimonides, though, is more to the mainstream of Jewish ideology with this, and perhaps most powerful example of his defense of Jews who come to Judaism later on in their lives is this remarkable letter that he wrote to Obadiah the convert. Maimonides, like all the great rabbis of history, would receive all kinds of letters, she'elot, questions, that would be sent to them asking them, what is the halakha, in this case, the law require in this case, and so on. And this one, Obadiah, wrote to Maimonides and told him that this is just an excerpt of part of Maimonides' response. He said to him, where I live, there are people who tell me that because I converted to Judaism, I cannot read the same prayers as all the others. I have to change the language so that it doesn't, when the verse says, our God, I have to say essentially their God, because I'm not part of our, and especially phrases like God of our fathers, which is an extremely important phrase that occurs frequently in the text, the God of our fathers. What do I do about this? I feel badly because my fathers were not Jewish, and yet, I want to pray for them. And Maimonides said, very clearly, yes, you may say all this in the prescribed order and not change it in the least. In the same way as every Jew by birth says his blessing prayer, you too shall bless and pray alike, whether you are alone or pray in the congregation. And the letter goes on. I highly recommend you read the entire thing. It's quite a remarkable smackdown of those who would suggest that these converts to Judaism are any less Jewish than anyone else. Maimonides says they are firmly within the tradition. So now that we have established a little bit of the parameters of the question, is Judaism colorblind? I would like to argue that for the most part it is, but there are some disturbing passages to the contrary. We should answer the very big question, what exactly is a Jew we're talking about? And Rabbi, don't worry, I'm not going to go into this deeply because this is one of the most complicated discussions in Jewish history and thought ever. As I mentioned briefly earlier, there are basically two ways to become a Jew. One is to be born of a Jewish mother, kind of like a tribal affiliation, although it's not really tribal because normally tribal status would be conferred through the father, but for the vast majority of the last 2,000 years, that has been the standard of admission to the Jewish people. If your mother is Jewish, regardless of who your father is. Now, true, when you read the Bible, there are lots of passages where it seems that Judaism is rather patrilineal, following after the father. And so there's a lot of discussion in rabbinic literature and the Talmud and so on. How do we derive the idea of matrilinealism exclusively? In another lecture, I'll discuss this in more detail, but I'm not going to go into it today. But until you get to the 20th century, specifically the 1980s, when the Reform movement instituted a decision on patrilineal status, which provoked a certain amount of consternation for 30 days, the standard traditional way of becoming a Jew was through one's mother. Now, conversion, on the other hand, is open to everyone, and it requires basically two things. The first is circumcision, obviously from men only. If a man is already circumcised, as we shall see was relevant with Ethiopian Jews because they had been practicing circumcision, there is sometimes a symbolic taking of a drop of blood to symbolize a circumcision without actually removing the force. So that usually set a fairly high bar that kept most non-ethnic Jews from converting to Judaism in the ancient period as of today. Well, second thing, immersion in a mikvah is actually much easier. A mikvah is sometimes translated as ritualarium. It's basically kind of like a pool, sort of a spa pool that has special restrictions on where the water comes from. It can't be like tap water flowing from the city. It has to be water that comes from the rain or from the ocean without traveling through metal pipes and things like that. But basically, immersion in mikvah, pretty easy. And the third one, which is the cause of most of the controversy then and now, is acceptance of the commandments. So, what exactly does acceptance mean? Since following the religion of Judaism involves a lifelong dedication to the study of the commandments, how can you accept them before you have studied them all? And furthermore, we are imperfect as human beings. We may accept them now, but what if we have a crisis of conscience? And what if we just eat a cheeseburger or something? What happens to a person who eats a burger and then, has a moment of weakness? So this is where the rabbis get involved and where I basically step off with them. But these are the three basic things that allow a person to come into the Jewish community. And as we shall see, it's especially relevant when we get to the Jews of Africa. Okay, so much for the kind of introductory material. African Jews in antiquity. We actually have quite a few African communities in antiquity. What we can say with some confidence is that they are not based on the so-called lost tribes, which is in itself sort of a mismatch. The Bible describes the population transfer policy of both the Assyrians and later the Babylonians that wreaked havoc on ancient Israel. The Assyrians in particular, in the 8th century, removed huge swaths of Jews from the northern part of Israel and shipped them off to regions within their large empire, largely as a way of trying to control popular dissent. It was like essentially a divide and rule strategy, where if you take away especially the young males and you remove them from their homeland and you send them very, very far away, then there won't be anyone to rebel in this territory, and it will act as a break as well on uprisings far away because they won't necessarily be able to have the same connection with the population where they moved to. The Assyrians also moved other peoples into the land of Israel. That's a whole discussion of where the Samaritans come from, for example. So where, and by the way, the 10 tribes that we're looking at the north, it's a misnomer to think that the north is
we have 18 plays on offense. Those 18 plays, we turn the ball over, one for a touchdown. The other one's going to set up a touchdown. We can't, we got backs can't hang on to the
but it's not like a modern operation where you can actually conceive of something like a huge design environment. This was a heavy population loss, and so much so there are mentions in the Bible, but it really does not mean a complete evacuation of all the Jews. We know where those Jews went from the biblical description, specifically in the region of Hamat, and two guys shown here circles, three red circles, which include that in the modern map. Most of those 10 tribes, or the people that were displaced, were sent to what would be the borderlands of Lebanon and Syria today, or northern Syria, perhaps the Kurdish areas, and then further east from Mesopotamia, northeast of Baghdad. And it's quite possible. We do have archaeological evidence in those areas, which is really quite fascinating. There is a long period where they do try to retain their Israelite identity and so on, but ultimately they merge with the population as a whole. But that's where the 10 lost tribes end up, as best as we can tell. We don't have any indication of them making their way south to Egypt, but we do have lots of other Jewish populations in Egypt. One of the most fascinating ones, I think, is the Jewish population in Elephantine. You can see here on this map, it's in the Upper Nile.
90% of the people that I see,
the Upper Nile is in the lower part of the picture. That's because the Nile flows from south to north. So the higher elevation of the Nile is in the south. And there's this settlement there that was discovered in the 20th century that actually has a Jewish temple there. Amazingly, it was kind of like a rival temple to the temple in Jerusalem. And the temple, as you see, is like what the Jews were thinking in Elephantine to have a separate temple inside them. But we also have, the ruins of the temple have been excavated. We hear they had a lot of conflict with local resistance. The temple was also destroyed by the followers of Noon, another religion. And we also have a significant number of documents that have been stored right here in the Holy City of Brooklyn. Aramaic documents that communicate the ancient city of Elephantine and Jerusalem. And in fact, how they communicate with each other. Where did this community come from? Most scholars believe that this was originally a military colony of Jews that was set up during the period of the first and operated region 6th century before the Common Era. This is a very, very long time ago, a very significant Jewish population in the Upper Nile region. And we don't know what happened to them after their temple was destroyed. Not impossible they happened last in effect the local population because it's not that far from Ethiopia to the American otherwise. If we go to the lower Mount Delta in Africa, see there's a very close city here called Alexandria. Alexandria, established by Alexander the Great, 4th century before the Common Era, also very, very interesting. Had a huge Jewish population that is actually recorded in the writings of Philo and also like Philo and others. We know that they had a very large population in a specific Jewish quarter that occupied quite a fraction of the city. We know that they had significant conflicts with their neighbors as well, and there was actually a series of attacks on them in the context of largely a political social place. But there's no question that we've got very ancient Jewish communities living in the Egyptian region of Africa, totally separate from the entire Exodus story, which would have been, 1,200 years prior to the settlement that I'm describing in Alexandria today. Okay, so this just gives you a sense of how Israel had a tremendous amount of interaction with its neighbor to the southwest, just on the African continent, and it's not surprising that they would leave some lasting mark. Now, I mentioned many different Jewish groups, or many groups of people who identify Jewish origin in Africa. Some of them have some interesting support from DNA studies, but for the most part, there's not too direct of any literature that describes what their presence in the African continent. Maybe for exceptions that we are seeing the name of Ethiopia. We know for centuries that there was a Jewish community in Ethiopia, a living Jewish community in Ethiopia, not long as I found time for Alexandria. But the real question is because these were largely Israelis, even the Torah that they had, these different knowledge of God was in Hebrew, which was in Seir, which is a local holy language, and today they speak primarily on Torah. So they don't have a strong literary tradition. What we know about, in terms of I'll describe kind of like the legends that we have, some of which may have basis in reality. We're unable as historians to determine that historicity. The Ethiopians themselves, both, by the way, the Jewish Ethiopians and the Christian Ethiopians, tie their presence in Africa to the marriage of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. That is the dominant thinking among Ethiopians. It's recorded in the holy book, the Kebra Nagast, which was written in the 14th century. And in fact, the Lion of Judah is something that the United Jewish Appeal shares with Ethiopia as their prime symbol. So that would go way back. If we're talking about King Solomon, that would be like 1,000 years before the Common Era, because Ethiopia was very, very far back. By the way, there are some really tantalizing things about the way that Ethiopians practice Judaism that would suggest that level of antiquity is something we're on. For example, the Ethiopians had the holiday of Purim, which commemorates events that took place in Persia in the 5th century before the Common Era, right? So the whole story of Esther, Ahasuerus is set in Persia at that time, but they lack the holiday of Hanukkah, which would have taken place in the 2nd century before the Common Era. Which, if that was the only data point we had, we would be able to say with some confidence that Ethiopian Jewry dates at least from between the Persian exile and the Hanukkah Rebellion of 165. Unfortunately, it's not quite so clear, but nevertheless, there are these tantalizing associations. We also have a strange individual named Eldad Hadani, Eldad of the tribe of Dan, who's one of the 10 lost tribes, who travels through the region in the 9th century and tells a rather amazing tale of an independent Jewish kingdom in Ethiopia. His account is widely disputed by historians, and it's not clear exactly why he's telling the story and if he can be trusted, but nevertheless, it is a fairly early suggestion that in the 9th century they had an independent kingdom run by a Jewish ruler. There are also legends of a Jewish queen named Judith, or Judith, although historians largely do not ascribe to the historicity of that particular story, especially in connection with the Ethiopians. What we do have more solid ground to stand on is regarding the which is here in the south of the Arabian Peninsula. That would be today Yemen, where there was a king named Yusuf who reigned in the early 6th of the Common Era. Kind of an interesting figure who was Jewish, and also he was a very powerful ruler, and he actually waged war on Aksum, which you can see here on the left. Aksum is what the Jews would call Kush.
You might remember Purple Match.
Aksum is the city, the capital city of Ethiopia. And he waged war on Aksum, and there are many historians who argue that it was at least in the 6th century that Jews through his wife and his army into the region. Still, all of these things are largely apocryphal. We don't know how to evaluate these statements. The Ethiopians themselves developed very little written records. They will help us figure these things out. So it's very difficult to actually verify these things as a Jewish state. What we can say with great confidence is that there was a medieval Jewish people in Ethiopia. They call themselves the Beta Israel. They used to be called in Western literature the Falasha, but that is a derogatory term which they prefer not to use. But that's what we're talking about. Beta Israel is the house of Israel. That's what they would call themselves. The rest of the Jewish world knows about them largely through various travelers who make their way around the Mediterranean basin and further south to Africa. One of them, not a Jewish traveler, published this work in the 18th century that was extremely popular, and he really, gave voice to the widespread awareness that there was, in fact, this ancient Jewish people living in Ethiopia. But we have many, many other sources besides James Bruce in the 18th century. We have, we mentioned him last week, Benjamin Sudella. We have the great scholar Rabbi Ovadia of Bertinoro. That's a major commentator on the Mishnah, known simply as the Rav, the rabbi, and he encounters and interviews Ethiopian Jews. And so there's lots and lots of examples, Gaddafi and Regensburg, and many others, who attest to the fact that they come from us in a lot of ways, but they are in fact there. So, but with James Bruce's popularization of their accounts, this sort of brought unwanted attention to the Ethiopian Jews because it was primarily Christian proselytizing efforts directed at them, because there's something special about finding an ancient Jewish community and turning them over to Christianity that must have appealed to a lot of early, convert seekers. And so there was a renewed attention from Europeans on the Beta Israel from the 18th century on. In the 19th century, the organized Jewish community gets much more involved, and they begin to have delegations going to the Ethiopian Jews, working with them, and working to reintegrate them into the larger Jewish population. But this attention from outsiders did not improve their local situation in Ethiopia. It's believed that at this time, that's when they acquired the name Falasha, which means something like outsider or wanderer. And they began to find themselves the ironic, it's not really ironic, it's the Jewish condition, but they began to find themselves the targets of anti-Semitism. So that's one of the, the downsides of being Jewish, I guess. But at the same time, if, in halakhic literature, a person insists on his Jewish identity despite persecution, it's another argument to validate his claims of Jewish identity, because why would anyone want to go through that? The Ethiopian Jews make a huge change for themselves in the 20th century in particular. Over the course of the 20th century, when some important figures like Yosef Halevi and his student Faithowich come to the Ethiopian Jews and begin to give them Hebrew literacy, introduce them to many texts which they had never seen before of the Jewish tradition, and many organized Jewish communities begin to form linkages with the Beit Israel. And especially after the establishment of the State of Israel, there's an increasing demand that both from the Beit Israel themselves and also from the large Jewish world to bring this long-lost sibling of the Jewish world into Israel per se. That eventually happens with tremendous success in the last decades of the 20th century. But let's understand a little bit of the roots of determining with absolute clarity that in fact they are Jewish. Perhaps the most important figure in this debate is Rabbi David Ibn Zimra, known as the Radbaz, who was an extremely important rabbi who lived in Cairo at the turn of the 16th century. He interviewed Ethiopian Jews. Again, Cairo is not that far from Ethiopia. He interviewed them and he laid down a very important psak, or a very important decision, which reads as follows: those who come from the land of Cush, right, that would be Ethiopia, are without doubt of the tribe of Dan. And because there are not among them scholars, masters of tradition, they seize unto themselves the literal meaning of Scripture. They are like children who were kidnapped and have been raised among non-Jews. So this is a huge statement that had tremendous ramifications for the Beit Yisrael. Even though it's dated from like the year 1500, nevertheless it's hugely influential later on as well. And many contemporary rabbis like Great Avadi Yosef, the chief Sephardic rabbi, was completely in consonance with this idea. But Radbaz alludes to the fact that they had largely lost rabbinic tradition. Their holy books were limited to parts of the Tanakh, the Hebrew scriptures, including parts that we did not include in our holy scriptures, apocryphal books. That is, books that if you go to a Christian Bible, you'll find a whole bunch of them at the end. These are works of antiquity that were translated to Ge'ez, and then they were incorporated into the Ethiopian Bible at some point in the long history. They also lacked widespread literacy and placed a tremendous amount of emphasis on their leaders, their rabbinic leaders, who they call Kohanim, and they were the repositories of all knowledge. And since they were operating out the basic tools of Jewish literacy, many of the customs and practices of the Ethiopian Jews were quite foreign to modern Jews. So when the Radbaz was undoubtedly aware of these things, and that's why he adds this last part, that they are like children who were kidnapped. This is a technical term of the Talmud. Kidnapped children, they are fully Jewish, but since they lacked the upbringing that would accrue to a normal Jewish childhood.
Amy Oates, we've been talking about this. Come on over and talk to me here. We've been talking about this being a
basis. They can't be held culpable for the things that they do in contravention of Jewish law. So a tremendous amount of extra tolerance has to be paid for that in order to integrate them back into the rest of the world. When in the 20th century the State of Israel was established, and there were increasing movements such as Operation Solomon, which was a remarkable area of thousands of Ethiopians in a very short time. Literally, you can see a whole bunch of Ethiopians coming off the transport way into Israel for the first time. There were many calls for at least some kind of symbolic conversion, because even if we were to affirm the notion that they are all descended from original
He's a Karl Malone. What do you think about when Karl Malone gets included on teams like this? I like it. I mean, I think he's top 20 greatest players. He's a Karl Malone. What about his off the court stuff? You know, does that factor in at all? I really don't know a lot of off the court stuff about Karl. He got a 13-year-old pregnant.
Of controversy, this is after all the state of Israel, everything happens controversy. They created something.
Timeout. You need a timeout? A 30-second?
I
need a fucking full timeout. You wait a second. I have a question. Talk to me. When you said 13-year-old pregnant, was he 16? I think he was a grown-up. Let's check. He was 20, and he got a 13-year-old pregnant. That doesn't seem cool to me.
Some people thought it was someone insulting, that after the persecution that they suffered for so many hundreds of years, they should be asked to
the kid did go on to go to the, I think the NFL. Demetrius Bell was his name, but I don't think Carlton was in his life at all, and he said he treated like his mom went to the sperm bank. Oh, I am. That degree, the fuck off. Like, I don't. Yeah, that's bad. Is it true? And this is documented? True and documented. I didn't even know this. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's my thing, bro. I didn't know this at all. So, like, you never heard this? No. Was this girl in Utah? No, it was in Louisiana. I think it was when he was at Louisiana Tech. And he still went to the NBA? Yeah. It's wild, isn't it?
Let's move to America, as I suggested.
What do you think about when
the American experience with Africa, of course, is heavily tainted by the experience of the disastrous, horrific transatlantic slave trade, which brought millions of Africans against their will to these shores and those of South America and put them into forced servitude for the rest of their lives. It's impossible, especially in the space of a short lecture like this, to encompass the degree of human suffering that accompanied this kind of massive displacement. But I'd like to focus on one specific aspect of that, is that we should recall, as we mentioned at the beginning, Africa is a hugely diverse society, multiple languages, multiple peoples and ethnicities, and the slave traders couldn't care less. They simply shunted them all into these overcrowded boats, and those that managed to survive the transatlantic passage were brought into communities that had, no commonalities of language or place and so on. And they're left essentially to fend for themselves without the tremendous support of a cultural community. And that's one of the aspects that's really genocidal of the transatlantic slave trade, is the removal of the cultural glue that held together these peoples. And so in America, to a large degree, Africans, even in the late 19th century, there's still this legacy of, what are my origins? If they can't trace themselves back.
What did we learn about
Africa,
Genghis Khan?
They're kind of historically separated.
Fucked a lot of bitches. YouTube.
Kind of eventuality, which thankfully Jews never had to deal with in the same way. Now, what about the question of Jews?
The Golden Hour Pimp.
I wish I could say to you that Jews were completely innocent of this gross crime against humanity. But we should bear in mind, first of all, they weren't. But we should bear in mind that in many ways it's not appropriate for us in the 21st century to expect people in the...
Gosh damn, I'm dropping facts today. Well, I mean, that's terrible.
Slavery was incredibly widespread, completely accepted, and to refuse to have slaves on moral grounds was something that was only when you get into the 18th and 19th century something that was looked upon with favor. Otherwise, it was considered simply part of European life. But once we acknowledge that fact that yes, so Jews did own slaves, their role in the slave trade is highly exaggerated.
Gosh damn, I'm dropping facts there.
Well, I mean, that's terribly obvious, but the other one you were just wrong about, so I don't understand it.
I feel good about it.
Okay, no, that's good. And honestly, I love you for that, and I appreciate you, and I don't want you to change it.
Friends that laugh, we're friends that shout. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. Ooh, yeah. Show you use the love, just rebranded enough. It's stronger, better, bigger power goes in. Ooh, yeah. Show you use the love, just rebranded enough. It's stronger, better, bigger power goes in the cold hour. It's the cold hour.
What's up with, what do you mean you look like you're flying a plane? Don't you look like this every time? I don't understand. It's the headphones, you don't normally wear that. You have the cool earring. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I've never really
No, without the headphones.
Oh, really?
Without the headphones, I look like a gay flight attendant.
Oh, yeah, well.
Now I look like I drive this bitch.
What is it about flight attendants that he's gay? It's so weird, though, that, like, gay guys do that. Like, then when they get so high up, they're like, all right, fuck guys now.
I'll tell you this. I was in
It's elevation.
I was going home with Alice, and like so they said the guy announces, "Hey, we're gonna be late." The flight attendant left their ID at the hotel, and we have to wait for them.
Oh, go.
Oh, hell no.
Hey, murder everyone, dude! No. Dude, are you? Listen, I almost missed my flight. I almost missed my next flight. But then the guy comes walking in. Everybody's looking at him like this, like, what?
Oh, my God.
I didn't understand it. I said, get someone else.
Yeah, crazy.
Hey, but back to Chris's point, what is it about really nurses and flight attendants, if they're male, they just love cock?
It's the
I wonder why they're drawn to it.
What it is, but if you get above, 20,000 feet, you have to
10,000.
You have to take it.
I think because it was originally a job that in the old time that women, it was stewardess, right? Which they got rid of that.
Oh, so it's safe. So it's safe.
Nurse,
Like it's safe.
Yeah.
and cheerleader,
Right. And now the gays, which more power to them, they're just like, no. But here's the thing: only cheerleader, that person comes off gay, right? No, flight attendant.
Yes.
You always tell you have a gay flight attendant.
I don't know. You have a gay flight attendant, but it doesn't mean. I think 100% of the time.
Sure, yeah,
cheerleader is gay.
Yeah,
you have to
I
say,
guess, yeah.
but not a
Oh, no, I think flight attendants batting like 95% gay.
It's up there, but cheerleader's higher.
It's
though.
very rare.
Cheerleader's higher though.
It has to be.
But yes,
Maybe also Rams game, dude. This guy's got more makeup.
With the male cheerleaders?
Yeah.
No, that's different though. Them boys are one broken ankle away from going full trans. But with the flight attendants, it's always weird to me with the flight attendants when they're big people.
Yeah.
You know damn well this ain't the gig for you.
Right.
You're too big to be fit through the aisle.
Yeah, be tiny and gay. Be a little wispy.
Yes. Yes.
Float around, dude. We're there. Be a little Casey. Is that what we're trying to say? Casey's too thick.
You know, back in the day, they used to have weight limits for flight attendants. They used to make them weigh in like models.
License. You said, dude, they were. Where was I? Where somebody was telling me it wasn't my flight, but somebody was telling me that they had to use. They were like. They needed to switch the seats because the weight was different on one side than it was the other side. The plane was too small.
That kind of shit scares me. When I'm on a plane and they go,
that has to be a private plane.
Adjust. I'm like, hold on. This is you're telling me that's a thing out there. Once you get the prop plane, the prop propeller, the prop, when you can see them on the outside, that's even yeah.
Oh, but also talk about fat shaming. If they came up to Eric like, hey, my man, you might go to the other side. You know.
Yeah, I'm the lightest guy here.
You are looking skinny though. You are looking skinny, Eric.
I'm the lightest guy here.
I am. Well, no, I'm saying, but these guys don't count.
They're not real people.
No.
What do you weigh, Chris? What are you about? About 40?
202.
In the morning.
Oh wow, you're light.
You're light.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, I weighed myself this morning. And I was like,
202, but I'm losing. I was 210. I'm losing. I guess I was in bad shape. I don't think I ever. Funny, like when you're in bad shape, but you're in the sneaky bad shape where you don't realize until you see an old picture of yourself and you're like, what the fuck? You know?
Yeah.
So yeah. Well, I'm down 12. Yeah, that's great. That's great. The fastest work. I've been at the gym. I've been eating a little better. You know, it's easier because now I was home this weekend, so it's just easier to get to a routine, bro. I got to go to Miami next weekend. Shout out Miami. It's going to sell out. Get your tickets now. But, bro, I mean, it's going to be so hard.
Oh, and speaking of everybody,
Also, Houston, go to getticketschrisLay.com.
yay! Join the Patreon because we're doing Chris and I are going to do the newlywed game. Our wives are.
Oh, yeah. Our wives are coming into our show.
Cool.
Join our Patreon. So join our Patreon for that.
Oh, Eric, your boy Matt Rife bought that haunted house, the Annabelle house.
Yeah, man. Ain't that crazy?
Well, yeah.
Dude, that's what. If I had his money, I'd do the exact same shit. I love that stuff. Love it.
You know that.
Love it.
Bro, he'd be what do you call him? Refurbishing? What
Refinancing?
House, redoing like all the serial killer houses, you know. Just be,
he would redo the Dahmer place.
Yeah, you build a house back on the place. Even where they demolish them, they're like, I gotta build a thing.
I mean, it's like, you know, it's a kind of a destination spot.
Where is it?
I'm not sure where it is, but I know that they.
So this is the thing about this, and this is
It's on the East Coast.
This is cool, and this is, you know, props to him for getting into other, you know, areas of business, you know. But I love that this is a business, and also nothing is haunted. Yeah, that's the best part. That's just the best part. It's like Bigfoot thing.
No, you gotta look into it. You don't know. You gotta look into it, dude. Do you know the history of that house?
Hey, possess me.
I'm with you too.
Possess me. I'm ready. Dude.
Go hang out. Go hang out there. Go stay the night there, and let me know how you come out alive.
Yeah, but this, I don't want to because of how it's going to be so creaky and boring.
Yeah, and terrifying.
Yeah, and you'll be able to know. It's like, oh, the pipes are bad in this house.
Yeah. Oh shit, no ghosts, just the house settling. That's
even these people that those people had those experiences. They would go to people's houses.
Ed and Lorraine Warren.
Yeah, and they would be like, yeah, your pipes.
So what is the story with this? This is so all I know is this is the Conjuring house, but it's the Annabelle doll. I've seen almost every horror movie. The Conjuring ones, I saw the first two, and I was like, I hate this. So I don't know really.
Oh, you're an idiot. Oh, you're a fucking idiot.
Fucking asshole, bro.
Real Annabelle doll looks like that. I'm out.
Yeah, that's
hold on, let me just give you a little history here. Let me give you the history. That Annabelle doll, the guy who was on one of those ghost shows carried that doll right across the state lines. He died the next day. This is like 2 weeks ago.
No. That happened?
This is 2 weeks ago. Yeah, that happened. This is real. Post Malone, when he went to Zach Bagans' Haunted Mansion, which is so cool, he went there. He has the most haunted artifact on the planet, they say. It's like worth so much money. And Post Malone was like, I want to touch it. And Zach's like, I don't recommend it. This is real, Chris.
Okay.
They open it up. He touches it. The next day, motherfucker, the next day, his plane crashes. He stayed alive. His plane crashes. Post Malone's plane crashed the next day. He goes on tour. He fell through the flooring of his tour, and then got a car accident 3 weeks later.
Dude, he should have listened to Bilbo Baggins. Bilbo Baggins? Who's the guy?
Look at that. Look at that. Weird. Paranormal investigator who helped lead Annabelle doll tour passes away.
Hold on a second. Bilbo Baggins.
Oh, what's the guy he said? Baggins? Who's
Zach Bagans.
Zach Baggins. What's that?
Ghost Adventures. I'm in love with motherfuckers.
I only know Aaron. I don't know exactly. But, so, that's so here's the thing that I always think of. Okay, so yes, that is very weird. I understand why somebody would be like, wait, let's read about this. It's very
Explain it.
Here's how I explain
it.
The world's been around for however long the world's been around. Some stuff like this has to happen. It has to.
Oh, coincidence. Coincidence. Post Malone touches the haunted stuff. Go ahead.
At some point, it's not even a coincidence because the world's been around for too long that eventually somebody has to touch a doll, cross state lines, and die. It has to happen. So this is just the time that it happened.
How long has he been on this tour?
Oh, wow.
You know, how long was he doing the tour? Was it the first day?
I don't know. Did he hear us?
That was the first time. That was the first time Post Malone's touched that scary artifact, and his plane literally crashed the next day, fell on stage and on tour, and then got a car crash.
There has to be.
And y'all want to think it's fake?
No, I don't. Not that I think it's fake. It's that the world's been around too long.
You think it's a coincidence? Yeah, I know you're saying that. It's driving me
a
nuts.
musical artist that touches a doll, then gets in a plane crash, then gets in a car crash, then falls through stage. It has to happen. It has to happen as long as time's going. That must happen.
Because they're haunted, Chris. Because they're haunted.
There's an easier explanation, though, is just that time keeps going.
Let's hear it.
I just did. I just said it.
It doesn't make sense, though, bud. You're saying it has to happen at some point.
Check this out. Check this out.
It's too much of a coincidence.
Somebody needs to slip and fall on a banana peel, crack their head open, and then a possum walks up and pisses on their face. That has to happen. As long as time keeps going, it'll happen. It's not because the possum's haunted. It's not because your face is haunted. It just happens.
Yeah, but if that happened right after you touched an evil artifact.
Evil artifact.
That's
exactly.
Someone would say it's because of that.
I am willing to accept that maybe go surreal. All I'm saying is, possess me. If Lars
No, you're not the guy for the job. You're not the guy for the job, man. You're not the...
No, but this is my thing. It's like I don't understand why there isn't more. You know, it's the same thing like with the aliens and stuff like that. It's like, okay, well, you know, where is it?
Aliens is a little harder to refute, but
I don't know. With AI, it's CGI now. You know what I mean? You know, it's like you notice, like once we started to get cell phone cameras, how Bigfoot sightings, ghosts disappear.
Yeah.
They just disappear. Yeah. And now all of a sudden we have like video where you can type in a thing and go ship sky with blah blah blah, and the AI makes it like
now you can't. Yeah.
But no, they had this shit. Right. They've had it. They just now it's just.
And you guys don't believe in curses either? Like certain curse where like all 6 of their children died in mysterious ways? You think that's just a coincidence?
All I'm saying is I don't know what it is, but
if you say it has to happen, I'm gonna freak out.
But it does though. Make something up. It has to eventually happen. Has happened.
That's so stupid. That's so stupid.
It's really not.
It is. It's so dumb. It's so boring.
You know what I'm going to do? I don't normally do this. I'm going to look at the comments and see what people think about this on this episode. Because I really don't think...
Oh, no.
Actually, you know what? The last time I looked at the comments, they were fucking amazing. I was like, what's going on?
Well, now they're not going to be.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's because the comment section is cursed. I don't know, dude, but I would like to get the Annabelle doll on this show.
Oh, son. That was almost. Ooh, look at this. Look at this. Unprecedented. But this is what's like, yeah.
So here is the opening joke, which I think in many ways to deeper issues that we have been looking at in terms of questions of Jewish identity in the last 2 lectures, and we'll continue with today as well. It's one of my favorite jokes because it has really a tremendous amount of depth to it. It's expressed in a classically Jewish manner. So the joke goes like this. There's this Jewish out-of-work actor, young man wants to make it big in Hollywood. Can't quite figure out exactly how to get his big break onto the silver screen. And one day he's reading in the trade journals that there's actually an audition coming up for a gorilla impersonator. And, you know, he's tired of waiting tables and all that, the kind of great goal that he's always been looking for. Thought, you know what, maybe this would be something anyway. It's better than working in a restaurant. So he goes to sign to try to go, and he actually gets the money. And it appears that the Los Angeles Jews have recently lost one of its beloved gorillas. And while they were waiting for another one to arrive from Africa, they,
you know what we should? Well, it's too expensive. You know, Matt Rife might give it to us, but you know what we should do? If we're never going to do it, maybe a fun thing to do. Go to Zach Bagans Haunted Museum in Vegas, and walk out of there, and then tell me it's all just a coincidence. Go into the basement where people were murdered and it's haunted, and tell me you feel nothing. I ran out of there. I sprinted out of his museum.
But there's a psychological effect of knowing something bad happened in a place, and that you're doing that to yourself.
You can feel it. You can feel the negative.
Wait. Hold on a second. I guarantee you this. If no one knows anything about that place, if you said this was
be creeped out, you'd be creeped out.
Place, and you brought 10 people in there, and you didn't say anything about that this was haunted, they'll be fine.
I disagree.
Ahead of time,
I disagree.
Hey, people were murdered here. You're gonna be in there like, what?
I disagree.
I disagree.
I go 3-4. I go 3-4 ahead of you. Here. I don't want to be.
Chris is all forehead.
I don't want to be in a basement where people were murdered. Period. I don't even want to be in a basement. Dude, put me level with the ground. I don't. You know what I mean? Like, okay, old rickety house. No, thank you, dude. No, thank you. Why? Rickety house. Why, Chris? Wi-Fi's going to be shoddy. The fucking stairs are going to make noise.
Yeah, every time you
and the bathroom is going to, the toilet's going to flush for 19 minutes.
Oh, you're bougie. You're bougie. You're too rich.
It's not even bougie at this point. At this point, it's 2025. You know, it's like, I'm a little bougie, but I'm saying, even in, like, clean up. You know what I'm saying? You're not bougie just because you clean up. Put your shit away. No, clean up comments.
You just described it had nothing to do with cleaning.
I know.
I know, it had nothing.
You came too quick. No. But again, I still think that even if it was a place like this podcast studio, then we find out.
That's haunted for sure.
Find out some stuff. But you always talk about the Comedy Store's haunted. It's not.
Oh, super haunted. Oh, yes, it is.
Like,
but real quick,
I saw this thing in the window. I was like, okay. No, you didn't. I never did. I've been here fucking all the time. No.
I know. I'm with you on that. But then you believe in. Do you believe in the God? Do you believe in the devil? Do you believe in
Sure. And even 2,000 years ago, if somebody had ghosts, everyone has ghosts in all their history. So everyone just across the board agree that they've seen ghosts, which is whatever. Maybe you don't believe that. But then let me ask you this, Eric, Chris. So with legit bad people, like serial killers, not like terrorists. Those guys are crazy.
Right.
Legit serial killers. Do you think they're just what? When they say they're possessed, do you think they're just their mom was mean to them? Don't believe in actual evil?
No, I don't believe it.
Not the way you're saying it.
You're a fucking idiot. It's fucking idiot day. It's fucking idiot day. That's cool. Chin, you should have told me. It's fucking idiot day.
You didn't tell him? We had a company email.
Guys, it's idiot day.
I missed the memo.
That shit. Be prepared with all your dumb shit. I think that look, evil, whatever you want to say, evil is okay. I think that I personally don't like it when there are like I watch all those shows about the serial killers and the evil lives here monsters. I personally don't like it when they say the monster thing or evil, because it's like it takes us away from.
That's what they are.
But this happens to humans, and when you
start like autism,
when you start using monsters,
No, it doesn't.
The things that happen to people, it's like that's just a thing that happens to people. So one of the things that happens to people is they have the desire to kill people.
It's mental.
It's not
you think
they're evil.
I I'm not saying you should.
It'd be a form of evil when you can kill children and women have no conscious. No, you can just go to bed like, well, that's what I do.
Yeah, that's awful. That's nobody's arguing that's not awful. Those people deserve to be beheaded. There's such evil is something.
You guys are saying it's like autism.
Well, no. We're not saying it's autism. I'm saying it's similar. Like this is a condition that people have. Their brains are broken. Being a psychopath is a condition that people have. There's not some demon come from hell possessing them. Yeah, that's what we're saying.
So you think people are born that way? You don't think they're...
No. I think it's both nature and nurture. I think that if the evil that you're talking about is, somebody lets the bad thoughts and shittiness overcome them, then sure, I believe that. But I don't believe it's like some spirit or force or that's what I'm. Yeah, that's all. But I mean, look, I am not saying, oh, let's give these serial killers a chance, put them in therapy. No, kill them all. Murder them. But when you start talking about evil, demon, possessed, that kind of thing, I'm not really. Hey, look, can it be true? Of course, I don't know shit.
Look, there are words for things that never happened, like telekinesis. That's never happened ever. Right. Okay. Right. But there's a word for it. Right. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Right.
No one has ever moved something with their mind.
Right. But there's a word for it.
Right.
Well, yeah, sure. Well, there's also a word for a higher being. It's called God. Right. So, are you both atheists?
No, I'm not saying there's no God. I'm not saying there is God. I'm not saying there's no God.
But you've never seen him.
Right.
But no one can prove it.
Right. But nobody can prove that we're not in the simulation. Like I have no idea. I don't know. Just because you can't prove something doesn't mean that it's real.
And that's what faith is.
Exactly.
And exactly. Yeah. Right. What do you mean exactly?
Yeah.
I know. What do you mean exactly?
So what I'm saying, if you have faith in God and a higher being, the opposite of that would be what?
The
devil,
Satan,
the darkness.
Sure, right.
So there's some people who have faith in that dark being, in that dark evilness.
Yes.
The same way you two might have faith in the goodness.
But I'm not saying I believe in God or not believe in God, and I'm not saying I believe it. I'm not saying I don't. There's no way that. I mean, I've even said it. It's possible. Yeah. But I just don't. I don't know if I think that calling people monsters and saying the evil overtook them, it's shirking responsibility. It's shirking blame, dude.
Like cop out.
Yeah. I mean, dude, you can just be a fucking piece of shit and let your circumstances dictate what you do in life. It's not fucking Satan, dude. You're a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I think. I think Jeffrey Dahmer, I think he had mental problems. I think he's a fucking awful person. Get rid of him. But to be like, oh, the evil took him over. Bro, that's him. Fuck him. I don't know. To me, that's how it comes across. There's no monsters. Like, it's just like, there's a monster among us. Dude, that's a human being that is a piece of shit that fucking let their circumstances dictate. Yeah, they didn't get help when they were very young. Their mother, father beat the shit out of them. And, that does that mean that you're going to...
That's a myth.
Well,
that's a myth. Jeffrey Dahmer had great parents.
But it doesn't mean that because your parents beat the shit out of you, you're going to jump to be a fucking piece of shit. Plenty of people overcome that. Jeffrey Dahmer or whoever, it didn't happen to Jeffrey Dahmer. There are people that just they let that win. Is that evil? I wouldn't say that's evil. If you would, then fine. I would say that that's just what happens to humans a lot.
It's a big word.
It was a big word. That's what I think.
You're talking about the cause or the effect or is it an adjective? Is it a verb?
Like
you're describing something as like this act is an evil act. That's different than saying like evil as a noun.
That person's evil.
Yeah. I think
my whole thing is if because a lot of people go, that's a good person, right? Like they do better, karma. You think happen to good people. On the other spectrum of that, is the exact opposite.
Sure, yes.
Where there is evil shit in the world going
energy
on at all times.
If you put out energy then yeah, if you put out shitty energy,
How come we never say like when somebody's doing something good? How come we never say like an angel possessed them to be good?
Yeah,
They do. They do.
An angel went in there and
People
paid
say
them
that all the
give
time.
money to charity. How come we never say that? I've never
Because they want the credit. They want the credit.
But I've never heard anyone say that
Because
ever.
they want the credit for themselves. They don't want the credit when they murder people.
It's
They
a
want.
God's act. No, they'll say it all the time. Oh, it's an
how
act
about
of
that
God,
when they're like-
right?
when
You
they're
hear
like-
that all the time.
How about that when they're like, oh, dude, got a Netflix special. Look at God.
Fucking fuck you, dude. That was your agent.
I mean, how busy? I mean, that guy. I mean, if that would just be a really tough job.
Yeah,
You know,
God.
you-
God.
I mean, you're just like,
I gotta
oh
delegate.
God, another bless you.
I gotta delegate.
Another, you know what I mean? Another. I don't know.
I saw this. Gotta be like, I'm gonna have to let that car crash happen. I can't. My hands are tied.
All right, kids, let's take a little break from chatting with the boys out there in North Hollywood at the Golden Hour headquarters. This one's for Eric. My man is looking fit. He's dropped at least 15 pounds. I said, what's your secret, big dog? He said, well, listen, man. I was a little bored with my workout routine. I hit a plateau. I'm kind of new to fitness. What should I do? I said, bud, you need to check out Fitbod. It sets you up with a custom workout plan tailored to your fitness goals, man. We got you, dude. It's easy. It's an app. It's a freaking app that's basically your personal trainer in your pocket. And it's customized just for you to help you stay focused and get a better workout. And it's going to improve, right? You're just not going to keep doing the same workout over and over and over. So you're ready to go, man. Fitbod creates a personalized workout routine based on your goals, your fitness levels, and what equipment you have at the crib. It got you covered, man. Workouts adapt to your growth. So each workout is challenge enough to push you to make progress. So you're constantly making progress. If your goal is to lose weight, add lean muscle, it got you, man. You're on track for that. Fitbod tracks your muscle recovery so you can avoid burnouts, and you got to keep the workout going, keep your momentum going. Fine-tuned by experienced certified personal trainers to bring best practices and exercises to you guys, all right? So level up your workouts. Be like Eric Griffin. He's getting lean. He's getting mean. He's dropping weight this summer. It's a fully customized fitness plans that work for you with over 1,000 demonstration videos. There's no more excuses. Get your big butt in shape. Get in shape this summer with Fitbod. Join the Fitbod today to get your personalized workout. Get 25% off your subscription or try the app free for 7 days at fitbod.me/goldenhour. That's fitbod.me/goldenhour.
But yeah, I don't know. Look, I think we're kind of talking about the same thing. I just don't know if I'm believing it's some ultimate force in the world that is going to exist no matter what. I would call it human nature.
Okay, let me ask you this. If you believe in evil spirits and all that kind of stuff, it's like, so what's stopping them?
Yeah.
Because it's like, if they're so bad and they want to do this, why is it only why is it never in plain sight? Like, why aren't they trying to take over the president?
Why isn't Trump, Kamala, and Beelzebub on the ticket? Why isn't dude, he would win. Are you kidding me?
Beelzebub on the ticket.
Are you kidding me? He would just be like,
I would expect. Wait, hold on. Do you guys think the politicians have? Hold on. Do you think politicians haven't done evil shit?
oh yeah, well yes.
No, that's
These are
not
using that
motivated
word,
by
yes.
goodness?
Doing something evil is different than what we're talking about.
Let's make sure
I think politicians. Here's what
What's your definition of evil?
Well, that's what we're talking about.
That would help this out.
But
I know.
But this is what. No,
that would help you out.
Yeah.
We're on the same page.
Here's what I think.
You're the one that needs to get on this page.
Here's what I think.
We know what you're saying.
No.
You think ghosts are real and devils take over serial killers. That's what we know where you're at.
No. I'm not saying, but I'm saying as much as people believe in Jesus and God, on the same, there's always out.
Sure.
So if all this religion, which most people are religious in the world, if all this religion, the higher being, there has to be something down there.
Right.
So if you're gonna believe up there, you have to believe down there.
Well, that's fine.
There's actual evil people.
I don't know. Look, I don't really know if I believe if there's up there, then there's down there. Whatever. But I'm not even saying there's up there or down there. I'm just saying I was going to say something. Now I forget what the hell it is. Great. I'm pissed. I was going to say something. I'm pissed. God damn it, dude. God damn it. It was good. And my mom will be like, "That's not important if you forgot it." And that's not true when moms say that. You can forget important shit all the time. What's my PIN? I forget my PIN everywhere to fucking every login. That's important.
It's kind of ridiculous that we have to have so many passwords. It's absolutely insane at this point.
You know what? I'm grateful. You know what I'm grateful for? That
hold on, real quick, just so we're clear. I'm not saying I know. I'm not saying I know either. I'm not saying I know either because people say good things happen to good people, and then some of the best people I know, they just never got their break.
Yeah.
Things just never came about.
Right.
Well, I don't know if I believe in that either.
No, that's just a saying. I don't want to say. You want to say good things happen to good people, but I think
karma. It's called karma.
The good.
Yeah, and then karma is another thing. Just in a way, I suppose it does. I mean, the more positive you put that out there in the world, the more positive it is, even by little increments.
There you go.
But that's not. But then the opposite of that isn't. Demons are possessing us.
Yes, it is.
Evil.
No, but the opposite is if you put negative energy and evil energy, that's what you're going to attract. That's what you're going to do evil acts. Same way if you do good acts.
I guess somebody in the comments
it's yin and yang.
Explaining it, please. What you're saying is, so what you're saying is, if somebody is a super heterosexual, then there has to be the gayest depravity somewhere on the planet. Some dude just fucking never stops taking it in the ass and taking it in the mouth at the same
100%.
time. He's doing a spit roast. He's a spit roast.
100%.
And I understand.
There's a Mother Teresa, and then there's the opposite of Mother Teresa, whatever that is.
Yeah, which would be single mother, single. It would be a whore. It would be a whore that's at White Lotus.
The OnlyFans girl.
Not the show, the club in 2006 in Hollywood. What? Yeah, it would. Yeah, I mean, dude, people think OnlyFans is moral depravity and the evilness of they think OnlyFans is Satan. So where's it stop?
No, I don't think that's Satan. That's corruption. Well, it just depends definition of evil.
So you're a little bit further off on that.
There's like 14 million women on OnlyFans, and the average money they make,
and only 50.
Well, yeah, but it's still right.
Evil exists.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So this is crazy right here. Like this is it. If this is true, which I saw this headline, because I know they bullshit this kind of stuff all the time.
She posted her receipts.
She doesn't have, but we're beyond that. That doesn't mean anything.
You're right. Facts. Fair point.
So this is $1 million she made in a few hours, right? And this is from subscribers that were waiting for her, I guess. Her content was captured at 1 a.m. on her 18th birthday on August 8th. She's got 5.8 million subscribers. A screenshot of her income. So when? But my whole question is, when did she make the content?
Yeah.
It better have been after.
She says all filmed at 12:01 on
fucking.
No, wait. But this is a different thing because. Okay, this is a different thing.
Fucking loser.
This isn't the same as like a girl off the street that's deciding like, hey, she's some hot girl on the street that's like, oh, I'm going to start an OnlyFans. Mm-hmm. It's not going to happen like this.
No, she has 5 million followers.
This chick is already an influencer.
Of course, yeah.
This athleticism. Unprecedented. Unprecedented athleticism.
sort of oil lamp sticking out of the doorway there. Really unusual customs elsewhere in the Jewish world. By the time you get to the 13th, 14th, 15th century in particular, that's when you begin to see the Portuguese showing up. Here is a depiction of the Jews of Malabar that were described by Benjamin of Tudela, who spoke in first class, as black Jews. And in fact, here they do look more dark skinned in this particular representation. Jews were especially associated with the Portuguese landfall in the southern part of India. Portugal, of course, was one of the early maritime seafaring countries that took advantage of this international trade to great advantage. And Jews were frequently employed as translators. Not necessarily that they would end up knowing, come there knowing the local language. This was true not only in the Far East, but also in the Americas. Some of the very first people to get off Columbus's boats were Jewish translators or Jewish translators who had been converted to Christianity, and they would walk out there and speak to the local population and try every single language they could think of until they finally were able to create some sort of common vocabulary. So one of these great Portuguese Jewish translators was someone who later took the name Gaspar da Gama after his patron, Vasco da Gama. He was actually a Jewish guy who spent a lot of time in southern India as the primary.
And then as an influencer, she said, you know what? Now I'm going to go into the rated R section, and the people were waiting for it. Okay, this is completely.
And
different.
also, she got 5,000 from subscriptions, right? And then she got messages to pay additional for.
Right.
So that's 500. Let's say it's $1. So 500,000 people out of her 5.5 million subscribers.
Right.
That's not that crazy.
That actually is a high percentage, and then also it's not. It's probably less than $1. But yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't know. But my point I was just making is like I think we obviously don't really value this the way we think. I mean, this is like a small percentage of the women that make all this kind of money. But the fact that 14 million of our like aesthetically pleasing women in our country, 14 million of them are making an average of $2,300 to do. I mean, man,
to be honest,
value it or not.
But this is. But yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. But this is crazy, bro.
It's an issue.
This is crazy.
But it's no different like with the UFC, right? Like people think, oh, they're all millionaires and they make hundreds of millions of dollars because Conor McGregor. It's like he's the 1%.
Right.
The rest of them aren't making shit.
Right.
So that's the same thing as OnlyFans. We see her. We see that Catch Me Outside girl.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, OnlyFans, everyone's a millionaire. It's like, no, less than 1% are.
Right.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's
God damn, I'm dropping facts today.
Well, I mean that's terribly obvious, but the other one you were just wrong about, so I don't understand.
I feel good about it.
Okay, no, that's good. And honestly, I love you for that, and shit, I don't want you to change.
Dahmer felt good too every time he ate a head.
Yeah. Maybe you have some evil in you. So, no, you're a good guy. So this 1 million. I mean, dude.
That's a good comment. I love that comment.
So hold on.
$1 million worth of people who need their hard drives checked.
I mean, yeah, for real, bro. That's to say.
Do you remember where she came from? Remember she was a little girl that rapped about money? She was like 6.
Right.
Wow, there's a lot of creeps that waited for her to turn 18 for
sure.
OnlyFans.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, well, I mean, by the way, was she saying she was going to do it?
Of course. I'm sure.
Well, then, dude,
I'm sure she...
Then this is all fucked up. It's just say that's grooming, bro. To be.
Oh, this is reverse grooming.
Yeah, exactly. No, but because here's the thing.
I'm gonna be 18 soon.
But here's the thing. The men waiting for this. That's a problem too. It's like, and look, there needs to be an age. Okay. So what's the age? If this is fucked up, and we decide as a society that this is fucked up, then just make the age higher.
Well, wait. But here's the thing, though. It's not about what her age is. It's about the age of people interacting with you.
Yes.
So
yes, right.
So it's not about like let's raise the age of consent to 32. You know what I mean?
But it is though because
it's really about because like for instance if some girl in certain states like if a girl is 16, like it's not. There's no state that you could be 50 and go be with a 16-year-old. There's no state. The laws are like you have to be between 18 and 24.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, it's very complicated stuff. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is like that's
but you could be 20 and date a 16-year-old.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. That's the age they change.
But I'm saying
change that age.
Yes. Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Is that not what we're saying?
No. Because if you're talking about like
OnlyFans, you're talking about
it's like
What
are we talking about? I mean, if that's the age, if we're saying 18 is an adult, they can make choices and decisions. Is she the problem? No, because she was like
but she was a kid a day ago.
I know, but it's like
no. I understand, but there's always
set this up. You know what I mean? Like even with her 5 million followers, and if we look back at her content, I'm sure she was sexualizing herself from a young, I'm just saying like.
Right. But I'm saying, but it's not.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like, and it's you look like a grown ass woman, but you're 15.
But it's not just. But it's
her story's weird. Her story. Sorry, Chris. Her story's weird because they thought she was dead. There was like a legit thing where everyone thought she was dead and missing for like weeks.
I remember that.
Yeah.
It's fucking weird, but it's just it's like don't
fake.
But then it I think
it was fake.
But there's also that whole argument.
It got me.
No, I think it had a whole bunch to do with evil, but there was
when you were thinking about it, you're like, she's missing.
There has to be, but that
make the 18.
But that opens up the door to look. This is the side of OnlyFans where you'd be like, okay, this may be more morally questionable, right? So then, where's that line? Some people just think it's morally questionable to be on OnlyFans, period. Right. So and look, whether it is or it isn't, look, Jeff Dye has that thing where he's like, a lot of people are pro-sex workers, but not pro-sex customers. That joke is hilarious. But he's right. Like, it's like, what's the consensus societally, and then obviously with the law, and then how do you make sure that that's good and that's police? Because we need to go overboard on it. We need to say, okay, we need to pick a higher age, I think.
Well, I mean, but then you can't say, look, if you can fight for your country at 18, then you can fucking have your titties on the internet or
fine.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like that there's good and bad to like being like, I'm an adult.
Yeah.
So it's like freedom of speech. I have freedom of speech. So that means I can KKK or I can be for whatever. Yeah. That's freedom of speech.
Thank you. Clip that. I want to use that.
So good for the KKK. Good that comes with that, and this is some bad that comes with it. But we have to be okay.
I'll tell you why this is good, especially. We all have young kids here. All this is good because right now the internet, social media is the Wild West, and kids are making money and showing their tits, and there's a lot of creepy shit out there. In 10 years, there's going to be regulations.
Yeah, you're right.
Thank God you don't have a 6-year-old girl right now.
Yeah,
in 10 years, we're like, holy shit.
Yeah, I know.
There's more mass shootings, there's more mental health issues.
I know.
Yeah, remember when it was just, when you could just, 18, you could post whatever you want? All that's going to go away.
Yeah.
By the time our kids are old enough to deal with it, there's going to be regulations that prevent some of it.
I kind of hope so.
Well, wait, hold on, guys. Maybe the OnlyFans you can't just go to OnlyFans and see things. You have to pay.
Right.
So I mean, it's already
just like my kid pays on PlayStation.
Yeah, but X, Twitter, you can go tweet. I can tweet.
Oh, that's
butthole right now.
Yeah, but that's good. I
want me to do it.
Yep. Let's take a little break here, ladies and gentlemen. Why would you drop a fortune on basics when you don't have to? Quince is here to save the day. Quince has the good stuff. We're talking high quality fabrics, classic fits, the essentials, white layers for warm weather. They got you, man, and it's all at a price that makes sense. Everything we've ordered from Quince has been nothing but solid. Like my boy Eric got some luggage for them. My word, he won't pipe down about it. He's on the road all the time. Chris got some pants. I got some tees and pants. It's great stuff. And here's what's great about it. Everything with Quince is half the cost of similar brands because they work directly with the companies, cutting out the middleman. Quince gives you luxury pieces without the markup. All right, they got stuff across the board. We've gotten luggage, we got pants, we got clothes, we got the essentials. They have bedding, they got towels, they got cookware, they got everything, man. I recommend their luggage or their bags. They're fantastic, top quality, top designs. They keep you looking fresh when you're at the airport. Luggage, it is the best. Ask Eric, ask Chris. Keep it classy, keep it cool with long-lasting staples from Quince. Go to quince.com/golden for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. That's QUINCE.com/golden to get a free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/golden.
But you know what? You see these like people like you hear these stories like Brooke Shields. You know, she's telling the stories of when she was like 13, 14 years old and how like, you know, what was going on and you know, and models and stuff too. Yeah. You hear about this stuff that, you go, oh man, this is terrible. And, you know, how we sexualize young women at a certain age. But then now you have like Instagram and that kind of stuff and they're sexualizing themselves. Yeah, well, you know what I mean? It feeds on itself. It's like you go like
the wagon a circle. The wagon a circle is just new. So eventually, people are like, "Whoa, this is so bad for women and kids." Yeah. It's a circle back around. Yeah. By the time our kids are old enough, hopefully.
I just can't wait till Handmaid's Tale. Till we're all in Handmaid's Tale, and everyone's covered up, and you have to fuck like this.
Which is a little hole in her.
You're watching the fucking news.
The internet, like you say, though, the internet is bananas. I mean, they changed. I remember, remember the Yahoo chat rooms, and they got rid of all that. You know, they got rid of that, and then they, there's no chat room anymore. They're all gone. Oh, really? Yeah. There's no really more chat rooms, like, or just, all that shit's gone.
Are there?
Really got crazy.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess so. I guess I wouldn't know. Yeah, but this is where we're going back to.
It keeps showing this.
I don't know. It is interesting, though.
I just want to see how you guys are doing in your marriages for the do's and don'ts from 1913.
This will be good for the Patreon later. What I don't understand is I will say this. I read this, and it's interesting how I thought it would be way more.
The number one is crazy.
Yeah, I thought it would be way more misogynist.
You're looking at the wrong one.
No, but
look at the one for wives.
I
They're super misogynist.
No. Read all of them though. Because by the 50s it was way more misogynist.
I get it.
And I didn't know that. Don't let him have to search the house for you after his day's work. Listen for his latchkey and meet him on the threshold. See, there, I don't see anything wrong with it. I even give my wife a, sweetie, I'm home. And by the way, I have a touch pad. No. I have keys.
I'll raise you. My wife should be tracking me on her phone.
There you go, because you know she is.
And be at the door.
Should not have to use the keys or the pad.
Yeah. It should be like that. As I'm walking, I don't have to stop. The door opens, and I just walk by.
Yep.
And I grab a drink and a cigarette. Thank you, man.
And hire a band.
Undress, meet me in my chambers.
Yeah.
I want chambers.
No, she runs as I'm getting my drink. I think she runs ahead of me. All right, the next one. Don't say I told you so to your husband. However much you feel tempted to.
I agree with that, but
this is
don't
good
say
advice.
But don't say I told you so to anybody. That's so fucking annoying. Don't be discontented and think your husband not manly because he happens to be short and thin and not very strong. Manliness is not purely a physical quality. I love that. That's hilarious. Little ass bitches fucking coming up with that shit.
Say it. Okay, but that's okay. All right. Don't let your husband wear a violet tie with grass green socks.
Oh, because
what they're saying is don't make sure that he matches.
If he's colorblind.
Yeah.
But in general.
Right.
Don't omit to pay your husband a compliment.
If he looks nice dressed for the opera. Let's update this, okay? Look. If your husband looks good for the fucking Zach Bryan show, just let him know. Bet.
If he has been successful with his chickens.
Does that mean masturbating?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm so successful with my chickens.
Compliment him. Okay.
If he's been successful with his Call of Duty or his online betting.
Yes, online betting, Nick says. That's hilarious.
Oh, wow.
And also,
That's Nick's.
If your husband looks nice for the Chris D'Elia show, okay. For husbands, don't talk down to your wife. I'm out.
Don't say your wife.
So what else you got?
I go to Atlanta. I go to Atlanta Punchline every year. I've gone for 8 years in a row. This guy shows up all the time. I forgot to take a picture every year. He has on something from one of your merch, front row.
I love it.
Hell yeah, bro. The Colts out there really doing it, man.
Don't increase the work outs by league.
Sephardic guys reading a Torah scroll, but they clearly are Asian. So they brought back all this amazing information from these Jewish communities thriving in central China. Quite fascinating. Now, what about their Judaism? It definitely was pretty funky compared to the Judaism that we find in, let's say, Germany around the same time. And the dates are difficult to establish with clarity. One of the oldest artifacts of the Chinese Jewish community in Kaifeng in particular dates to 1489. And these are stelae, meaning like big obelisks that have writing on them that talk about the nature of the community. And these stelae talk about the people who donated money to build the synagogue, because this is another example of how traditional Jewish communities are, that you're always going to find plaques. In fact, some of the oldest surviving archaeological evidence that we have from synagogues all around the world, well over 2,000 years old, are plaques that say so-and-so donated the Kodesh, so-and-so sponsored Kiddush last week, but you definitely have plaques that specifically name who gave money to support the community. And this is a very, very old tradition, older than the Book of Fishman. And the Chinese have it as well. So in their stelae from 1489 and repeated later, they clearly have a reference to the rebuilding of their synagogues after the natural disasters that have been places that squarely within your tradition. We also have a memorial book that lists the famous names of many important Jews, and unlike Western society, in Asian society at this time, last names were assigned, and only certain names could be used by people of certain stature. And many Jews actually had some of the most, high quality names, like Jew, which is now golden, indicates that the emperor himself was the. We can say three basic things about this group, and then we start the first one is that, they're not exactly practicing rabbinic Judaism the way we would necessarily recognize all of them. A lot of it seems definitely, moving in a different direction. But they're extremely proud of their attention and fidelity to Jewish vision when they have concrete knowledge of it. For example, they are referred to by other Chinese as Tiao Jin Jiao, the group that excises the same, which is a reference, of course, to a passage in the Book of Galatians, which we just read, about how Jacob is wrestling with the mysterious angelic being, and he's wounded in the thigh. I mean, the Torah says that, therefore, the sciatic nerve to this very day. And that's exactly what the Chinese Jews were doing when they would, slaughter a cow. They would cut the meat, or they would remove that particular symptom, or like Ashkenazim, they would simply sell that part of the animal away, and they would not even practice it. So even though a lot of the Jewish community don't according with mainstream Judaism, they nevertheless were very, very proud of their tradition. Secondly, like the joke that we began our discussion with today, they attempted to adapt to Chinese society and its idiosyncrasies in some fascinating ways. For example, Chinese society has a tremendous amount of importance placed on external demonstrations of respect. And one of those is the famous kowtow, where you literally lie down, fully prostrate yourself on the ground multiple times, knocking your forehead on the ground as a sign of obeisance for the emperor. And one emperor's was fond of placing his name at the top of one of these obelisks, and since he couldn't be everywhere all the time, he ordered that people should bow down to his name on a rock. And this is the funny thing about Shiku. This is totally forbidden. You're not allowed to bow down for any kind of.
Gosh damn, I'm been facts today.
Well, I mean that's terribly obvious, but the other one you were just.
I would like you're describing something as like this act is an evil act. That's different than saying like evil as a
certified personal to bring best practices and exercises. Goodness.
Doing something evil is different than what we're talking about. Doing.
Let's make sure it's specific.
I think politicians. Here's what I think.
Definition of evil.
Well, that's what we're talking about.
That would help this out.
But
yeah, I know.
But this is what. It
help you out.
Yeah,
you're on the same page.
Here's what I think.
You're the one that needs to get it.
Here's what I think.
We know what you're saying.
No.
You think ghosts are real and devils take over serial killers. That's what we know where you're at.
No. I'm not saying, but I'm saying as much as people believe in Jesus and God, on the same, it always evens out.
Sure.
So if all this religion, which most people are religious in the world, if all this religion, higher being, there has to be something down there.
Right.
So if you're going to believe up there, you have to believe down there.
Well, that's fine.
There's actual evil people.
I don't know. Look, I don't really know if I believe if there's up there, then there's down there. Whatever.
Has to be.
But I'm not even saying there's up there or down there. I'm just saying I was going to say something now. I forget what the hell it is. Great. I was going to say something. I'm pissed. God damn it, dude. God damn it. It was good. And my mom will be like, "That's not important if you forgot it." And that's not true when moms say that. You can forget important shit all the time. What's my PIN? I forget my PIN everywhere to fucking every login. That's important.
It's kind of ridiculous that we have to have so many passwords. It's absolutely insane at this point.
You know what? I'm grateful. You know what I'm grateful for? That
hold on, real quick, just so we're clear. I'm not saying I know either. I'm not saying I know either because people say good things happen to good people, and then some of the best people I know, they just never got their break.
Yeah.
Things just never came about.
Right.
Well,
so I don't know if I believe in that either.
I don't know. That's just a saying people want to say. You want to say good things happen to good people, but I think
karma. It's called karma.
The good.
Yeah, and then karma is another thing. Does it exist? In a way, I suppose it does. I mean, the more positive you put that out there in the world, the more positive the world is, even by little increments.
There you go.
But that's not. But then the opposite of that isn't. Demons are possessing us.
Yes, it is.
Evil.
No, but the opposite is if you put energy and evil energy, that's what you're going to attract. That's what you're going to do, evil acts. Same way if you do good acts.
I guess somebody in the comments
explain it better
than I'm explaining it, please.
I do explain.
What you're saying is, so what you're saying is, if somebody is a super heterosexual, then there has to be the gayest depravity somewhere on the planet. Some dude just fucking never stops taking it in the ass and taking it in the mouth at the same
100%.
time. He's doing a spit roast. He's a spit roast.
100%.
And I understand.
There's a Mother Teresa, and then there's the opposite of Mother Teresa, whatever that is.
Yeah, which would be, single mother, it would be a whore. It would be a whore that's at White Lotus.
Be an OnlyFans girl.
Not the show, the club in 2006 in Hollywood. What? Yeah, it would. Yeah, I mean, dude, people think OnlyFans is moral depravity and the evilness of, they think OnlyFans is Satan. So where's this
Well, no, I don't think that's Satan. That's corruption. Well, it just depends what your definition of evil is.
You're a little bit further off on that.
There's like 14 million women on OnlyFans, and the average money they make
And only
is
50.
$2,300.
Well, yeah, but it's right.
This.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So this is crazy right here. Like this is it. If this is true, which I saw this headline, because I know they bullshit this kind of stuff all the time.
She posted her receipts.
But we're beyond those days. That doesn't mean anything.
You're right. Facts.
Fair point. So this is $1 million she made in a few hours, right? And this is from subscribers that were waiting for her, I guess. Her content was captured 12:01 a.m. on her 18th birthday on August 8th. She had 5.8 million subscribers. Screenshot of her income. So when? But my old question is, when did she make the content?
Yeah.
It better have been after.
She said it was all filmed at 12:01.
These fucking.
No, wait. But this is a different thing because, this is a different thing.
Fucking losers.
This isn't the same as like a girl off the street that's deciding like, hey, she's some hot girl on the street that's like, oh, I'm going to start an OnlyFans. It's not going to happen like this.
No, she has 5 million followers.
This chick is already an influencer.
Of course, yeah.
And then as an influencer, she said, you know what? Now I'm going to go into the rated R section, and the people were waiting for it. Okay, this is completely.
And
different.
Also, she got 5,000 from subscriptions, right? And then she got messages to pay additional for.
Right.
So that's 500. Let's say it's $1. So 500,000 people out of her 5.5 million subscribers.
Right.
That's not that crazy.
That actually is a high percentage, and then also it's probably less than $1. But yeah. I mean, I wouldn't know.
But my point I was just making is like, I think it's like we obviously don't really value this the way we think. I mean, this is like a small percentage of the women that make all this kind of money. But the fact that 14 million of our like aesthetically pleasing women in our country, 14 million of them are making an average of $2,300 to do this kind of stuff. I mean, man, do we value it or not?
But this is, I hear what you're saying, but this is crazy, bro.
It's an issue.
This is
but
crazy.
But same thing with this, but it's no different like with the UFC, right? Like people think, oh, they're all millionaires and they make hundreds of millions of dollars because Conor McGregor. It's like he's the 1%.
Right.
The rest of them aren't making shit.
Right.
So that's the same thing as OnlyFans. We see her, we see that Catch Me Outside girl.
Yeah.
Like, OnlyFans, everyone's a millionaire. It's like, no, less than 1% are.
Right.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's
damn, I'm dropping facts today.
Well, I mean that's terribly obvious, but the other one you were just wrong about, so I don't understand.
I feel good about it.
Okay, no, that's good. And honestly, I love you for that, and I appreciate you. And I don't want you to change.
Dahmer felt good too every time he ate a head.
Yeah. Maybe you got some evil in you.
Yeah, facts.
So,
no.
No, you're a good guy. So this 1 million. I mean, dude.
Let's look at that comment. I love that comment.
So hold on.
1 million worth of people who need their hard drives checked.
Yeah, I mean, for real, bro. That's to say.
Do you remember where she came from? Remember she was a little girl that rapped about money?
Right,
she was like 6.
Right. Wow,
there's a lot of creeps that waited for her to turn 18 for
sure,
OnlyFans.
Oh, for sure. I mean, by the way, was she saying she was going to do it?
Of course. I'm sure.
Well, then, dude, then this is all fucked up. It's that's grooming, bro. To be
this is reverse grooming.
Yeah, exactly. No, but because here's the thing.
I'm gonna be 18 soon.
But here's the thing. Men waiting for this. And look, there needs to be an age. Okay. So what's the age? If this is fucked up, and we decide as a society that this is fucked up, then just make the age higher.
Well, wait. But here's the thing, though. It's not about what her age is. It's about the age of people interacting with her.
Yes.
So So,
Yes, right.
So it's not about like let's raise the age of consent to 32. You know what I mean?
But it is though because
it's really about because like for instance like if some girl certain dates like if a girl is 16, you know like it's not there's no state that you could be 50 and go be with a 16-year-old. There's no state. The laws are like you have to be between 18 and 24.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, it's very complicated stuff. You know what I mean? So what I'm saying is like that's
but you could be 20 and date a 16-year-old.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. That's the age they change.
But I'm saying
change that age.
Yes. Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Is that not what we're saying?
No. Because if you're talking about like
OnlyFans, you're talking about
You know, it's like
What
are we talking about? I mean, if that's the age, if we're saying 18 is an adult, they can make choices and decisions. She did that, so it's like is she the problem? No, because she was like
but she was a kid a day ago.
I know, but it's like
no. I understand, but there's
she
always
set this up. You know what I mean? Like even with her 5 million followers, and if we look back at her content, I'm sure she was sexualizing herself from a young. You know, like I'm just saying, like
but I'm saying, but it's
you know what I mean? Like and it's you look like a grown ass woman. But you're 15.
But it's not just. But it's
her story's weird. Her story's right, Chris. Her story's weird because they thought she was dead. There's like a legit thing where everyone thought she was dead and missing for like weeks.
I remember that.
Yeah,
it's fucking weird, but it's just it's like don't fake. But then it I think it was fake. But there's also that whole argument.
It got me.
I think it had a whole bunch to do with evil. But there was
you were thinking about it. You're like, she's missing.
There has to be. But that
you make the 18.
But that opens up the door to look. This is the side of OnlyFans where you'd be like, okay, this may be more morally questionable, right? So then where's that line? Some people just think it's morally questionable to be on OnlyFans, period.
Right.
So and look, whether it is or it isn't, look, Jeff Dye has that thing where he's like, a lot of people are pro-sex workers but not pro-sex customers. That joke is hilarious. But he's right. Like, it's like, what's the consensus societally, and then obviously with the law, and then how do you make sure that that's good and that's police? Because we need to go overboard on it. We need to say, okay, we need to pick a higher age, I think.
Well, I mean, but then you can't say, look, if you can fight for your country at 18, then you can fucking have your titties on the internet or
fine.
I mean, I'm saying like that there's good in like I'm an adult.
Yeah.
So it's like freedom of speech. I have freedom of speech.
Right.
That means I could be like for the KKK or I could be for whatever.
Yeah.
That's freedom of speech.
Thank you. Clip that. I want to use that.
So good
for the KKK.
Good and comes with that, and this is some bad that comes with it. But we have to be okay.
No, I'll tell you why this is good. Especially we all have young kids here. All this is good because right now the internet, social media is the Wild West. And kids are making money and showing their tits, and there's a lot of creepy shit out there. In 10 years, there's going to be regulations.
Yeah, you're right.
Thank God you don't have a 6-year-old girl right now.
Yeah,
so in 10 years, we're going to be like, holy shit.
Yeah,
there's more mass shooters, there's more mental health issues.
I know.
Yeah, remember when it was just, when you could just, you were 18, you could post whatever you want? All that's going to go away.
Yeah.
By the time our kids are old enough to deal with it, there's going to be regulations that prevent some of it.
I kind of hope so.
But wait, hold on, guys. Maybe the OnlyFans is, you can't just go to OnlyFans and see things. You have to pay. Right. So it's already
just like my dad pays on PlayStation.
Yeah, but that's Twitter. That's my goal right now.
But that's good. I want to do it.
Take a little break here, ladies and gentlemen. Why would you drop a fortune on basics when you don't have to? Quince is here to save the day. Quince has the good stuff. We're talking high quality fabrics, classic fits, the essentials, complete clears for warm weather. They got you, man, and it's all at a price that makes sense. Everything we've ordered from Quince has been nothing but solid. Again, my boy Eric got some luggage for them. My word, he won't pipe down about it. He's on the road all the time. Chris got pants. I got some tees and pants. It's great stuff. And here's what's great about it. everything with Quince is half the cost of similar brands because they work directly with something stepping out the middleman. Quince gives you luxury pieces without the markup. All right, they got stuff across the board. We've got luggage, we got pants, we got clothes, we got the essentials, they have bedding, they got towels, they got cookware, they got everything, man. I recommend their luggage or bags. They're fantastic. Top quality, top designs. They keep you looking fresh when you're at the airport. You travel on luggage. Here's the best. Ask Eric, ask Chris. Keep it classy, keep it cool. With long-lasting staples from Quince. Go to quince.com/golden for free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. That's QUINCE.com/golden to get a free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/golden.
But you know, like you see these like people like I hear these stories like Rothschild, telling the stories of when she was like 13 or 14 years old and how like what was going on and and these models and stuff too. You hear about this stuff that you go, oh man, this is terrible. How do we sexualize young women at a certain age, but then now you have like Instagram and that kind of stuff, and they're sexualizing themselves.
Yeah. Well, it's you know what I mean? It feeds on itself.
The wagon of circle is just new. So actually, people are like, "Whoa, this is so bad for women and kids," and then circle back around. By the time our kids are old enough, hopefully.
I just can't wait till Handmaid's Tale. They were all in Handmaid's Tale, and everyone's covered up, and you have to fuck like this.
Just a little hole in her.
You're watching the fucking news.
The internet, like I say, like you say, the internet is bananas. I mean, it changed. I remember the Yahoo chat rooms. They got rid of all that. They got rid of that, and then they have there's no chat room. They're all really. Yeah. There's no really more chat rooms. Like we're just then all that shit's gone. It really got crazy.
I guess so. Yeah, but this is where we're going back.
They keep showing this.
I don't know. It is interesting though.
I just want to see how you guys are doing in your marriages for the do's and don'ts from 1913.
This will be good for the Patreon later. What I don't understand is when here. I will say this. I read this, and it's interesting how I thought it would be way more.
Number one,
I thought it would be way more misogynist.
You're looking at the wrong one. Look at the one for wives. They're super misogynist.
No. Read all of them. By the 50s, it was way more misogynist. And I didn't know that. Don't let him have to search the house for you after his day's work. Listen for his latchkey and meet him on the threshold. See there, I don't see anything wrong. I even give my wife a sweetie. And by the way, I have a clutch. I have keys.
I'll raise you. My wife should be tracking me on her phone.
There you go, because she
And be at the door.
You not have to use the keys or the pad.
And she'd be like that. As I'm walking out here, I have to stop. And I grab a drink and a cigarette. Thank you, man.
And hire a band.
Undress, meet me in my chamber.
She runs as I'm getting my drink, and then she runs ahead of me. All right, the next one. Don't say I told you so to your husband. However much you feel tempted to.
I agree with that, but
This is
don't
good
say
advice.
don't say I told you so to anybody. That's so fucking annoying. Don't be discontented and think your husband not manly because he happens to be short and thin and very not strong. Manliness is not a purely a physical way. I love that. That's hilarious. Little ass bitches fucking coming up with that shit.
That's it. Yeah, but that's okay. All right. Don't let your husband wear a violet tie, grass green socks.
What they're saying is don't make sure that he matches his color. Yeah.
But the dilemma also
if he looks nice,
sacrifice more connected to
let's update this, okay? If your husband looks good for the Zach Bryan show,
furthermore, they have other smaller
just let him know.
If he had been successful with his chickens,
I don't know.
I'm so successful with the garden.
successful with his Call of Duty or his online betting.
Yeah, setting Nick's ass. That's hilarious.
Oh, wow.
What does the science say?
So understand. If your husband looks nice for the Chris D'Elia show, okay. For husbands, don't talk down to your wife. I'm out.
Worked on this major project and wrote a book about it.
Don't say your wife for this.
So what else I got?
I go to Atlanta first time every year, 8 years in a row. This guy shows up all the time. I forget to take a picture every year.
What Goldstein and his extensive team did
Something from
is they
one of your merch,
swabbed
front row.
self-identified Jews.
Hell yeah, bro. The cult's out there really doing it, man.
Don't increase the work of the house by leaving all your things lying around your place.
Hold on, which one is this fucking? What's this fucking find now? Where's this out?
That surprised me for 1913. Where the fuck it was. Shut up.
Yeah, get back in the kitchen.
Yeah. I want to show you. I wonder who wrote it.
Some skinny ass guy.
Show your ankles and shut the fuck up. I want to come. So.
That's 1950.
Yeah. 1952 was
I'm curious where this came from.
so for husbands, don't talk. Okay. So the second one, don't say,
But the husband in the picture looks super gay.
yeah, well, that's the thing. That fucking swimsuit. What is this?
He wrote it.
Look at what she had too. Jesus,
That's a bikini right there.
He's almost jizzing.
Imagine you have to swim with the coat on.
So heavy.
Thinking about genetics,
Honey,
you're
we're
aware
going to the beach, get my swim coat.
That's back when it really was a suit. You know what I mean? Because they call it a suit.
and a wife.
Yeah, it's like, okay.
Yeah. Get your jewels on. We're going swimming. Right, she drowned. All right. Okay, so here's another one. Don't say your wife wastes time in reading, even if she only reads fiction. That's rude. That's hilarious. Just the way they put it. Don't sneer, even if she reads bullshit. Don't sneer at your wife's cookery or bridge playing or singing or indeed anything else she does.
Yo, what's going on, Apollo?
It's basically sex.
How you living, pimp? What's good, son?
Sir,
How are you?
it's been a few days.
Absolutely. You on your way to the Caribbean?
Yeah, on the 18th.
Congratulations, man. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
So you've got to be really excited. That's 10 days away.
Yeah, but I'm in a little quagmire.
What's your quagmire, big dog?
I need your advice because you're the ultimate streamer that I know.
1,000%.
So I'm trying to buy a DJI Osmos 3 with Pocket 3.
Right?
But I don't know. I want to start a new YouTube channel with it, but I don't know if it's worth me spending. I think the total is going to be like $3,000. And I kind of wanted to see what your options are, what your advice is.
All right. So,
for streaming.
right. Okay. So you have data, correct?
What do you mean data?
Well, you're going to be streaming. Are you going to be doing like streaming away from your Wi-Fi router?
Well, I can record. I don't know how good the internet is on the island.
Right.
So I was thinking of recording, pre-recording. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, and then uploading it later.
Right.
So it won't be live, right?
Right. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
So you won't be streaming. You'll be uploading, which is
I want to use it. Yeah. Like ideally, right? But we got to be realistic. Like once you leave the U.S., you don't have that infrastructure like here. So ideally, I would love to live stream, but I don't know how good the fucking their internet is.
okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. So, why are you thinking it's going to cost you $3,000?
Because I was gonna buy a few items that you want to know the items, or you?
Yeah,
Does it
because
matter?
the camera itself is $750.
I was gonna buy a capture card. I was gonna buy a fucking stream deck. I was gonna buy a few things. I'm starting a hot dog business.
Right. What's the name of the hot dog business?
Hot dog card.
Right. What's the name of the hot dog business?
I'll send it to you.
Just tell me the name of it.
It's called Buns in the Sun.
That's beautiful, baby.
Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Check it out. Look. This is my hot dog card. Hell yeah, brother.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, and then this is the logo. And it's a tricycle, so I'll be pedaling around.
Right. Now, does that really translate to Spanish?
No.
So
Buns in the Sun.
right, it doesn't translate in Spanish. So isn't that going to be an issue?
Yeah. No. Why?
Well, wouldn't you want to put like the Spanish name?
No, because this island, the majority of people speak English.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's good. Excellent.
Yeah, so it's not like a, you know.
Yeah. Did you have AI on your logo?
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like it. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but there are going to be some people who don't like that. It's a kind of a busy logo.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's not. I'm not going full corporate here, you know.
I've got you. I mean, if it's just going on the side of the thing. Yeah. Do you need a business license?
I don't know. Until I get there, I'll figure it out. But it shouldn't be hard.
Okay. Have you thought about putting an electric?
I know it's kind of odd. I know it's kind of odd, but I could literally, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not going to be that expensive. It's not going to be that expensive.
I understand.
Maybe like $5 or so.
Okay. So back to the DJI Osmo Pocket 3. It's a great camera.
Okay, so where?
It's going to have face and object tracking, which is really cool. And okay, so that's $750. Then what else are you going to buy?
Just a list of other capture card, Steam Deck for live streaming. What else? Some air tags. I wanted some air tags because when I'm traveling, you know what I mean? I can be able to check my luggage. What else? Some AR glasses. They're for streaming content on the glasses instead of using a television.
Okay, so
what else?
like the Wayfair, the Ray-Ban Meta glasses?
No, they're different. These ones are different. I'll share it with you. Look, let me see if I can share it with you. Jeepers creepers, where'd you get them peepers?
Peepers.
You know who Jeepers Creeper is?
I know that song, and it's Jeepers Creepers. Where'd you get those peepers?
Yeah. Peepers? Did
Yeah.
you say peepers?
Yeah, it's like a old-fashioned way of saying eyes.
Yeah, I listened to the guy that sang the originals.
Okay, so Stream Deck is like what, $200?
Yeah, it's about $200 for the glasses.
Okay. How much is your capture card?
Capture card's about $150.
Okay.
Let me see if I can go to my account. I'll take a screenshot of the order.
And you already bought all this stuff?
I need a. No, the payment. Like I need to get. So I need to update my payment on here on Amazon. You know, like to finalize it.
Right.
So I wish I can. I wish.
All right. So the first thing that you're going to need, and I really would just advise you this. I wouldn't buy anything until I got there and I saw what the setup is. Meaning, how good your internet.
Yeah.
The biggest question that you're going to have there is how good your internet. You don't need a DJI Pocket 3 yet. Not saying that that's not a good thing, but you don't need it if you get there and they're like, yeah, our internet can't support that. Oh, okay. Well, then you just blew $750. So you basically have to get your internet set up there. Then once you know your bandwidth and stuff, that's when I can advise you and say, all right, you're going to need this kind of camera. You want this kind of setup. Are you going to just do one camera or multiple cameras? Are you going to be doing IRL streaming or just desktop streaming? Like what kind of internet are you? Have you Googled what kind of internet is available in this city?
They don't really say. That's the shitty part.
No, of
like,
course.
There's no way to fucking. There's no way to like really Google going like. We just never. You know what I mean?
Oh, I don't agree.
They have different companies, and I don't know really. You know what I mean?
I don't agree with that. So we have Rotan Honduras offers several internet service providers catering to residents and visitors, though speeds and reliability can vary significantly. The primary providers include Max Communications, Claro, Tigo, and Island Cable. Max Communications has historically been a major provider, but the landscape is evolving with Claro introducing its own services on the island. As of January 2024, I thought you were going to do Starlink.
I was, but I went to freaking Best Buy and they were saying the internet's shitty.
Okay.
Like it doesn't work that well, and like the clouds and shit like that, it's gonna fuck it up.
Yeah,
I'm on an island, so it's always gonna be raining.
That's true. And they just had like a 6-hour outage like a few weeks ago. And I mean, you don't want that. Okay.
Yeah, and then.
All right. So for residents and remote workers, fiber optic internet is available in specific areas like Camp Bay and Las Vistas at Camp Bay Beach. Are you going to be in those areas?
I don't know, but that sounds like a resort area. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
However, sounds like you have to be in a certain place.
Right. However, internet quality is highly dependent on location. So you don't even know where you're going to be yet, right?
Right, because I don't know where I just know I'm going to be there on the island, but I don't know where exactly.
Right.
I have to find an apartment, right? Just stuff like that.
So you need to do all that before you buy all your cameras and stuff.
Yeah, okay. I figure maybe I should do that.
You're on the right track. You're on the right track. Like, let's say you buy all this stuff, you buy $3,000 worth of stuff, and then they're like, oh yeah, the internet isn't going to support that.
Right, but just the up speed, like to upload. That's all. The camera doesn't need use Wi-Fi, right? The camera, you can just use it for whatever content you want to record. The only thing I want is internet, so I can upload videos.
Right, but you don't know the upload speed, which
right.
is. So let's look at what the average. Let's look at what the average upload speed is.
Okay. This is why it's great to have you around, but.
Well, I'm sure for you, big
dog. That can really. know what I mean? You're a blessing, dude.
Thanks, Pimp. All right, so for Road 10 Honduras,
Hell yeah, brother.
the average upload speed, it varies. As of the fourth quarter of 2024, Cable Color provided the highest data and upload speeds on the island at 41 megabytes per second, which, okay, so Claro does 19 megabytes per second. All right, so let's compare that to what you're gonna get. I know it's not going to be exactly like the United States, and it all depends
Right.
on your, pardon me, um on your provider.
Like Toy Story right now.
All right,
Toy
so
Story 3.
so if you can get let's see here. Let's make sure we've got this correct. Amazon delivers there, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
I gotta Google that too.
So, Claro is the fastest fixed broadband provider in Honduras, with a median download speed. That doesn't really matter. 47 megabytes per second. Median upload speed at 10 megabytes per second, and that's the fastest. Tigo has a median fixed broadband upload speed of 6.3. So you're getting that's not ideal. That's
Right. What is your upload speed
like
for yours?
like 45.
Holy fuck.
Yeah. And that's with like all kinds of stuff already like uploading. So let's see what the average is in the United States. Okay, so the average in the United States is about 25. So you're looking at maybe like half as much. Okay, but that's also not necessarily that was for Honduras, not necessarily on the island, which I imagine an island's going to be less. All right, let's see if anybody has talked about this on YouTube. Like, I'm sure somebody is a streamer out there, and they're like,
well, there's people that upload content, right? So that's why I always like how to.
yeah, but that's different. That's different. They're not live streaming. So, like, if you're just uploading content, it doesn't really matter the speed if you have the time to just let it upload. But what you want is to be able to live stream. And if that's what you're going for, then it has to be fast, or else it'll just always say buffering on the other end. They shoot Love is Blind from there.
Who?
You know the show Love is Blind?
No.
It's like
Fudge.
it's a show on Netflix, and they shoot from that.
Oh, they're out of Roatan?
Yeah, but they don't.
What
They
the
don't
fuck,
live.
dude?
They don't. They don't live stream.
Might be on set soon.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Live
I
streaming
might be on
webcams
set soon.
are available for. Okay, so so they do have some live streaming capability. All right.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here, baby.
I thought I lost you.
No. Okay, so um I mean, look, at the worst, you could do Starlink at the worst and just not always be able to upload, which isn't that big of a deal. Um but the thing is you don't know anybody there really. And so you can't ask anybody like, "Hey, what's the internet situation like?" So you're going to have to figure it out yourself. You're moving there in 10 days and you're just bringing all my stuff and I'm just gonna get an apartment, right?
Yeah. Well, I got some family down there, so I was gonna stay and hang out with some family for like a month or two.
Okay, well, why don't you call them and why don't you ask them to just try to live stream with you?
They don't know. Because they're older people. They're not young.
Okay, I mean, don't they have a phone?
You get what I'm saying? Like I got
Hold
like
on.
couple aunts.
Hold on, don't they have a phone?
Uncles.
Don't they have a phone?
Yeah, but they don't. Yeah.
So you just
not
walk
with
them through
back,
it.
man.
I understand. All they have to do is just do a speed test from wherever their house is. It's literally you just have to tell them Google speed test. They click the link and then it'll tell you what their upload and download speed is.
Oh, I understand, but I don't even speak Spanish that well to fucking.
Dog, you just use a translation app. You just say, "I need a favor" in Spanish. I need you to do me a favor. Can you please go to this link or just Google speed test, press the go button, that's it, and then read me the numbers that show up on your phone.
Look, I'll be down there in 10 days. I'll just do it myself. 'Cause I'm telling you, man, it's gonna be a mission and a half just to get people to.
Okay.
I just know from experience, you know.
Yeah.
Like, it's just very difficult to get people to
I get that. So, are you going
get in
to?
contact with people.
Do you want to be a? Do you want to be a live streamer?
No. So what I wanted to do, okay. So hear me out on this idea.
I'm listening.
What I
big
want
guy.
to do is interact all the interactions that I have with my hot dog cart.
That's great. You want to
So
live?
basically, you know, like people from Canada or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
you want to live stream your hot dog cart.
I'm just going to. Yeah, or not even live stream it, just to
Record it.
to record all the cool people that I interact with.
Okay, then why don't you just do that on GoPros?
Because the GoPros are always wide lens, and those are not ideal for actual good footage.
Are you kidding me? That's the best thing that you have for footage, and it's not always wide lens. You can make it whatever lens you want. That's how they get like underwater video that's really sharp and clear, or on top of a mountain, or skydiving. That's like the clearest kind.
Right, but it's.
That's the clearest kind of video you're gonna get.
Wide lens.
You just adjust it to be 4:3 or 6:9 or whatever you want it to be.
Okay.
If I were you, I would get a 360 camera though, because then it would get everything. That like you just have to put it in the middle of your cart, and then it'll get everything. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So,
how the fuck do I get by here? I don't know how to do this, man.
So they make 360 GoPros that are waterproof and have stabilization. That's another thing. You want to make sure your camera is waterproof because if it just starts to rain, You got to make sure that this thing is protected.
Oh well. If you saw the pictures of my hot dog cart, it has an umbrella.
Yeah, dude, but it's gonna pour down there, and it's gonna go. I'm looking at the pictures of your cart. That's not gonna keep it dry when there's a little bit of a wind.
Right. Well, I wouldn't be out there if it's raining. I wouldn't be.
Yeah, but you know how rain can like
sense.
you know how rain, especially in the Caribbean, you know how rain can come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
If you've ever seen the GoPro Max, it's waterproof, 360 degrees. It's really small. You could just put it on.
I have a GoPro. I have a GoPro. I can just take the GoPro. But I kind of wanted this one because it's a built-in gimbal as well. Like it tracks your face and stuff.
I get that.
So I thought it was very cool. Like it's more advanced tech.
I get that, but
than my old GoPro.
you don't have a 360 degree camera. This is what I'm saying. If you put the 360 degree camera on your umbrella, it will get all the interactions. So you don't even have to worry about it with the gimbal or anything like that. You've got to understand that gimbal is going to give out after 6 months of like 24 or like always being used. That gimbal is really not made that well to be used 8 hours a day in the sun with the sand and stuff like that. It's made for some limited usage outside, but mostly a lot of people use them for inside as well. But a 360 camera on your umbrella will capture everything that's going on. And so it'll capture the interactions with the money. It'll capture the interactions of you just, chilling with people. Hey, you guys are from Canada? I'm from the United States. If I just do an interview with you while you're on your vacation here in Honduras, and
Okay. So you're onto something. Okay. So you're onto something. All right. So how much is a GoPro 360 camera then?
$390.
Oh.
And
DJI just released a brand new one as well. What's the price on that? It literally just came out like last week. Because I was
the Pocket one.
Yeah, something. It just came out, so it's kind of cool,
Yeah. Okay, so
I heard it's got some cool features. Not that I'm gonna,
okay, so they're gonna launch the DJI Osmo Pocket 4 in late 2025, potentially as early as September.
The Pocket 4?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Like the Pocket Osmos Pocket 3, but the Pocket 4?
Exactly.
Right, I'm not looking for that one. They have a 360 camera now.
Oh, okay, just for a moment.
DJI came out with it.
Okay, just for a moment. Okay, so the Osmo 360. Yeah, it came out a week ago. Okay. This one's cool as fuck. I mean, I would say this one's great too.
What?
It's got a screen on it.
What features does it?
It's got a screen on it, and the GoPro does not. And it comes with 3 batteries, and it's not rated that highly, but it's really new. It's $700. I do like that it has a screen on it. That's tight. Comes with a selfie stick and other stuff. Okay, so this is the way to go, because You can just put this thing on your umbrella, and it'll capture everything. And
send me an image of it.
Sure.
Of what you're looking at. Just because I know it was an article that came out, but I didn't like. Because I was so asphyxiated with just getting the Pocket 3. Fuck! Oh, bastards.
I just sent you an image of it.
Okay. Let me take a look. Okay.
So it's
how much?
This one's like $700.
Okay.
Comes with 3 batteries, which is cool. It has the at least like 4 hours each. 3 hours and 15 minutes or so.
And it's waterproof too?
Okay, now that I didn't confirm. Let's look. I don't think it's waterproof.
Oh my god.
I don't think it's waterproof.
Well, I have my GoPro, so at most, I don't need to spend the money, right? Like, I have the GoPro, and I could just create I have a new YouTube channel that I wanted to put to work.
Yeah, they say it's a top-end 360 camera. I mean, people are putting these things on drones. Okay, so you take that camera.
That's kind of crazy. Why would? Huh?
You take this camera and you put it on your umbrella, and then it's gonna get all of your.
Where on my umbrella? On top of my umbrella, or like?
I think you can put it just on the pole. You can put it right on the pole. I mean, if you want to do it from above, you can too. But I would just put it on the pole, and it'll do like 360 around the. Or you could just put it on its own little thing. Now, if I were you, I'd be worried somebody could just come up and steal it. So you're gonna have to be careful about that.
Oh, yeah, ain't no one touching me. I'll fuck them up, dude.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried about shit.
You could even put it on the front of your. Now that's a cool thought. Putting it on the front of your cart, and then it's basically then like a dash cam as well. And now, like the 360 imaging is really cool, but I don't know if it's like the view you're gonna want, because it kind of distorts things sometimes. So
well, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying about the
GoPro. But no, so you just have both. You put the thing on there, and when you want to make it not a 360 view, you just change the setting so that it's just like a normal video recorder.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I'll have to get in contact with you. I'm gonna put that GoPro to charge because it's been years since I used it. I only used it on my last trip when I went to Honduras, so it's been hella long.
Okay.
Hella long. But I bought it at REI, and I literally only used it on that trip. And then from there, bro, I literally I just stowed it away, never used it again. Because I'm driving trucks, you know what I mean?
Right.
I don't have time. And then the GoPro is not ideal for a truck. So
Right.
there's no image stabilization or anything back then, you know what I mean?
Right.
And since the roads are a lot of the roads are shit, the camera would just be bouncing up and down. So that's why I never really utilized it like that.
Right. Looking at the image, this is still perfect for what you need. Like, it'll be really cool. I mean, if that's what you want to do. And you can edit with your phone.
Right. So I wanted to capture videos
So
of the girls I talked to.
Right. Exactly. So let's talk about that. With this, you've got your 360 thing going, and then if you have an interaction with some chick, you can just go on your cell phone, and so long as you have like cell phone service, you can just edit right there. Like, you don't have to wait to go home and upload it to your computer. You can just edit it right there and upload it immediately.
Right.
So does that make sense? Basically, there's some chica walking down the street, and you're like, "Hey, you want a hot dog or whatever?" She's like, "Yeah," and you're like, "Oh, this is really great." And she's like, "Hey, what's that camera?" And you're like, "Oh, I just record everything that I'm doing." And you'd be like, "Hey, you want to do a shout out for my Buns in the Sun?" She says, "Oh, shout out to Buns in the Sun." And then you can just go on your phone and just take that segment and then upload it to your website or your social media or whatever, or just to your drive.
Yeah, buddy.
And then you can get a waterproof case for it, so you don't have to worry about the waterproofing aspect of it.
Yeah. So what?
Okay, so you said that you don't want to be a streamer, at least not initially. You just want to have content, and that's totally cool. And this will give you that ability. And then when you go back to your apartment or whatever, if you want to upload the whole day, you certainly could. I mean, that's a really cool thought. People, I think, would love that. Basically,
To do what?
so think about it like this: you've got your little camera, and let's say you're on your bike or your cart for 8 hours a day. So once you get home, you just upload that data to your like YouTube channel overnight, and then it'll publish, and so people can just know what you were like, follow your day, but just in 8 hour increments. So you'd have like day one of you selling hot dogs, day two of you selling hot dogs, day three of you selling hot dogs, and you can always edit it in case something happens that you don't want in there or whatever. I don't know what happens. You throw up or something, whatever. If there's any part of it that you don't want, but then I think you'd get pretty famous because you'd be like a tourist attraction. Like, hey, if you're ever in this part of Honduras, go check out this hot dog cart because they have a really popular YouTube channel.
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to say. I was trying to promote my business on hot dog cart, right? Like, hey, welcome to Rotown with, you know,
right? Well, but
check out Buns in the Sun, right? And I would just be like people all around the world. It would attract business.
I understand that.
People that want to be on my little, you know what I mean?
Yeah. What I'm saying though is that whenever you're selling this stuff, you just upload that to YouTube, like at night, if you want. You could live stream it as well, but you're gonna have to worry about connectivity and all the other things we talked about.
Yeah.
Or you just record it and then upload it at night. Maybe you don't upload 8 hours of it or whatever you're working, or maybe just an hour a day, and then that's your content. and people could just literally in like paradise have like a front row view of your hot dog cart and your interactions with tourists.
Yeah, I would love that. I would love that. But right now, I gotta finish this order. Let me see. How do I order this shit? Because what happened was something happened with my order, and I have to get it fulfilled. It doesn't tell me how much it is. Yeah. So, yeah, man. But how do I set up the mics? How do I set up these mics? All right. So can you see if you can use an Osmo? What's it called? The DJI Mic 2 with the fucking GoPro. Is it possible to connect both of them? That's the problem. Is like DJI, or if you have a Sony camera, you can hook up the DJI, what should we call it? But
Yeah, so the
the Mic 2, whatever.
yeah, it's inconsistent and problematic.
Is it?
Yeah, it officially supports it, but people say that it's inconsistent.
I gotta cancel all this. Okay. Why? Why the fuck does Amazon suck dick like this, dude? Fuck. I canceled all of them. Thank fucking God. So this is the best camera to go with you. You're thinking the Osmos 360
Yeah,
with the screen?
yeah, and then I would get the microphones with it, but I wouldn't say that it's
Oh. Uh-huh. I have to watch a video on this Osmos 3.
Yeah, I mean, just the reviews aren't very good. They say, some people say it's really good, but then other people like I want to see. I don't know, like other people are saying that
Comparison with who makes another one? You say GoPro makes another one?
yeah, the reason why I like this one more is there's a screen on it, so you can see exactly what it's showing.
Yeah, I like that too because I hate to freaking record something and I'm not aware to, you know what I mean?
100%.
And then you have to spend hours fucking editing.
100%. I like that this one connects to your phone and you'll be able to watch it on your phone as well. So that's all cool. And this is gonna get everything. It'll get all your interactions with people. Like if you go with the Pocket 3, you're gonna like. Okay, so what could happen is it does face tracking. Okay, well, it might face track the wrong person. You're going to be in a busy tour area. There are going to be people all around. So it might not face track the right person. Or it might get caught on like the wrong interaction that you want. And you're going to be recalibrating that thing all the time. With a 360 camera, it's just always going. and it's always running everything. You don't have to worry about angles. You don't have to worry about that you got in the way or whatever. It's going to be always recording.
Okay. I like it.
And if you put a waterproof case on it,
See, I'm glad I talked to you. You don't understand. I was going to spend $3,000.
I know you were.
I'm glad I talked to you beforehand.
Right. So if I were you, I would check out the scene down there and make sure it's cool and it's for me. And then if that works, then I personally, I don't know if I would just go out and buy the whole DJI thing. Well, yeah, actually, I would if I can return it if it doesn't work out for me. So I would. I would buy it. I would buy the microphones. I would buy the waterproof proof case, knowing that I have 30 days to return this if I don't like it. And then
I can go to REI and I have a lifetime return.
yeah, but they're not going to have that. They're not going to have that in Honduras.
Huh?
They don't have an REI in Honduras.
No, but what I can do is I can ship the item back and have my mom go return it.
Yeah.
Or I can just have my mom purchase it. I have my mom purchase it, right, with her name on it. And then, like, if the item doesn't work out, I'll ship it back over here. And then she can return it and get the money. Like, if it doesn't work out, you know. But I have to go to REI to investigate. Oh, fuck, dude. Really? I jumped. I'm playing Toy Story 3 on my PS5, and I fucking jumped off a building as Woody. Okay, shit. What the fuck? Oh. So, you get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I could just do that. That would actually be better.
Well, you have to be.
Then I would have somebody. Because there's no REI over there, you know what I mean? So.
Right. Are you sure it's not just 300?
REI is expensive.
Yeah, it's super expensive. Are you sure though that their warranty is?
Yeah.
I'm
pretty sure. What? You want to type it in?
Yeah, I am, and it's saying that
what REI's.
It says that they once. It says they once offered a lifetime guarantee, but they no longer do.
Oh. Okay, so when I bought my GoPro, right, it was like almost 8 years ago. Like, they offered some shit like that.
Okay, well, they said they changed their return policy in around 2013, and so they no longer offer a lifetime warranty. It does guarantee customer satisfaction with its returns for 360. It seems like it's 30 days for eligible items purchased. Outdoor electronics would be 90 days. So you're looking at 90 days.
Okay. 90 is sufficient.
Yeah,
right, on an island.
You just buy it at Amazon though. It's gonna be cheaper. There's no middleman. Amazon has a program that you can't sell it cheaper than Amazon offers it, or you can't put it on Amazon. But let's see if you can. I mean, the only reason why I say I would just make sure it works on your little thing on your cart, and make sure the video quality is what you want, and all that other stuff. And then you're just gonna have a lot of data, and it's up to you whether you want to how much you want to upload to YouTube.
I want to upload every day if I could.
Yeah, but
new episode.
I know, but 8 hours.
You know, welcome. No. I would do like 30 minutes. Remember, most of the videos, like if you ever, like, what I'm trying to say, if you ever have like checked what is the lifespan of like a video, like how much a person actually watches, it's usually around 15 minutes.
If that. No,
15 to 16 minutes.
if
Anybody that's
if that.
anybody that watches for longer than that usually don't. You know what I mean?
I get you. Okay, so
So what I'm trying to say is like I only need 20 minutes of content, really.
right, but then you're gonna
20
have,
to 30 minutes.
but then you're gonna have to edit that.
No, I would just do it all raw.
Well, I get what you're saying.
I would
Okay,
just do it
okay,
all
that's
raw.
fine. Okay, if you're gonna just do that, then you really only need to record for 30 minutes a day.
Yeah. But okay, now I see what you're saying. Yeah, I would have to edit. I would have to edit because of course, you know,
Yeah,
like
and that's
if
gonna
a hot chick in a bikini came along.
exactly. So
And,
so then you're gonna be you're gonna be
I
spending.
don't know how to. You see, is there an AI edit? Is there an AI edit program?
We're close to it.
I fucking hate editing.
Everybody hates editing. It's the hardest part
I
of
fucking hate editing.
content creation.
Yeah, like literally, if I can just give it the video and ask it to analyze what are the best moments of the video, and just fucking do that every time. Oh my god, bro, that would be so fucking cool.
Yeah. So
you should create a bot or an app.
They already they already have that, and it does it for YouTube videos. So it'll take your YouTube video that's like 8 hours long, and cut it up so that it only has the like 20 minutes where you're talking with someone.
What app is that?
It's a website.
Do you use it?
No.
Which one is it?
I have, but I don't use it because I want the long content. I know that people in the future will appreciate even the.
You should. Oh, you should use it, especially if you have YouTube Shorts. Imagine how many viewers you would get with all your hours.
Zero.
Of streaming.
Zero. Like it's.
You would get 0 views.
Yeah, I mean, I do it on Instagram, and I get like just a few, not that many people. I do get some people, but just not that many. But yeah, I mean, you can do it with YouTube videos, but then you have to upload all the everything into it, and you're not guaranteed that it's going to have all of the instances that you want.
Mm-hmm.
So you're just going to have to do some editing, or you can hire someone to edit it for you. But even then, you're going to have to upload all the data to them so that they can edit it. I mean, that's when you'd get like pretty big. Like you could pay somebody to do that.
Oh, you know what? It's very cheap labor in Honduras.
Yeah.
So you can actually like just pay somebody like literally $5 a fucking
a day.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. How much you gonna sell? How much you gonna sell a hot dog?
$7.
Whoa, that's super expensive.
Plus, you're paying for the brand. Huh?
Dog, you are.
You're paying basically.
Dog.
Tourist fucking hot dog.
I get it. The tourist part of it. That's who's gonna buy your shit. Why so expensive?
Because it's tourism.
I get you. Well,
like you know what I'm saying? Like when you go to a baseball game, right? San Francisco Giants and all that.
Right.
Like, bro, like you're not gonna be paying regular fucking prices for a beer. You're not gonna get a hot dog at a fucking baseball game for.
I get that. Why not?
Cheap.
Why not $10 a hot dog then?
Why not 10? Because I don't want to scare people. Like, I gotta find a medium. Like, okay, how about this? Let's Google what is the average price of a hot dog in Roatan.
Dude, it's gonna be
I
like
wonder what AI says.
10 cents.
Hell no!
Yeah, dude.
Get the fuck out of
You're
here.
gonna have
10
competition.
cents, who the
Doug,
fuck is selling you
Doug,
10 cents a hot dog?
Doug, you didn't even think about this. You're gonna have competition. There are already vendors in Honduras selling hot dogs, and they sell them for cheaper than you get them in the United
Yeah,
States.
but I'm mobile.
They're mobile too.
Yeah, but you don't know if it's some creep that's selling you a hot dog. This is Apollo you're talking to. Shit, we got that California game, man. Remember, I'm taking Cali with me on a trip.
People are gonna laugh at you if you sell these things for $7.
No.
The people on the island will. Maybe not the tourists. But
Yeah, the people on the island, yeah, but I'm this like, okay, how do I put this? Majority of people that are going to be eating hot dogs are people that don't want local foods that think they're weird, right? Like, if I'm on a trip and I can find a hot dog or a cheeseburger, and I'm like, I can actually and I like glizzies, I like hot dogs, you know? Like, I could literally hang out on the island, come talk to Apollo, and he speaks English, and he's fucking, you know what I mean? Like, you're just there. And he has a cool little hot dog cart. I'm going to be playing music. I was trying to put LED lights on my fucking hot dog cart. So
yeah, that would be
nighttime. I have, like, lights and shit. You know what I mean?
That would
like,
be cool.
It's not like, you get what I'm saying? Not some hole in the wall where you're going to get fucking your asshole ripped out once you shit the hot dog.
Yeah, it says even in the United States, average is like $2 to $3.
No, there's literally, you can go to Wiener Schnitzel. They like, I spent like $30 on fucking 6 hot dogs.
Okay, well that's $5. That's $5 each, and
Let me see what a hot dog here.
That's $5 each.
I can do 5.
Yeah, 5's better than 7. 7's not a good number to use.
Because 7, maybe I include a drink and a bag of chips. How about
no,
that?
quit that. Just make people.
Just so you get what I'm saying. Like, look, let me see what a hot dog. They have Tomato Alley Treehouse menu. What is their fucking menu here? And they have a simple ass little hot dog.
Dude, how many hot dogs do you think you're gonna sell a day?
Huh?
How many hot dogs do you honestly think you're gonna sell a day?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe
I think you will sell.
Because
listen. I think you will sell 8 hot dogs a day.
8 times 5 is what?
$40. $40.
You think only 8 hot dogs, and there's thousands of people on the fucking beach. There's
okay, so
it's not like a boring ass beach. Like it's a very packed fucking beach.
Okay, then let's say you sell.
There's multiple beaches too.
Let's say you sell 50 hot dogs a day.
15?
50.
Oh, 50. Oh shit. At $5?
Yeah, that's $250 a day, but that's not all profit.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, but you've got to pay for
it's not, but
you've got to pay for hot dogs and stuff in that. So that's probably going to be 50%. So you're going to make maybe $125 a day, which is okay.
Yeah, because the rent, the average rent is like $200 in Roatan for the month.
Okay, so what are you going to do?
So if I can pay my rent,
Are you sure on that number?
I am positive. I was watching a video. Like, if you're gonna pay $500 for a more upscale, right?
Yeah.
It just depends. But I'm not trying to live too upscale. I'm just because I'm trying to make my money. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I have diabetes, so what happens if I get sick? Stuff like that. I need the money to. You get what I'm saying? Pay for medical bills.
Right. Are you
I have
gonna
to budget, right?
Are you gonna be able to
Not
get insulin there?
Hmm?
Are you gonna be able to
Yeah.
get insulin?
Yeah, they have a hospital. They have a hospital like literally in the middle of the island, like downtown.
Okay, but you're gonna be able to get insulin?
Yes, bro. If you know what I mean? They're not gonna set up a hospital where you can't get insulin. They give you prescriptions. They're gonna give you prescriptions so you can go.
Okay.
What the fuck am I going on?
It seems the apartments are a lot more expensive than you're thinking.
How much? How much more? Remember, it depends on where.
Yeah, but I mean, like
So
a lot
if
of
you're
it.
looking at upscale stuff, you're gonna get upscale prices.
I'm putting in not upscale. Okay.
I figured it out how to break out.
Do you know where French Harbor is? Okay,
It's
so
by Connex Hold.
it's $270 a
Connex
month.
Hold is the name of a pirate.
Okay, you mean
$270 is
you mean
great.
Okay, great. You keep saying Connex Hole. Do you mean Cox and Hole?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
What did I say?
Connex Hole. Okay, so $300.
Oh.
You're looking at $300 a month, which is nothing. And then you've got insulin. How much is insulin there?
Oh, it's gonna be. I don't know, but I'm gonna guess it's gonna be a lot cheaper because only in the U.S. is where they charge you like an arm and a leg for medicine. If you ever seen that, like you can travel anywhere around the world, medication is not as high as the U.S.
Yeah.
So don't quote me, but literally, you can go to Mexico and you can get like all the drugs that you got here for a fraction of the price. Like, literally.
Right. It seems like it's maybe like $100 a month.
Yeah, and if I get a lot of it, that's great. You know what I mean? Like,
do you have to keep it refrigerated?
yeah.
Okay.
So I'll just buy a little mini fridge. You know?
Right. Okay.
Or just have a regular fridge. But hopefully they provide a fridge in the apartment, so that would be okay.
Why are you so set on?
Hell yeah, brother!
Why are you so set on hot dogs?
Because it's food that can't get you sick, unless if the hot dogs have already like out of the processing plant.
Why don't you?
They're already like salmonella or something, you know.
I get that.
But you can't get sick.
I get
you
that.
Eat a hot dog cold or hot.
Yeah, you can.
The
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. But I get that. Why don't you do ice cream?
Huh?
Why don't you do ice cream?
I don't. I already bought the hot dog cart. No, because I already bought the hot dog cart.
Where is it?
There's no way. It's gonna be shipped. I bought it on Alibaba.
Oh man.
It's not like I did. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like that. But I'm not gonna do ice cream because the electricity goes out very frequent in Roatan. Like you know what I mean?
Okay.
And there's no way that I'm gonna be able to fucking do it.
Okay.
There's no way. Even when I'm not working, you have to keep the heater on, and it won't. Unless if I have like backup generators like that, like it ain't gonna happen. And I can't sleep with all that fucking noise.
I get it. Okay,
Imagine, like, you're gonna be running.
so $5.
You can only buy fuel at certain times.
I get it. $5 per hot dog. How many hot dogs do you sell a day?
$7 for the meal.
Quit with the meal. Just
I don't know. Hopefully, I get some good kosher hot dogs.
that's going to be higher.
You know, yeah, you know, I don't know. It depends. Like, I've been looking at videos of the beaches. If you type in Rotan beaches, on like they have West Bay, right? I think it's called West Bay or West End. Like that's like one of the most popular attractions. They have a hotel right on the water near the sandy beach. Like there are hundreds of people out there every day, and I figure like you're gonna need in between food, right? Even with kids and tourists. Like you, as a tourist, right? Your goal is to eat a good little breakfast. Then if you need snacks, like you don't want to go inside the hotel or inside a restaurant to pay large amounts of money for food.
A lot of these
if
people
you want
will.
something that you can just grab sometimes.
I get that. I get that. What makes you think that you're going to just be able to sell a or to just have a hot dog cart there?
One, presentation.
No, not what I mean.
Two,
not what I mean. Not what I mean.
What?
A lot of these resorts and things don't want all other vendors there. They only want their vendors on their property.
Oh, well, the beach is public, so good luck.
So you're just going to be on the street?
Huh?
You're just going to be on the street or like the sidewalk?
Yeah, that's why it's on wheels. It's a tricycle.
How much was the cart?
$3,000.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Does it come with the
$2,600 for the actual cart, and then $650 for shipping.
Holy shit.
And it's gonna get shipped to Honduras.
Is it going to your family's house?
That's nothing, bro. Yeah, it's going to one of the ports over there.
No, but
3,000 in shit, bro. I used to spend more in trucking than. Oh my god! I literally the last time I left, so it was $5,000 something just to.
no, I get that.
Shit, remember the oil in the water?
Yeah. Okay.
And I didn't get shit for it. That was just to fix the fucking thing.
Right. Okay, I'm looking at the beaches, and
this at least I have the card.
I'm
I
looking.
can sell it to somebody
I'm
else.
looking at the beaches,
You know?
and they're not. They're like nobody's there.
Get out of here! Come on.
I mean, I'm sure they're trying to make it look like it's like a desert island or whatever, but this
Are you
is.
sure you're looking at the right beach?
I mean, I'm looking at a lot of beaches. This is not like spring break.
Right. No, but they have a lot of tourists there, and every week new Canadian people, new people from Canada, new people from the U.S. arrive.
Okay.
You know. So, like I said, man, I've never had a problem in business. You know, like even in trucking, people don't
Okay,
ask me, like,
so
are you gonna make any money? Blah, blah, blah. You know, I still make
here's
my
what
money,
people
sir.
say.
I
Road
still
10
make
beaches.
my money.
Let
I
me
would cheat.
just listen to me.
Remember, I was driving day and night.
My man, listen to me.
When people weren't fucking making money, I was making money.
My man, this is what people are saying. Roatan beaches. What are some of the best beaches to visit in Roatan? We are looking into the Big and Little French Keys. Can we catch a taxi from the port to one or both of those? Not necessarily looking to book an entire excursion, just for a beach day. I read another post saying that you can just get off on the dock and there's a beach. Are there any other beaches worth traveling to or paying for? We are looking mostly for a lounge day, maybe some snorkeling. We don't drink, so bars or open bars are not appealing to us. So the first person says West Bay. We went back to Little French Key in December. While beautiful, it was like a ghost town. It's always been popular. It was eerie. We were doing monkeys and sloths with Ronnie's tours, and Daniel. Okay. Uh, how did West Bay compare with Little French Key? I've never been to West Bay. There are several beach clubs on West Bay. We went to Bananarama. Pretty, but difficult to get a drink, and we're not offered a menu. Not super friendly, but this was like 10 years ago. Okay. Next person says, whenever we go to Roatan, we usually do the Jolly Roger catamaran snorkel. It's a good time. You snorkel for around 45 minutes, and then the catamaran does a slow sail back with the drinks and food included. Hey, aren't you going to be doing? Why do you need this cart? I thought you were going to be doing like booking or something for that company.
No, so things have changed.
Okay, what happened
Right
there?
now, the trucking market is fucking terrible.
What happened with that?
Well, they never said anything back. They said they were gonna kind of wind down.
Wait.
And
Okay, let me get this straight. You had said to them, hey, I want to be a scheduler for it and work remote. And they said, that's great. We want you to do that. And then they just never got back to you?
Yeah, it looks like the market has just gone worse. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like the market here in the U.S. has gone worse for trucking. It's not that advantageous to, They never said that they were gonna they haven't contacted me, but I can just figure it's gonna be a while, or it might be a couple years until the market gets back. Because all this jobs are coming back, the market's great. It's fucking bullshit.
I gotcha. Okay, so the one thing that may be good for you is that this island is a drop off for cruise ships. So you'll get like random people every day from that.
And that's what I was trying to tell you. That's why I wanted to record and I wanted to sell hot dogs, because I don't need a whole lot of money to survive there. If rent is $270, I'm pretty sure I could make my little bit of money there, and every day, you know what I mean?
I get that.
You don't need much. I have money. I have money to fucking, I got a stack of cash on me right now. You know what I mean? I don't need the money like that, but what I don't want to do is I don't want to I have diabetes, and the doctor told me that I should be going out there and fucking, moving around. So I figure with this, I would be able to, instead of just sitting at home and trying to, if I ever fucking got a call back from those guys, right, to do their dispatching, I would be out there moving around and fucking, you know what I mean? I'd be out there just moving around and making sure that I'm not just sitting down and I have some cardiovascular fucking movement.
What are you going to sell?
What kind of drinks do we sell?
Yeah.
Who sells? I don't get it. We, who's we?
I said, what kind of drinks are you going to sell?
What I sell?
Yeah.
I'm going to sell soda.
Okay, what kind?
Whatever soda pops that they have out there.
Okay.
Coke, Pepsi, if they have it, cans,
Okay. Bottles or cans?
Try to do some diet.
Bottles
cans.
Okay. And
no, cans.
Are you going to sell water?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're going to sell chips?
Yeah, and they have a Walmart on the mainland that I can go by, and you know how they have those giant boxes with the little bags?
Yeah.
I'm going to try to see if they have those, and I can just sell, basically it's $5 for the hot dog, $1 for the bag of chips, and $1 for a soda. That's $7.
Okay.
Get the whole little meal and a napkin. You know what I mean?
What do you?
I'll
What,
provide good service. Like I'm not there to rip people off.
what kind of
I'll
condiment?
make sure like
What
they
what
have good service.
what kind of condiments you gonna have?
I'm gonna have relish, maybe some onions. I gotta see like I gotta see and some what you may call it. Just ketchup, mayo, and mustard, and I'm gonna try to do some Dijon mustard. You know,
Are you gonna have any kind of peppers?
and I can, but I have to look at see Honduras. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. They're not a big chili country.
Okay.
So I don't know what the price is of imported chilies because it's not like Mexico, right? Mexico they use chilies a lot, but
Does your cart have air? Like what kind of tires are on your cart?
bicycle. I mean, not bicycle. Yeah, bicycle tires. Tires. I bet.
Okay, so you have to keep them inflated.
Yeah,
Okay.
and like I said, there's a Walmart. I'm just gonna go buy a pump.
Are you gonna have?
Oh, I have a pump here. I could actually take the pump with me, but
Are you gonna have
I don't know if I want to do that.
LED lights on your thing?
Yeah.
Are you gonna? You're gonna have music?
Yeah, I have a little speaker box that I bought.
How are you gonna all this?
Well, I can't install a battery on it because they had the option. When they were trying to sell me the thing, they wanted to know if I wanted a battery option, right?
Yeah.
But I refused because they wanted like $300 or $400, which over there I can just hire somebody to do it for like $20.
Okay. What do you do?
You know what I'm saying? Like it was kind of like.
What do you do if they say there's just some kind of law on the island? Have you been there? Have you seen hot dog sellers?
No. I mean, last time I went there, no. But you know what I mean.
Okay. I mean, so it might not even be legal. It might not even.
They usually allow a lot of stuff. It's not like it's not like here, bro. It's not like here where everything. Oh, you've been down to LA, right? You know how they have the Mexican vendors.
Where, dog?
Like they just do whatever the fuck sometimes. Like it's like that. Like it's not. I'm not saying that I'm gonna be that, but it's like there's no real like. People are not like assholes like here in the States, where like oh shit, like you know.
Right.
Like you just set up your own little business and you're good to go. You know what I mean? Here in the States, like everybody wants permits, you do this and that, and there's a lot of red tape that comes along, and it kind of sucks for business because like that's not how business is business, and I'm not saying like people don't need to follow like certain laws or whatever, but it just yeah. It's just too much red tape fucks up shit, if that makes sense. Like, you're not gonna get very far.
Did you talk to your family and ask?
Does that make sense?
Did you talk to your family and ask like, hey, do you think I'd be able to do a hot dog cart there?
Yeah, they're not on the island. They're mostly on the mainland, so they don't know much. But I've been to the island, so that's what I'm saying. Like,
and you said that you didn't see anybody selling hot dogs.
Right, because I didn't pay attention to that when I went there. You have to understand, this was like almost 8 years ago when I went. So it's not like I went there and I was like, oh shit, I want to a hot dog business, you know? Like, the only reason why I opened up a hot dog business is because, or I wanted to move, is because shit here is just going nuts. You can't afford shit at Costco anymore. Like, everything's so goddamn expensive. The trucking game has went to shit. There's just numerous stuff that I'm not happy with. I'm not happy with the current politics as well. You know, there's just a lot, man. You know what I'm saying? And I've been looking to get out, and I finally got my wings to fucking do it. And I'm like, okay, you know.
Yeah. Why did you buy the hot dog cart before going there?
Because of the internet issue, and another thing, I didn't know if they were going to lock my cards out.
Okay.
So when you start going to different places, you
I know.
This phone number that I have is going to get canceled on the 18th. Like, I won't have a phone number anymore.
Well, aren't you going to get
I already called Verizon.
Aren't you going to get a cell phone?
Verizon, they already told me. Huh?
They don't cover that area?
Yeah, they don't. That's what I'm saying. A lot of shit, man, changes. Like, it just, a lot of changes. I called Verizon because I have Verizon Business, right? Like, my phone number is an actual business number. And they're like, yeah, like, thank God you called us because there's no coverage down there. You know?
Yeah.
So I told them, like, hey, I need to cancel this account because I'm not going to be able to do anything with this. You know, I'm out of the trucking business, so I can't write it off anymore. And not that I want to go back. I don't want to go back to driving anyways. This shit's going to fuck up my health, sure. I'm not going to enjoy any of my youth.
So are you going to...
You have to understand, man. I'm kind of, like, I'm at the point where, you know, my diabetes, like, I've spent 20 years driving a truck, man, and I'm just like, fuck this, dude. I got to go and enjoy life, or else you're going to be fucking screwed.
What cell phone company?
I don't have any kids.
What cell phone company are you going to get?
What is it, Tigo? Is that what they have down there? I'm not sure, but I'm thinking about not even paying for a cell phone because that's why I wanted the internet. Because if I can just use the Wi-Fi to make phone calls.
Right.
To have I don't need to pay for fucking fucking cocksuckers, man. You know what I mean?
Right.
I just want because look, even if you pay for it, you have to understand, right? Because it's an island, the service is going to be kind of shitty. So I don't want to be paying fucking a lot of money for something that's just going to be terrible service. It just drives me insane. So what I was thinking, like, that's why I was like, man, I have my phones, I have my TG accounts, right? I can just call my mom and my sister from WhatsApp or TG, and anything I need to be done, you know what I mean? I have Google numbers that just, you know, that's just a Google number, but you just need internet. So it looks like I have a 209 number. I don't have a 916 number, but I can probably get a 916 number before I leave. And boom, you know what I mean?
Right. So they're delivering. AliExpress is delivering this hot dog cart to where?
Uh-huh.
Where?
So, it's called the Port of Cortez.
Okay. And they're just gonna hold on to it for you for free?
No, they're gonna give me tracking, right?
Okay.
When they get my uncle go get it.
Oh, okay.
He's the because check this out. So instead of them charging me crazy fucking fees because you know I'm American, like I'll just have my uncle, which he'll pay local fees because they like to butt rape you, dude. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
like they like to fucking like if you're a foreigner, man, believe me, they don't have that much money coming in. They're just gonna find ways to fuck you.
Right.
So I figure with my uncle, he can just say like, "Oh, it's mine. I ordered it. I had it ordered." You know, boom, like cool. Like, they're not gonna bust his balls. And then from there, I'm gonna pay for a tow truck to put it on the flatbed to haul it all the way to the town that he's at. You know, because it's gonna come in a giant crate.
Okay, so why are you?
Like it's already pre-assembled. You know.
Yeah, why are you so set on this island?
Oh, because it's beautiful.
Okay,
I'm
but
telling you, man, when I got there, there was nothing else that I wanted to live at. I literally, that's where I wanted to live. My mind since the day I was there.
okay.
You have to, like, there are so many expats there. Like, people, like, you have to come and visit me.
Well,
I would, if you would come and visit me, you'd be like, dog, like, okay, like, let's sell fucking hot dogs.
all right. Well, when they have,
I'm telling you, man, because you know, it sounds crazy until you get there and there's like monkeys, there's fucking birds flying around.
when they
like,
have,
it's just nothing normal. You know what I mean?
when they have live streaming capabilities,
Huh?
I'll visit you.
Oh, brother. Like, I will literally, because the price of living is so cheap. Like, if I can really make it happen, I swear to God, I'll pay for your ticket.
Doug, do you know that they are requiring face masks in Honduras again?
Right now?
13 days ago.
Okay. So what? I bought me a fucking face mask. So
Okay.
I have one. It looks like I'm robbing a bank though. But hey.
All right. What do you do if there's a?
I mean, fuck.
What are you gonna do if there's a hurricane?
Jack off, scream. I don't know. Masturbate for a while.
Okay. All right.
I don't know, man. You know, who the fuck knows? I don't know if I'm gonna live. Nice to fucking rub one out.
Right. Do you know
What
how?
I mean? Like, what? Are you gonna get washed away? Am I gonna live? Like, what the fuck? I mean, literally, you know? I don't know. I'm kidding, by the way.
No, you're not. You are dead fucking serious, dog.
You a poncho that you can wear? Huh?
You bought a poncho?
What'd you say? Yeah, I bought me a poncho at REI that you can put over you can don over your backpack, you know.
Okay.
So I have that going for myself. I have boots. I wouldn't wear pants in a fucking hurricane because you want mobility and pants are heavy once they get filled with water, you know. So
right.
The best wear is, even if the water is filled, is still fucking swim trunks. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what people don't understand. Like, people are like, oh, fuck, I'm going to throw a jacket and fucking pants. And then they're stuck in the water and they can't even kick the water because they're so back down, you know, they're bogged down so much. But,
it seems like Amazon delivers there.
Amazon delivers there?
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me? Really? Let's go! Are you fucking kidding me? Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god, are you fucking serious?
I mean,
brother, you just made my life 100 times better.
I'm reading something.
I did not know that. I'm telling you.
Somebody just said it
Where
seems.
the fuck did they deliver it?
It seems like Amazon finally delivers to Honduras. Let's double check that.
Well, to the mainland, or are you talking to the island?
Oh no, probably not the island, but Yes, Amazon ships to Honduras through its Amazon Global Service, but only for eligible products. Not all items on Amazon are available for direct international shipping to Honduras. Shipping costs start at $9.99 for standard delivery and $18.99 for priority. Okay, so let's see. Uh,
Can you send me this article
it's just
or whatever the fuck it is?
it's just ChatGPT. Amazon does not offer direct shipping for most items to Roatan. So they do the mainland, but
I can just go get it at the mainland.
yeah.
I can just go get it at the mainland. Literally, I mean, it's only like a few hour boat ferry trip. It takes a few hours on the ferry. It takes like 30 minutes on a plane. Because they have a plane. You know, you can pay for your ticket to fly, or you can pay your ticket with the ferry. And since some people don't like to fly, you know, they rather just take the ferry. But I don't know what the prices are, the price difference to fly. But it's the same charter, basically. Yeah.
Right.
But people all around the world come there, bro. Like, I'm telling you. Look, if I sell hot dogs and I'm fucking successful, come and live stream my fucking in Roatan. You know what I mean?
Word, dog.
Oh, fuck, dude, I fell. But I don't know if you would love to leave your room to come hang out with me. You know what I mean?
Fuck yeah, if I went viral.
Because that would mean.
If I go
Hell
viral.
yeah, bro. I'll make you viral.
Absolutely.
Well, because there's so many girls there. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, you can literally talk to any, like, you know what I mean? There's so many people from Canada and the U.S. and
You're obsessed with these
other places
Canadians
around the world. Huh?
You're obsessed with these Canadians.
No, I like Canada. You know what I mean? I like Canada. Canadians are good people to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, are you going to learn Spanish?
Oh, I already know Spanish.
Fluently?
Bilingual. Huh?
Fluently?
Yeah, literally.
Perfect.
Fuck, man. That's why I chose. Like, I'm telling you, like, that's why everything I do, man, it has some kind of, you know, it's some kind of, maybe it's not, like, you have to ask me all the questions to get all the, you know what I mean?
How do you get
Honduran
citizenship?
You can spend $2,500, or you have to be able to make like $2,500 a month or something.
Well, you're not going to make that.
Yeah, I think I will.
You're not making $2,500 on a hot dog.
But at the same time, you don't know that, man. I'm telling you, I'm the master of making money.
Okay, but let's say you can't make.
You just don't know.
Can't you get it through descent?
See,
don't you have family that's Honduran?
Yeah.
So then, can't you get it through descent?
Yeah.
Okay, so then, why are you talking about having to make $2,500?
Because if this is for people, like, I'm just giving you game, right? Like, if you wanted to do it, say you go there and you're like, fuck, Apollo, you were right. All these questions I had, okay, now I understand why, right? And you're like, how the fuck do I make it here? And then I'll just be like, yo, you just need like $2,500 a month for your Social Security check. I think we cover it. Or I think it was like $1,500 a month, some fucking easy number. And like literally, if you have any little money, you can just buy a piece of property. They have properties that go for $5,000.
Yeah, so why don't you do that?
You buy a piece of property.
Why aren't
you're eligible to fucking live there.
Why aren't you doing that?
I am. That's what I'm telling you. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna get an apartment at first, right? But what I'm gonna end up doing is I'm gonna invest my money from my business into property. Buy property so I can store my equipment. And this is what I love about business. You can scale up. See, you only think about one hot dog cart. What happens if I'm very good at what I do, just like what I did with trucking, right? What happens if I get really good at selling hot dogs and people know my brand? They like, that means I can buy another hot dog cart and staff somebody else to run that hot dog cart. Like literally, you can go from like one hot dog cart to like 10 hot dog carts. It's a 37-mile long fucking island or something like that. 35 miles or 33 miles, something like that. But it's not a little fucking island, and not everywhere it's populated for tourism, but there is a lot of growth happening. A lot of people are growing, like, other areas are growing now. So it's advantageous to me to continue to, make a good brand and grow it and just buy new equipment. The equipment pays for itself after a while. That's how business, I used to have a CPR business. All of my equipment that I bought for my CPR business was all through the accounts that I had when I was teaching here in Sacramento. And I literally had a bunch of equipment. I'll take them to classes, have large classes, So it's not my first business. My first business was CPR. Second business is trucking. And hopefully this is going to be my third. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's not like I've never done business before. I know exactly how, you know what I mean?
Right.
Look, like, I wish I could show you my camera. I literally have my mannequins here that, like, we're going to put them up for sale or donate them to the American Red Cross. Oh, let's see. Look. So, let me see if I can upload it.
Have you ever been to the...
Look, check it out. Look, I just sent it to you. I just turned on my light. You see the poster of my, one of my neighbors. He used to be a boxer. His name was Willie Joran. He was the famous boxer here in the town that I live. And I have his poster.
Aren't those things like $3,000 each?
For what?
Those little CPR dolls?
No, so I paid about like maybe $300-$400 for like a set group of 4, but they're expensive now. They're you're literally looking around like $700 or something. And I have a bunch of them. Like, that is nothing. I have way more equipment than that. I have the the EpiPens and the infant, you know what I mean?
You ever take an EpiPen?
Oh, I did, on accident. I was teaching at the American Red Cross one day, and there was a, like a EpiPen.
Yeah.
And then there was a real EpiPen, and I kind of mixed both of them, and I stabbed my thumb with the real one.
Did you get adrenaline?
And I fucking, hell yeah. Fuck yeah, dude.
Was it?
I was like, oh shit, okay.
Was it cool?
Yeah, some shit.
Did you like it?
I mean, it gave you energy. It hurt my thumb though, because remember, it was a needle.
Yeah.
EpiPen has a long gauge needle because it's supposed to be on your thigh, right? On the outer side of your thigh. And I fucking, like I said, I took the back end cap because it has 2 caps. Where the needle comes out and then the one in the back. Once you take the one in the back and then you stab the EpiPen, that's where the needle comes out. The needle does not eject if you don't take the back end out. And I took the back end out because I thought it was just a fucking, it wasn't a real EpiPen, and I fucking ended up stabbing myself. I bent the shit out of the needle on my thumb. It was fucking, it hurt, like, it fucking hurt, but, like, the adrenaline rush was mad crazy.
What temperature do you have to cook a hot dog at?
That I do not know, but I've been looking at recipes on how people cook their hot dogs, and what they say is like the first thing you gotta do is take your hot dogs and then boil it, right? Boil the hot dogs, and then when you boil your hot dog, to serve it, you want to cook it on the Blackstone. So it's both, like, you know what I mean? And that's what gives it a lot of flavor, I guess. Like, it makes it more juicy, your hot dog, because it becomes more crispy at that point.
Okay, but you don't know the temperature?
No, because it wouldn't matter, right? Like, once it's boiled, it's boiled. See, if you're lazy, you're just going to give somebody like a boiled hot dog, right?
At what temperature does water boil?
But I don't know.
212 degrees Fahrenheit.
But that, I mean, the propane tank should be able to do the job, so.
Or 100 degrees Celsius.
Uh-huh.
So at sea level, which is what you'll be, it'll be 12 degrees Fahrenheit.
Mm-hmm. But it gets super hot on the island. Like, it gets hot. Oh, fucking bastard. I really wish you can come see me, man. I'm not joking.
One day, big dog.
Hopefully, one day.
One day.
I really want you to be like, okay, Apollo, I asked you a ton of questions because I wasn't sure. Now I see the light.
All right, dog.
Ah, fuck.
Are you going to swim there?
Huh?
Are you going to swim there?
Of course.
Do you like to...
I love the beach. Like, you don't understand. Like, if I wanted to go to a mountain range, I would be living, like, in Tibet. Like, I've already pictured. Like, if I was to be, like, one of those guys that like mountains, I would live in Tibet. There's one of, there's a esoteric, there's a guy that I follow. His name is Nicholas Roerich, and he used to produce a lot of paintings in Tibet. You know, because I told you, right? I'm a Freemason. I'm a Master Mason here in Washington Lodge number 20 in Sacramento.
So am I. Los Alamitos, Lodge 69672.
Yeah, yeah, look, how do I put it? So that's why, like, for me, Nicholas Roerich was a Rosicrucian. He was from the Rosy Cross, and he used to hang out with the vice president, I forget his name. He was like during World War II, or I forget what it was. His name was, but Nicholas Roerich used to produce a lot of cool paintings. And I always figured, man, if I was to go out there and be in Tibet. But I'm a beach loving guy. I love the water, so you know what I mean.
Do you like to fish?
I never fished, but yeah, like I would. Here's this. Look, check it out. See that? You there, Rabbi?
I am. I'm looking. Beautiful, my man.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Well, I'm just Just, you know, I'm a master that just likes business. So, hell yeah, brother.
All right, well, keep me posted and let me know how it goes. And if you need any help, you can always come in here and I'll help you in any way I can.
I'll probably in a few days hit you back up just so I can. You're saying that camera is more ideal for me. The which one, the GoPro one or this DJI one?
I would read more.
What do you think?
The DJI one, you won't be able to get till September, at least through Amazon. Maybe you can get it REI.
Oh.
But I wouldn't worry about that until I actually got there and, checked out the scene. But if I were you, I would go with the one that has a camera on it or that has a screen on it.
Yeah.
I would also, if I were you, I would practice with my GoPro.
Yeah. Check the GoPro, I don't know how long the battery's going to last because it's been a while since I used it, and the batteries, they literally, they don't last forever, man. So.
Yeah, but it'll work enough. And then just go there like a tourist and then upload some shit to your YouTube channel, and I'll check it out.
Okay.
What's the name of your YouTube channel?
Brother, Crypto Degens.
Oh, okay,
But
yeah.
I might make a new channel. I might make another channel because I was trying to
do
content for my.
You need a new channel for your.
But I might.
You need a new channel for.
Yeah, I might just change the name. Yeah, I might just change the name and fucking put a new image.
I wouldn't.
Because I don't have any videos on it. Like, there's no content on it.
I wouldn't do that.
I just created it the other night.
Okay, then do that.
Yeah. So.
Should
I name it the name of the hot dog? Buns in the Sun? Should I name it that just because it'll give the hot dog stand more notoriety and people will recognize me for the actual hot dog part?
Right, and I would even put in there Honduras Buns in the Sun, something that connects people.
Roatan, not Honduras.
Or whatever.
Yeah, Roatan.
So when they Google it, like let's say what's there to do on Roatan Island? Oh, there's this bird park and there's the beach and there's snorkeling and look, there's even this random YouTuber who sells hot dogs and he has a YouTube channel that he documents everything. Are you ever going to launch your cryptocurrency?
I launched one the other day and it fucking flopped. So I'm not so enthusiastic. I launched the Momo one. Nobody bought in. I asked Dumpstar to fucking buy in or do something, you know what I mean? Because he launched some fucking token called Poncho. And that shit flopped too. So, seems like a couple guys just dumped the chart.
Did they make any money on it?
You know what I mean? I don't know if they did, but I just know that the chart got fucking destroyed. I had bought like $20 worth of it just to see, you know what I mean? What I was gonna get, and I doubled my money though, because I put like $20. I ended up selling it for like $40.
You sold your own coin?
No, I'm talking about Poncho.
Oh, okay.
My token, I haven't sold it yet, but I will because the project is kind of dead. You know what I mean? I have to relaunch it.
Okay.
I'm just gonna relaunch it, but because I had a friend just teach me how to do it, right? How to do it off Slurp. What is it called? Slurp tools or something. I had a friend teach me how to do it because I've never done it before, and fucking, you know what I mean?
Word, dog.
It wasn't like a prepared launch. It wasn't like a prepared launch. It was just me messing around. But nobody's got rugged. I let everybody know they should sell their tokens. You know?
All right.
It was only like a handful of us that got in. That was it. But all right. It was nice talking to you, Rabbi.
As always, my friend, keep me posted. Best wishes with the move, big dog. Did you buy your plane ticket yet?
All right. Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
it cost me $400.
Not bad at all.
Hell no. And if I would live in Houston, it only costs $120.
But you don't live in Houston.
Right, so that's why it was $400.
That's not bad at all.
It's not that bad. You know what I mean?
What are you doing with Romeo?
My mom. My mom's gonna take care of Romy.
Okay.
Remember, I bought Romy for my mom, so.
But he traveled with you.
It was a gift for my mom.
But he traveled with you.
But he would travel with. I know he would travel with me because my sister had a baby. And at the time, like Noah was, you know, my mom helped my sister babysit while she was working. So now that Noah is a little bigger, you know what I mean? My mom has more time for Romy. Huh, Romy? Oh.
All right, that's tight.
So, yes, sir. But all right, Playboy. I'll catch you later.
Take care, pimp.
All right. Later.
You wanna play Rivals? Nigga, did I bump my head? Why this shit hurt? That shit never end for you. Told you, put them glasses on. No. It's more like his character makes sense. Nakessa, hello. Thank you. How you doing? His character is really good, and he plays it really good. And he is a handsome guy. I'm not saying he is not, but I don't know. There's just some actors that they're handsome, but they're like not a wow moment for me. But then it's like the character makes sense. There's actually sometimes there's even actors that I think like they don't look that great, but then the character makes it better. Like. A special grand opening happening this morning in Nashville. There's lots of phone calls, lots of knocks at the door. Under a new name, Bed Bath & Beyond Home. Okay, well, who cares? Why is that? Bed Bath & Beyond Home. Joining forces with Kirkland's Home. So when you think back to Bed Bath & Beyond, you think of the gadget wall and the towel wall. They didn't really have home decor and furnishing, so we've merged those two. To start off, stores will be smaller. This is about 8,000 square feet on the second floor, and so we've curated the looks for you. And true Bed Bath & Beyond fashion, those iconic coupons are making a comeback too. Oh, that's great. Go to the 20% off. Or are they? You're there all the time. What are those coupons? 20% off. Oh yeah, 20% off, and they've always mailed them to you. So just take the stash in your pocket with you, because you never know when you're going to drop it. For now, the company says it's sticking to tradition, honoring discounts beyond that expiration.
long time ago. Now, that's a fascinating kind of thing to measure because, we know that a lot of people today who claim to be Kohanim probably aren't. Even in the 18th century, the great Vilna Gaon, who was the firstborn child, and if you're a firstborn, you have to be redeemed in a special ritual with a Kohen. He was famous for performing this ritual for himself with every Kohen he met, because you could be absolutely sure that the last Kohen was a real Kohen. Maybe this one's a real Kohen, so he would do it over and over again just to make sure that he did it right. Most firstborns, like myself, for example, only had it done once, and that's enough already. But nevertheless, this represents the possibility that many people simply adopted this Kohen. It has a higher status, for example. So maybe like when they moved from Eastern Europe to America, and people didn't know that, they might say, I think I'd like to be a Kohen. There's a lot of great jokes about that. So we don't know really how many of those Kohanim really are Kohanim, and how many others really do descend from parents. So when we look at this Y chromosome, and Goldstein and his team looked at these Y chromosomes, they found out that amazingly, well over half of the people who claim to be Kohanim shared this single genetic footprint called the Kohen modal haplotype. That's fascinating, which confirms that there is this long tradition of Y chromosome descent that was running. And even more fascinating, when you calculate how far back these people had a common male ancestor, it works out just about 3,000 years ago, a little bit more than that, possibly a little less, depending on how long the generations are, which essentially is the same as our sensibility.
Don't increase the work of the house by leaving all your things lying about different places if you're not.
I'm out. That's where it lives.
I understand this is.
I come and I drop everything.
This is also sexist, though, because that's assuming your wife is the one who picks things up, which I'm not saying she shouldn't.
Of course she is.
Right, I understand. Yeah. In certain marriages, yes. But this is not that blanket what wives should be doing unless you have that understanding, which is totally okay. And it's fucking awesome. Don't try to regulate every detail.
Chris is walking a fine line there.
No, I'm just saying. If
that's what you want to do, if she's open to it, shut up.
No, but I'm saying women can work and do shit. Like, don't be all like, with me. Hey, you want to be a boss bitch? Great, but don't be all like, my wife. Don't be all mine.
Let's go back.
I'm saying women can do whatever they want to, but don't be in my house. So don't try to regulate every detail of your wife's life. Even a wife is an individual and must be like, this is super hilarious. Don't keep all your jokes. This is great. Don't keep all your jokes for your male friends. Let your wife share them. Oh, okay. You know what? Then hey, how about this? Wipe those tears up, dude. I didn't mean it. It's a joke.
That one's crazy.
And you know what?
That one is crazy.
And then on the For the Wives, put shut up about the fucking tone then.
Yeah. That was crazy. That was crazy.
Shit.
That's where you
know
draw
what's
the
so
line.
stupid about that? You talk differently.
Very, very strict about
Oh, man. Hell yeah, I'm quick with it, bro. Dude, it's quick, it's simple, and it's quick. And it's not about biting off more than I can chew it and chewing it. It's about fucking just being simple, taking nice little bites for my whole career until people realize he's undeniable. Yes! I bite off just as much as I can, and then I chew it and don't get indigestion. My whole career.
So in other words, the bottom line is,
just when you thought Star couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Simba. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, Good Burger, Beverly Hills Cop, The girl with a dragon tattoo, and Joey and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
I love looking at that Will Smith video of people in London not reacting. It keeps going on my head. It's a little bit, but it has to do with not necessarily with how. I understand people say, yeah, he's past his prime rapping. Don't be 60 and start rapping rap. But here's the thing, though. It also speaks to how checked out everybody is, and how everything needs to be a car crash or a fucking dick in a pussy for it to be looked at.
Wow.
I disagree with your first point. He started rapping when he was 18. He can continue to rap for as long as he wants. Right. There should be no age limit. There isn't, but you know what I'm talking about, though. You got it. Because you're going to be that 60-year-old comic being like, hey, guys, how you doing? But I'm not going to be like, I'm pleased, I pray for that. But I'm not going to, they're not going to take me out of my misery. But they're not going to be, I'm not going to be on stage talking about the same shit. You know what? Had the same thought at the same time. If you're 65, being like, you with bitches, what? You can talk about like it's like when comics don't have kids, and then it's fun. That's fine, but they talk about issues. Talk about, you know what I mean? It's just weird to get up there and be 60 and talk about the dating game. Or I mean, I guess you could talk about dating, but talking about dating is okay, but not in a certain way, though. You're in a weird marriage.
Alan talks about animals.
I'm saying you're in a public weird marriage. Those are real issues. You're in a public weird marriage, okay? And then your song that comes out is "I Like Pretty Girls."
Fellow students of Jewish history.
Right, it's very weird.
So excited.
It's tough. It's very weird. If he was single, like if he had divorced her, slapped Chris Rock and realized, oh, this bitch got me crazy. Right. They have a public divorce. And now he's out here now, like, coming up back. And y'all see him. Yeah. He's like, you know, the news. Will Smith seen with 32-year-old such and such. Yeah. You know what I mean? He's like, this is the bounce back. Yeah. Well, but you still married. This is not the bounce back, and then you just go home to your fuck. You know what I mean? Will you be? You know, I kind of do think that that's weird, even on the smaller level, like. If you're like you're a singer, you're married, you're publicly married, and then you have songs about like guys cheating on you, and you know how the guy acted, and you're talking about Taylor Swift. You're like, is this your husband you're talking about? Right. You know, like, can you talk about happy shit now? Does it have to be always to be this negative thing about men? But that's the thing.
You know what's weird is since Will slapped Chris Rock, we haven't heard from Jada Smith at all. She did one, got Red Table Talk stop.
Yeah.
I haven't seen her at all. No. She used to be everywhere.
It's true. Well, she tried to be everywhere because she came out with something else. Right. Right, and she got lambasted. You know, they were like, this is ridiculous. And I think she was like, oh, maybe I should. And maybe he finally put his foot down. Like, yo. Yeah, you just that's enough. There's that group one video where they're like arguing in the kitchen, and he's like, I told you don't film.
Where she's filming him?
Yeah. Like, that's the one where you go, this is a that's cringy. Yeah, that's cringy shit like that, man. You know? Yeah.
When they were doing Red Table Talk, and she was talking about like sucking Tupac off, and he's there. He's like, what the fuck?
Oh, you did?
My true love.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, bitch.
They found out this was AI. Who knows? So this was the thing.
Would you say she has been instrumental in you and I redefining our relationship?
I would say don't just start filming me without asking me. If you can film
Say a couple of us again, please. I'm still dealing with foolishness.
because she can go just.
Would you say
He knows it's funny.
the person I called?
It's so uncomfortable. Social media presence is my bread and butter. Okay, so you can't just use me for social.
Well, now he's serious, and he's been serious. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he's serious from the jump.
Yeah, from the jump. Right.
Please
read the room, Chris.
Yeah, what are you talking about? I give people the benefit of the doubt. No, dude. No. I feel this.
Figure it out.
Yeah, I feel the evil in this. This is a possession. No, That's that bullshit right there. Like I don't. Well, yeah. But listen, I don't need to know nothing about their relationship. Who knows if it's good or bad? And they have their moments. That right there.
No, that's not okay. Yeah, that's not okay.
I just feel that and be like, this isn't.
Yeah. Well,
and then you start thinking about like, you can see that and be like this. That's the cipher for like. All right, so I bet you when they go shopping, this happens. Like you can probably now dictate every interaction they have. You know what's gonna happen. Oh, man, this happened there.
Don't film your life without consent. Social media is his bread and butter. Rule 6.
Yeah. Yep. There you go. Wait, that's from Sunday. Rule 5. What's rule 1 on that?
Send to your chickens.
Yeah. I don't know. I just feel.
Yeah. No, that was.
But anyway, getting back to it is that that's who he is. You don't like pretty girls.
Right.
You know what I mean? Oh, that guy doesn't like pretty girls.
If he came out with a song called "I Wish My Wife Would Stop Recording Me," that would go crazy. Yeah. Stop recording. Don't hit that red button. I'm okay with live photos at most.
That'd be the name of the Red Button would be the name of that song.
Live photos at most.
That'd be the name of the album.
Yeah.
Red Button.
Maybe your boomerang. Absolutely not. If you record me though.
You know what? I kind of feel like I wouldn't mind watching his rap. I like his rap.
I think he's the kind of guy that after this stuff happened, pretty girls come down, he sees on the comments, that thing happened in London. I think he's the type that probably had a hey guys, okay, that just stayed up. And that's why you kind of have that little bit kind of silent for a little while. Since like even that one rap channel where he was like kind of behind him. It's like I wonder if they're gonna be like, hey, this isn't the whole that's like we need to sell out for the they're gonna make you know, he had a whole team for his, he had a whole squad for his Instagram when he came on the scene. You know, he used to write for him was Derek posted the song about baby elephant like. There was like a whole crew that would come up with ideas and all sorts of shit. But that was very smart. I felt like he looked at the landscape of entertainment. He saw that, you know what, these movies are not number one anymore all the time. So I was like, and I got to move into this new lane. He got it, and he did it. He got millions of followers. Yeah, but it fucked, you know what I mean? That's like, it fucked it up for the rest of us. It fucked it up because he had like a fucking $100,000 production team. He's on top of the Empire State. All right, I guess I'll post a selfie with my fucking kid.
Yeah, I know. Right. Yeah, that is true. Now, what are we gonna do?
She took it to another level.
Yeah, his shit was like $20,000. Have you heard that new one, Carrie Man? By the way, congratulations. No, is it a slapper? Is it a slapper? Is it rapping? Really? Or no, well, then it's fucking bullshit. She's
still thick as oatmeal.
Bro, Mariah Carey's disgusting. Okay, can we just fuck it as a nation? Just say, hey, Mariah Carey is she's just. Can we just stop, dude? I'm so tired. She's doing hot, man. She's still bad. Stop.
She is.
You can just be old and it's okay.
She look all right there.
Chris, that's okay. That's Brendan Steve right there, Brendan. Don't act like that's a painting. That's a painting, bro.
Chris have the same forehead.
I saw this Photoshop woman. It was unreal, and I found out she was in her late 40s, and I'm like, she's 20. Bro, stop!
Hey, Nick, bring up Mariah Carey singing her Christmas song when there's no backup singers. It is so bad. But when she lost her vocals, it's so bad.
It's okay to get older, bro. When people are like, oh, you look bad, it's like, dude, I love you. I'm here. She's so talented, right? She's so talented.
She was so hot when she was younger. So hot. Even with the crystal Air Force, she was so hot.
You just admitted it. She was in the end of Whitney Houston. She lost her mind. Well, she did. She fucking cracked. I get it, but she was still one of man.
Crack's good for you.
She was making these twists. Dude, I remember when we used to have an HBO concert, okay? You can't go find it anymore, man. They did it live, or right? And she was drunk. She was talking song. It was like this long. I was like, this drunk.
The other thing is,
It was like that.
someone.
And then the next time you saw it, it was
Right. And you see, it's a wild. I don't know, man. I just.
But like, have you heard Lionel Richie lately? Like he clearly lost the vocals, but he has backup singers, so it still slaps. He just adds what he can to it, and somebody else is singing.
I saw Smokey Robinson and Hollywood Bowl, and I thought the same thing. But I was like, these tubes they just never stop.
It's so.
I guess why would you? I don't know. I mean, you're 80, and they go, hey, you'll make $40 million if you go on this tour. You're gonna be like,
get my shit together.
Rolling Stones, like how old are the Rolling Stones? They gotta be in their late 70s.
Shit. Ozzy Osbourne performed 2 weeks before he died.
Crazy. How old was he?
76.
70 something.
76, yeah. Oh, the Hulkster was 71.
Hulk died of complications to surgery, and he was traveling. He shouldn't have been traveling.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he had like a stent put in his heart, so it was all inflamed.
Yeah.
And like, don't travel.
And he did?
Went to go promote something. So,
Oh, come on.
yeah.
Well, that's that macho.
Fucked him up.
You know what I mean?
That sucks.
Like not drinking water, right?
The guy's got 6 fingers. This football player. Oh, that's cheating. Can't sign him.
That's AI. That's AI.
But he'll catch that. That might be AI, but is that real? Does he really though? Because if he really has 6 fingers, that's cheating, and I'm not a Panthers fan. There you go. Oh, and is he a wide receiver?
Whoa.
Is he a wide receiver?
No.
All right, well then that's
Looks like a linebacker.
He got 6 fingers. Like he's jealous. Eric's jealous.
Yeah. You can jack off and have your pinky up.
Bro, you know what I'm saying?
I still get vulgar.
But drinking the tea and having 3 fingers up, bro. So classy. That's the classiest motherfucker there is.
It's crazy.
That's great. That is wild.
I wonder, like,
Wait. How I had 6 fingers? Come
when you're on a date, at what point do you even mention the finger?
Well, bro,
Just let them
when you
see.
get your hands in your pocket,
Off the jump.
They get your phone out and you like, it look like that.
you're way better at that. You go like this. Oh, it was so beautiful. She's like, I had such a great time. He goes like this.
Yeah.
And waved, and she goes,
Five fingers on the titty, and then one.
he said titty.
He said,
Miami.
Miami to New York.
Miami's almost sold out. Get the tickets. Houston, Salt Lake City, Boise, and then if you want to go see Eric, go to chrisleaders.com and get the tickets.
I'm at the Stand in New York City, August 14th. Just me. And then I'm going to DC to Club 808. My buddy Martin Amini owns a club. Funny dude, but it's a little small intimate club in DC. So come check me out there. I'll be there Friday and Saturday, 15th and 16th. Okay. Let's do it. Goodbye.
all right, dudes, this is the last month for Dry Fast All Gas. Get away the truck at the end of the month. Go to dryfastallgas.com. Yep, I'm sick of promoting this thing. It ends August 30th. Get you some. Dry Fast All Gas. Love you guys.
Yeah, man.
What's up, guys? I'm giving away the Ultimate Ram TRX. With over $15,000 in upgrade, this is one of one. You won't find another TRX on the road, or a truck for that matter, like this truck that I built. It has over $15,000 in upgrades, and this truck can easily be yours. All you have to do is go to fastallgas.com, pick up some merch, you automatically enter to it. It's that easy. Good luck.
Senior and
Gosh, damn, I'm dropping facts today.
Well, I mean, that's terribly obvious, but the other one you were just wrong about, so I don't understand it.
I feel good about it.
Okay, no, that's good. Honestly, I love you for that, and I appreciate it. I don't want you to change.
Friends that laugh, friends that shout. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. Let's show you love. Just bring it out. It's stronger, better, bigger power, 'cause it is
What's up with, what do you mean you look like you're flying a plane? You look like somebody, I don't understand. You don't know they were the cool on you. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, never really.
No, without the headphones.
Oh, really?
Without the headphones, I look like a gay flight attendant.
Oh, yeah, well.
Now I look like I drive this bitch.
What is it about flight attendants that he's gay? It's so weird, though, that, like, gay guys do that. Like, that when they get so high up, they're like, all right, guys now.
I'll tell you this. I was sitting
elevation.
I was getting home from Dallas, and like, so they said the guy announces, hey, we're gonna be late. The flight attendant left their ID at the hotel, and we have to wait for them.
Oh, hell.
Hey, murder everyone, dude. No. Are you? I almost missed my flight. I almost missed my next flight. But then the guy comes walking in. Everybody's looking at him like that. What? Oh my God! I didn't understand it. I said, like, get someone else.
Yeah, crazy.
And to Chris's point, what is it about really nurses and flight attendants, if they're male, they just love cock? I wonder why they're drawn to it.
I don't know what it is, but if you get above, 20,000 feet, you have
10,000 feet.
Yeah, I think because it was originally a job that in the old time women, it was stewardess, right? Which they got that.
Oh, so it's safe. So it's safe.
It's safe. Yeah, and cheerleader, right? And now the gays, which more power to them, they're just like, no. But here's the thing: only cheerleader, that person just comes off gay, right? No, flight attendants. No, it's not even gay flight attendant. I don't know. You have a gay flight attendant, but it doesn't mean. I think 100% of the time, sure, cheerleader is gay. But not all.
Oh, no, I think flight attendants batting like 95% gay.
It's up there, but cheerleader's higher,
it's
though.
very rare.
Cheerleader's higher, though. It's got to be. But yes, I also Rams game, dude. This guy's got more.
Oh, with the male cheerleaders?
Yeah.
No, that's different, though. That's one broken ankle away from going full trans. But with the flight attendants, it's always weird to me with the flight attendants when they're big people.
Yeah.
You know damn well this ain't the gig for you.
Right.
You're too big to be fit through the aisle.
Yeah, be tiny and be a little wispy.
Yes. Yes.
Float around, dude. We're there. Be a little Casey. Is that what we're trying to say?
Okay, we should probably wrap it up. We have the other engine.
You know, back in the day, they used to have weight limits for flight attendants. They used to make them weigh in like models.
License. They used to weigh them. Dude, they were. Where was I? Where somebody was telling me it wasn't my flight, but somebody was telling me that they had to use. They were like they needed to switch the seat because the weight was different on one side than it was the other side.
Which has a really remarkable Jewish area and a really fascinating
private
plane, which is this wonderful organization that provides all kinds of
once you get the prop plane, the prop propeller, the prop, when you see them on the outside,
city, and
that's even different. Yeah.
But also, talk about fat shaming. If they came up there like, hey, my man, might go to the other side.
And activity. It was really a
I'm the lightest guy here.
You are looking skinny, though. You are looking skinny.
I am.
I'm saying.
It was just a few days past the day
They're
of
not
the
real
dead
people.
visited, and so there was
What do you weigh, Chris?
kind of like
What are you
shrines
about
still around,
40?
especially on the old Jewish street, Kaya de
In the morning.
Oh, wow, you're light.
Yeah, you're like,
Jesus
oh,
Mary
I love
Street,
that.
which was
I know we
unusual
missed up this morning. I
for
was
the
like,
central core of the
Going
old
to, but I'm
Jewish
losing.
neighborhood. But in
I'm
fact,
losing.
there was a
I
synagogue
was 210.
of Jesus Maria on the street.
I was
But it's
guess I was in
textile,
bad shape.
where there were all
think I
kinds
ever
of
looked.
businesses.
You know what? It's
tucked
funny,
away
like when you're in
little
bad shape, when you're in the sneaky bad shape, where you don't realize it until you see an old picture of yourself, and you're like, what the fuck?
You can see them in
You know?
yeah.
So,
doorposts of a lot of them.
well, I'm down for it. Yeah, that's great. That's great. It's the Baptist work. I've been in the gym. I've been eating a little better. You know, it's easier when I was home this weekend. So it's just easier to get the routine, bro. I gotta go to Miami next weekend. Shut up, Miami. It's gonna sell out. But bro, I mean, it's gonna be so hard. Oh, and speaking of everybody, also Houston, go to getticketsforslay.com. Yay! Join the Patreon because we're doing Chris and I are gonna do the newlywed game. Our wives are. Oh yeah. Our wives are coming to Israel. Cool. Join our Patreon.
My favorite part of the renovation is that
for that.
gallery
Eric, your boy Matt,
your boy Matt Ryan bought that
haunted house, the Annabelle house.
Yeah, man. On the other side of the room,
well,
but there's no access.
Dude, that's, if I had his money, I'd do the exact same shit. I love that stuff. Love it.
Bro, he'd be
But the second set of that has
refinancing
a
house, redoing
It's like a patio because everything about this is also a social media. And there are two buildings. The one that you saw the office, and upstairs there was a coffee.
So this is the thing about this, and this is East Coast. This is cool, and this is, props to him for getting into other, areas of business, But I love that this is a business, and also nothing is on That's the best part. That's just the best part. It's a Bigfoot thing.
No, you gotta look into it. You don't know. You gotta look into it, dude. You know the history of that house.
Just ask me. I'm with you. Just ask me. I'm ready. Dude.
Really
Go hang out there. Go stay the night there, and let me know how you come out alive.
Yeah, but about this, I don't want to because of how it's going to be so creepy and boring.
I'm Jack.
Yeah, terrifying.
Also,
and you'll be able to know. It's like,
soy
the
ciudadano
vibes are
de
bad. Oh, shit, no ghosts. Just the house settling. That's these people that
bienvenido a
those
México
people
cuando tú estás
had
con tu
those
esposa.
experiences.
Well, this is the Shara Sharai synagogue
Yeah, they would be like,
from the Sephardic community of Mexico. It
so what
was
is the
in
story with
the
this? This is
style
the,
and
this all I know is this is the Conjuring House, but it's the Annabelle doll. Annabelle, I've seen almost every horror movie. The Conjuring ones, I saw the first two, and I was like, I hate this. So I don't know really.
Oh, you're an idiot. Oh, you're a fucking idiot.
Fucking asshole. Real Annabelle doll looks like that, I'm out.
It's very active. This is very active.
Let me give you a little history here. Let me give you a history. That Annabelle doll, the guy who was on one of those ghost shows carried that doll right across the state lines. He died the next day. This is like 2 weeks ago.
Huge cavernous sanctuaries. I had the privilege of meeting
This is 2 weeks ago. Post Malone. Yeah, that happened. This is real. Post Malone, we went to Zach Baggins' Haunted Mansion, which is so cool. He went there. He has the most haunted artifact on the planet, they say. It's like worth so much money. And Post Malone was like, I want to touch it. And Zach's like, I don't recommend it. This is real, Chris. They open it up. He touches it. The next day, motherfucker, the next day, his plane crashes. He stayed alive. His plane crashes. Post Malone's plane crashed the next day. He goes to it. He goes on tour. He fell through the flooring of his tour, and they got a car accident 3 weeks later.
Dude, you should listen to Bilbo Back.
These are Chicago windows.
Bilbo Back. Who's the guy?
Look at that. Look at that. We had paranormal investigator who helped the lead Annabelle doll before passes away.
Hold on a second. Bilbo Baggins? What was that guy you said? Baggins?
Oh my gosh.
Ghost Adventures.
This I've never seen.
Wow. So, that's...
Oh my gosh.
So here's the thing that I always think of. Okay, so yes, that is very...
beard.
How many?
I understand why
This
somebody
is
would
only
be like,
one.
wait,
In
let's
one.
read about this.
Explain it. Explain it.
Gorgeous.
Here's how I explain it.
What's that place? For
The world's been around
really
for however
interesting
long
to see
the
a
world's been around.
Mexican flag for
Some stuff like this has to
These
happen.
guys have like
It
beautiful
has to.
restaurants inside them that are more like community centers.
Just the haunted
But they are
stuff.
gorgeous, and they're all over the city. You
That's
now
what
visit by going to the archives, which is housed in a beautiful facility right next to
somebody
our
has to
Lady
touch a
Synagogue.
doll,
And
cross
the
state
director
lines,
of
and
the archives gave us a personal tour, which was really amazing.
So
And
this
they
is
had
just the
actually
time that
curated a
happened. How
few
long has it been on
objects
this
for us to
tour?
see.
First book of the Central Comics.
How long was he doing the tour? Was it the first day?
Remember the date? Some of the last Jews that
That
was the first time. That was the first time Post Malone's touched that scary artifact. His plane literally crashed the next day. That was on stage and on tour, and they got a car crash.
Switzerland back in the
You only want to think it's fake.
supposedly natural Switzerland
It's coincidence.
Yeah, and I've been minority in Mexico City, but I also had the opportunity to visit one of their amazing cinemas as well. And I was especially impressed with the stained glass window in one of the sanctuaries, which has the most amazing deal.
Because they're haunted, Chris.
Really
Because they're haunted.
These are nation noises that time keeps going.
Let's hear it.
And
I
the
just
strength
did. I
and
just said it.
vibrancy of this community.
It doesn't make
They still
sense,
have
though,
that
but
same
you're saying it
yearning
has
for
to happen at
something.
some
One
point.
day they will be taken out from
There's too
their
much of a coincidence.
of
Somebody
exile
needs to
around the
slip
world.
and fall on a banana peel, crack their head open, and then a possum walks up and pisses on their face. That has to happen. As long as time keeps going, it'll happen. It's not because the possum's haunted. It's not because your face is haunted.
I am
Just
delighted
happened.
that you
Yeah, but if that
decided to sign
happened right
up
after
with
you
PIN
touched the evil artifact,
biomedical
evil
acts.
artifact,
My name is Henry Johnson, and I'm proud to be an instructor
I am
over
because
the
of that. I am
course of this
willing
semester.
to accept that maybe the real.
Background is
All I'm saying
not
is,
from the medical field. I'm a historian. My first degree is in philosophy. So I'm especially
You're not the guy for the job. You're not the guy for the job, man. You're not the guy for the
how
job.
groups of ideas come together to create values that later inform decisions
why
medical
there isn't
personnel
more.
have to make. And
You know,
the
it's
approach
the
that I
same thing
must
like
take
with
to this
with
course
aliens,
is
like
primarily
that. It's like,
one of
okay,
issue
well,
spotting.
you know,
Meaning,
where is it?
we're
It's a
going to
little harder.
look at the major issues that
I don't know.
we will most likely confront as a medical professional and try to understand what the intellectual and philosophical background
to cell phone cameras,
situations might be,
Bigfoot sightings,
and hopefully that will
disappear.
help understand how to
And now all of a sudden we have like video where you can type in a thing, go,
the emphasis of the
ship in the
course
sky
is
with blah blah blah,
therefore
and the
mainly
AI
to
makes it
sensitize you
well now you
to
know now
the
you can.
important issues
They
rather
had
than
this
to
shit,
provide
right.
definitive and final rulings on exactly how
You guys don't believe in curses
Quite
either?
often,
Like certain families are cursed where like all 6 of their children died
society
in mysterious ways.
as well.
You think that's just a coincidence?
All I'm saying is I don't know what it is, but when I
If you say it has to happen, I'm like,
will really depend heavily on the ethics
make
guidelines.
something up, it has to eventually happen.
But for our purposes, there are several broad areas of inquiry that will certainly give you the intellectual grounding to be able to make together with
You know what I'm going to do? I don't normally do this. I'm going to look at the comments and see what
Let's take a few minutes to go over the syllabus.
because I
The
really
main
don't
textbook
know.
is this one here.
Actually, you know,
Legal and ethical issues for health professionals, and it takes a decidedly secular approach, understanding the various backgrounds that come to bear on any given question that you may face. But we're also going to look at it specifically
I don't know, dude, but
that is a required text, and I would rely on it very
It's too
heavily.
expensive.
We also have a couple of
Not right, like,
recommended
give it to us,
texts.
but you know what we should do? If we're never going to do it, maybe a fun thing to do. Go to Zach Baggett's Haunted Museum in Vegas and walk out of there and tell me it's all just coincidence. Go to the basement where people are murdered in the shower and tell me you figured nothing. I sprinted out of the museum.
Why did you do that?
How do we decide which ethical system we're going to use?
I feel like you're making all of this up.
If you said just like
It's great coming there. I love it. People that like my mind's like myself. I'm just all there, man. I miss guys like you. I miss my voice. At the same time, I got the future of my children. My children being taught in school, and right now with them being taught in school is true history. So my kids are victims. My kids are victors. And that's turn trans. I know that bullshit walks in, man. This should be funny. I know. I'm doing it right now.
For 19 minutes.
Too, without remembering certain person scene being super crazy. Remember, he was in blackface. He was calling people the N-word. He was super competitive, hyper competitive. You know why he got fired from DC? Dude, he would go in the markets, like, who's your biggest DJ, and then take over the radio station.
Look at this blood scissors.
Sure. And even 2,000 years ago, if somebody had ghosts, everyone has ghosts in all their history. So everyone just across the board agree that they've seen ghosts, which is whatever. Maybe you don't believe that. Let me ask you this, Eric and Chris. So like bad people, like serial killers, like terrorists, those guys are crazy, legit serial killers.
A list of suggested topics will be
posted on that. You would also have the opportunity to suggest something
you're a fucking idiot. And that is due on December 8th. And I'll
it's fucking idiots.
It's fucking idiots. You should have told me.
You should have told me. It's fucking idiot.
And then we're going to start working on that. And then at the end of January, I missed the research progress to the class in an oral presentation.
I think that
let's say you want to write, for example,
whatever you want to say,
public health issues such as the controversies that are up over
I personally don't like it when there are like research. I watch all those shows about that.
And your research is all kinds of materials.
I personally don't like it when they say the monsters they
and then you put together a PowerPoint,
it takes us away from what they are.
A 15-minute presentation to class.
This happens to humans, and when you start using models, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
In our discussion,
that's just a thing that happens to people. So one of the things that happens to people is they have the desire to kill people. It's meant to
you'll get all kinds of ideas from your peers. And then finally, the last 30% of
it'd be a form of evil when we can kill children and women have no consciousness, just go to bed like, well, that's what I do.
Presentation.
That's awful. Nobody's arguing. Most people deserve to be beheaded. Evil is something you guys are saying it's like autism. We're not saying it's just saying it's similar. Like this is a condition that he got. Being a psychopath is a condition that he got. It's not some demon come hell because that's a
I'm going to stop here. In the next video, we'll talk about
some people are born that way.
I don't think it's just.
I think it's most extra if the evil that you're talking about is, somebody lets the bad thoughts and shittiness overcome them, then sure, I believe that. But I don't believe it's like some spirit or force or that's what I'm saying. That's all. But I mean, look, I am not saying, oh, let's give these serial killers a chance, put them in therapy. No, kill them all, murder them. But when you start talking about evil
demon possessed, that kind of thing. I'm not really. Hey, look, can it be true? Of course, I don't know shit. But words for things that never happened, like telekinesis. That's never happened ever. Right. Okay. Right. But there's a word. Right. You know what I mean? Exactly. Right. No one has ever moved something with their mind. Right. But there's a word for it. Well,
Yeah, sure. Well, there's also a word for a higher being. It's called God. Right. So, are you both atheists?
No, I'm not saying there's no God. I'm not saying there is God. I'm not saying there's no God.
You've never seen them, right? But no one can prove it.
Right. But nobody can prove that we're not in the simulation. Like, I have no idea. I don't know. Just because you can't prove something doesn't mean that it's real. And that's what faith is.
Exactly.
Faith. And exactly. Yeah. Right. What do you mean exactly? What do you mean exactly?
So what I'm saying, if you have faith in God and a higher being, the opposite of that would be what? The devil, Satan, sure. Right. So there's some people who have faith in that dark being, that dark evil. The same way you two might have faith in the goodness.
But I'm not saying I believe in God or not believe in God, and I'm not saying I believe it. I'm not saying I don't. There's no way that. I mean, I've even said it's possible. Yeah, but I just don't. I don't know if I think that calling people monsters and saying the evil over it's shirking responsibility. It's shirking blame, dude. Like cop out. Yeah. I mean, dude, you can just be a fucking piece of shit and let your circumstances dictate what you do in life. It's not fucking Satan, dude. You're a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I think. I think Jeffrey Dahmer, I think he had mental problems. I think he is a fucking awful person. Get rid of him. But just be like, oh, the evil took him over. Bro, that's him. Fuck him. I don't know. To me, that's how it comes. That's how it comes across. There's no monsters. Like, it's just like there's a monster among us, dude. That's a human being that is a piece of shit that fucking let their circumstances dictate. Yeah, they didn't get help when they were very young. Their mother, father beat the shit out of them, and you know that's a myth. That's a myth. That's a myth. It doesn't get great, but it doesn't mean that because your parents beat the shit out of you, you're gonna turn out to be a fucking piece of shit. Plenty of people overcome that. Jeffrey Dahmer or whoever. It didn't happen to Jeffrey Dahmer. There are people
Dude, how you living, Pam?
That evil? I wouldn't say that's evil. If you would, then fine.
Are you ready for me?
It's just what happens to humans a lot. It was a big word. That's what I think you're talking about.
Dude,
I'll ask you something, Robert.
What up, Pam?
Sitting at his feet with his hand on his knee and Socrates.
Baby, go ahead.
If you were winning in Monopoly, and then you decided I don't want to play this game anymore. I'm ahead of everyone. I'll have a child, and I will let my child play Monopoly in 20 years to beat these people. And you go back to game in 20 years. Does the child have more of a chance of winning the game?
I don't understand your question. Can you elaborate?
Right, imagine you play Monopoly.
Okay,
right?
I'm playing Monopoly.
Okay. You stop playing Monopoly, you're about to have a kid.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
You're winning the game in Monopoly. You're absolutely dominating the game in Monopoly, okay?
Okay.
You're about to have a kid, so you stop having the game. You leave the board there. With all your assets. The board is, you own like so many properties. There's 3 players left in the game. You're in front by a landslide, right?
Okay.
Okay. You forget about the game for 20 years. Your child comes back to the game and takes over your spot. And then he tells everyone that was playing the game to come back.
Okay, you have an invitation.
Does your child have a better chance of winning than everyone else in the game?
You were absolutely destroying?
Yeah.
And nothing changed about the game?
No.
Yeah, seemingly they have a much better chance.
The only difference is you can't play, only your child can play the game now.
Have they ever played before?
Yes, they played other games.
No, have they ever played Monopoly before?
Yeah, they played Monopoly before.
Yeah, then they have
understand the rules.
they have a better chance to win. Did you know that you have an invitation to Hatch Monsters?
So why don't most people do that for their children?
I don't understand.
Why don't people do that for their children?
What, play Monopoly and then don't play for 20 years and then play?
Well, Monopoly in real life. Buy assets for their children in real life.
They do.
Smart ones do.
Right.
Well, I'm just saying, if you want your child to win, you got to buy assets for them.
Okay.
Oh, Rabbi, I have the advantage here.
Let's
You
see you.
realize that?
Let's see you win, big dog.
Why did you go poison?
Dog.
Oh, you drained 2 mana from me. Rabbi. Sure move. That was a good move. I see what you did.
Thanks, baby.
You know what you did.
Oh, good move, dude.
Oh yeah, it was a great move. You know what? It was a great move.
Yep, I see it.
I can do this.
Oh, you did really well, dude. That was amazing.
But I helped you. You made a bad move. Okay, that was decent. Rabbi, you can do a lot of damage to me right here. Rabbi 1, I lose 2 men. Okay. Oh, what? I hate you, Rabbi.
I love me, baby. No way.
You know what? You know why I evolved that one?
Why?
Oh, wait. Fuck's sake. Rabbi is in front. Water tiles are shuffled around. I got the fucking biggest disadvantage.
I don't know about that, son.
No, water tiles are shuffled every time.
Word, dog.
Do you think that's an advantage or a disadvantage?
It depends.
Fuck. See, like...
You're up, pimp. You're up, big dog.
I know I'm up.
Well, let's see you do well.
I mean, fuck you.
Look at all these moves.
Oh, fuck. Fuck. Rabbi, you're the worst human being in the world.
Thanks, baby.
That's mean.
That's okay. I take shit all day. No big deal.
Who do you think the worst human to ever exist was?
It's subjective. I don't feel any person is any worse than anybody else.
Really?
Yeah, they don't all have the same opportunities, so it all evens out in the end.
I don't know.
All right, well, you're entitled to your opinion, baby. All I know is that you have 10 seconds to make a move. Baby, you have 10 seconds to make a move.
I mean, there's literally people who have started wars for profit.
Word, dog. Look at this move.
Which is still happening.
Look at this move.
Which is still happening today.
Word, dog. Did you know it's your turn, son? Look at you. Look at you. Dog.
I mean, there isn't.
You're up, pimp.
Oh, fuck. I like Rabbi Rothschild.
Yeah, most people do. I'm stuck. What do you want me to do about it, baby? What are you going to do here, big dog? What are you going to do here?
I actually.
Oh, big dog. Big move, son.
And now it shuffles the water around every time it starts to turn, which only helps me. Oh, you know what the best part is when you did the psycho bite? I had no mana anyway.
Are you proud of that?
Yep. Oh, fuck.
Water towels are shuffled around when a turn starts. You're up, pimp.
Yeah.
Did you know that you're up?
Yep.
Dude, you're doing really well, big man.
Okay. I don't think that was a good move.
Okay, well, you're entitled to your opinion, big dog.
Extra move. Please give me green.
No greens.
No green?
No green, pimp.
Maybe I get green here.
Nope.
You can do a lot of damage to me here.
And I'm about to.
Oh, Rabbi, look at this. Oh, no.
You're up, pimp. Dog, did you know that's your turn?
Yep.
Big dog. Oh, I don't know about that move. Oh, what a great move. Dog, there's an obvious move. I don't know why you didn't do it.
Obvious move?
There you go. Big time.
I might have just helped you. It's very easy for you to evolve right now. Holy shit, that was a good move. But was it a better move than this? Rabbi is behind a little bit. Rabbi, you need a hero.
Big dog.
Oh, you just won.
Big dog.
You might have just won here. Okay. I don't think you won.
Big dog.
Yeah, you would have won. If your cock was bigger, you would have won.
Just because I need it to be, baby. You're up, son. What are you going to do?
That was a bad move. Oh, was it?
Yes, it was. Oh, you fucked me. With that water shit.
You won. Rabbi, you might have lost. Yeah, you just lost. Do you know how you lost?
Let's see it, baby. No way. No way. Dude, that was incredible.
That was a good play.
That was beautiful.
Let's go again.
Nope. We're playing something different.
Monopoly?
We can play Monopoly after this.
Ready for the greatest shot you've ever seen?
Yes, sir. Did you see that shot? What are you going to do?
Rabbi, I helped you.
Yeah, you did, baby.
That was a terrible shot by you, though.
Thank you.
Also a terrible shot by me. But don't think you have like much of an easy shot anyway on the board here. Rabbi, you're playing terrible.
What do you want me to do about it?
I mean, I'm playing just that, but
I'm playing better than you are.
no, we got tied. We're tied now.
Okay.
If I shoot you there, I'm just going to help you, right? Oh, you fucked up. Rabbi, you know you're meant to hit the black, right? Sorry, the white. Do you think that was a good drop?
It was all right.
Duncan, mate. What's your favorite song?
All of them. Depends on the mood. Depends on the day. You're up, pimp. Did you see how good a shot that was?
Okay, are you ready to lose?
You could do it. That's one.
Imagine this comeback.
Let's see it.
I feel like that's going to go in. Do you get like an extra shot for me fucking like?
You
I feel like you should get an extra shot for me pocketing.
No, they add a disc to the board for you.
Oh, they do?
Word, dog.
Oh, fuck, that sucks.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
Well, it was my fault, isn't it?
Oh, baby.
Oh, I nearly won you the game.
No, I would have had to hit the red one in.
No.
Yeah.
I think it would give me.
No, it doesn't.
Would it give me another fault?
I think it would put it back on the board.
What? Oh, no.
Dog. Are you ready for this, Zoot?
Yep.
Zoot, I'm going to dedicate this shot to your comedy career. I want it to be successful.
Bonnie Boy.
And the Bonnie Blue. Look at that, son. Zoot, do you...
Bonnie, by the way, Bonnie Blue went all the way down to 10 yesterday.
What? Did you lose internet connectivity or something?
I said, yes, you went all the way to 10.
Why did she go all the way to 10?
Why'd you go to 10?
Yeah. You're up, pimp.
My mama don't you when she likes everyone.
You're singing Justin Bieber. Are you going to go?
You are correct.
I know, but are you going to go?
Yep. You just helped me. You ready, Robot? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, yeah. You didn't move the 8. I was going to take it.
I know.
I won.
STFU, Zoot.
Oh,
Zoot, do you want to play the Olympics with me?
oh, that is cool. That's 32. Double. 32 to 16.
Zoot, I asked you a question. Are you ready to answer it?
Yeah.
Do you want to play the Olympics?
Ready to play?
Do you want to play the Olympics?
Special Olympics?
Only if you're in it. Do you want to play the Olympics? We play one of every game and keep track and see who does the best.
Oh, then you're going to win.
Okay, well, what do you want me to do about it?
And we can't play every game because some games you need 4 players for.
No, but we play all the major games that we play. Good move, dog.
I just won.
Maybe.
That was a good move.
Thanks, baby. You're up, pimp.
You have to move the 7 or I'll take it. Why would you do that?
Why not?
That was like what worst move you can make.
Perhaps.
Well, I demolished you. What are we playing off this game?
We're gonna keep playing this.
Till you win?
Perhaps.
Why are you so bad?
Maybe I've let you win.
Yeah, let's play the Olympics. We go in alphabetical order of games.
Is that what you want to do?
Yeah. Rabbi, you on?
All right. I don't know if we play them in alphabetical order, but we'll play them from top down. So the first game is Ocho. Now, you can't just leave in the middle of this. You recognize that, right?
Give me a sec.
Yo, dog. Dog.
Yeah, Rick Steiner went viral.
Who did?
Rick Steiner.
Who's that?
Some guy. Right, did you send me an invite?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
So you're not just going to leave in the middle?
No. We're not doing alphabetical order?
No, we're doing from the top down.
So Ocho, Paul, Crane, Carmen, Match Monsters, Ball Bots, Mini Golf, Table Soccer, Dance, Bowling, Word Blocks, Disco.
You're up, Pimp.
Ludo.
You're up.
Are we really gonna do bingo?
No, maybe.
Robert, I got a really bad hand.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it, Pimp?
I mean, oh no. Oh no.
Maybe. That's 1-0.
Oh.
One Rabbi's winning.
Well.
Next is pool.
Yeah, you got lucky.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
Alright, you're terrible at all the rest of this is gonna be easy. That wasn't a bad shot.
Look how sick a shot that was. Did you see that?
Is that a good shot?
I don't think so. Because you failed to hit the stripe first, son. No!
Does that give you two? Fuck yeah.
STFU Zoo.
Good shot.
Are you proud of that shot?
And then I got two. I'm gonna get two in. That was nearly a really bad shot. Do you agree?
Yep.
And this is a shot.
Oh, that was a kick shot, and a bank shot, dog.
Do I get like bonus points for that?
In some types of games, but not this one. Dude, look at you play.
But look, I have the worst fucking shot possible in. I don't think I'm gonna hit the ball, brother. I don't think I can get it in from here.
Time's running out, son.
But I'm just gonna do that. Oh yeah, you get to put the ball anywhere because I didn't hit the stripe. I don't think that's a good job, anymore. Go, you ran out of time.
I know.
Why did you do that?
Why not?
Just give me the game.
Maybe. Or maybe you'll scratch it.
I mean, this is a hard shot for me. But... Oh!
You scratched. Zoot, you scratched.
I had the perfect shot. It didn't go in. Go on.
It's 1-1.
Okay, next game. Oh, fuck. It's a game I've never won. Oh, yeah. No, I said yes. You went first. You know what happens when you go first?
What's up, big dog?
You don't get to get it in if you go first. Rabbi, look how good my setup is, bro. I haven't watched it.
I know, Zoo.
I don't think I do, though.
I don't think you do either. I think you have Tourette's syndrome. All right, Zoo. Here's your turn to start taking some leads.
I don't know, but I get free housing if I'm selling more autistic.
September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Edgar Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible, recording their debut album behind bars in just 5 hours. They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation and get caught up in America's prison movement during their 20s. I'm Jimmy Petrus, music and culture writer. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahanubi, Neil Cade, and Harry Cupcake Cole. Put it this way, we were of the state penal system. They would come in and stand around the wall and sweat would pour off them just like it poured off of us, just to hear us play.
I just want.
I love hearing you say that.
I think I just won.
No, don't think. You need to know, son.
Look how badly positioned you are on the board with a lot of these. Bad position.
Go.
Not for me, but for Stephanie. You can at youtube.com or on the YouTube app at Mr. Rothschild, RNOKELLY. The reason because in the chat area we have the GoFundMe pin, make it real easy for you to sign and be able to help.
What an amazing shot. You're done, baby. 2 games to 1.
Bro, what's next?
Match Monsters.
Match Monsters. Match Monsters is the biggest game of the lot. I mean, bought a DLC character, you'd be fucked.
Then we wouldn't be playing. You have to play fairly. Are you gonna pick your other guy?
Oh shit! I selected it. Come on. What? I keep selecting. Rabbi.
I think I accidentally hit the wrong one.
What is it?
You're up, pimp.
Try giving me DLC characters. Okay. What's the battle? What's the bonus? Evolving restores 5 health. 10 health. Rabbi, your turn.
I know, big dog. You're up, pimp.
All right. I got a problem.
You're right, you do. Oh, big time. Cycle bite, bitch.
Oh my god, do you see what I said?
Yeah, do it.
And again. Have you ever seen anything like that before?
Baby, calm down.
What do you mean calm down?
I'm just doing my thing. Did you know that it's your turn?
Yeah. Oh, fuck. Why'd you do that? Oh, no. Oh, no, you got lucky. How much damage did you just do?
Not a lot. You're up, big dog.
My turn.
You're up. It's your turn, son.
I know it's my turn.
Are you gonna go?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out something.
Big dog, everybody's waiting on you.
Yeah, I think I got it. You got an extra move? would you do that? Why would you go for the extra move?
Where's the extra move? Oh, I see it. Thanks, baby.
Yeah, we're taught now. Okay, yeah. You're gonna win.
Good job, Zoot. Oh, baby.
Cashed out a road ship from $100,000. Are you ready to win?
Yeah, baby.
Because I don't think you're gonna win. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
We just healed a little. You like Celeste. Yeah, I'm doing this, man.
Are you gonna go? You're up, pimp. Did you know that?
Do you think I can win?
Maybe. Baby, it's over for you, son. It's over for you. 3 games to 1.
Fucking, you chose the hardest fucking match monsters to win on as well.
I mean, what do you want me to do? All right. Do you want to play Brawl Bots, yes or no?
Yes. Although you know I'm dog shit at robots.
I am too.
No, you're not as dog shit as me.
I'm terrible at it.
I'm gonna be right back. What did you choose?
Raptor, because I'm a pimp.
Choose the same as me.
Is that what you chose?
Yeah. You're gonna walk into me. Oh, what?
You're gonna hurt yourself. You just lost in one shot. That was incredible. Okay, the score is 4-1. And I didn't even shoot it. That was your shot.
Do a mini go.
It's 4-1.
I'm gonna come back. Mini go.
You have an invitation, and everybody's waiting on you.
I'm gonna come back.
Go, baby. Oh, you think that's a good shot?
I don't think it's the worst shot.
I'll show you a good shot. Do you see my shot, Zoot?
I don't think
Zoot, do you see my shot?
that's an incredible shot, but I don't,
Thank you, baby.
I don't think I have that level of shot. Alright, Rabbi. Rabbi. Oh.
Look at this shot, Zoot. Are you going to be able to beat that? Look how good a shot this is, Zoot. Zoot, look how good a shot this is. Zoot, look how good a shot this is. Big dog. Big dog, that's way too hard. Way too soft. Zoot. 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 Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot. Zoot, what are you doing? Zoot, go. Thanks, big dog. Zoot. Zoot, can you hear me?
No.
Do you know what a double bagger is?
You know you just won.
Zoot, do you know what a double bagger is?
What do we do if we tie?
We do a playoff. Zoot, do you know what a double bagger is?
No.
It's a chick that's so ugly that not only do you force her to wear a bag on her head, but you wear a bag on your head in case her bag falls off. Isn't that funny? Zoot, isn't that funny? Zoot, was that chick at the adult library or whatever a double bagger?
No.
What are you doing? She was just a single bagger?
Yeah.
Okay. Look how sick this shot is. Zoot, you need... Oh, wow, that was really good. Zoot, you need one of the greatest shots in the history of mankind. History of humankind. Zoot, it's over. It's over. You're done. All right, that makes 5-1. I won the first. You won the second. Okay, so it's 1-1, 2-1, 3-1, 4-1, 5-1. Table soccer time.
Stand up and 2 knots, right?
You got it. Are you going to use that joke about a double bagger?
No.
Wait, it's funny.
Did you make that up?
1000% not. Baby, did you know that it's 1-0?
You know that I about to do better than you here by doing this.
Let's see it.
You ready for the greatest?
Yes.
Greatest IQ move of all time.
Yes.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay. Now you're in a really bad position where you're just going to give me the ball. Like, no matter what you do, you're just giving me the ball.
Dog, what did you just say? Dog, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Where you give me the ball? $100.
Are you going to try to make this?
Rabbi Rothschild misses the easiest shot of the whole time.
Not at all. That was a difficult shot.
No, that was easy. Oh, what? Oh. Rabbi, look at my defense right now. You find it annoying that you can't score on the first game, first shoot?
That's a terrible shot.
I don't think it is.
Baby, look at this. Zoot. Zoot, look at this.
I don't think.
Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack on? Do you know what the dragon attack is?
I don't think you're going to score. Anyway, I'm going to do better. Because I'm going to do this. Ready? Wait, mate. You think that was a good shot?
No.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
you have really good defense.
Thanks, baby. No passes, baby. Oh, make it. Dog.
Rabbi, I'm going to say something.
What?
If that wasn't an own goal, that would have been an incredible trick shot.
Word, dog.
If but doing that intentionally, that type of shot intentionally, that is fucking difficult.
Don't do this.
Come back. Imagine the comeback. I think I have an incredible shot here. That was a good trick shot.
Watch this move, Zoot. Zoot. Do you know what the dragon attack is?
You might hit the pole. Alright, what's the table?
Baby, let's count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wins. Bounces next. Do you want to play easy, standard, or pro? We'll play standard.
What, bounce?
Yeah. Accept the invitation, pimp.
How many do we got left?
Like another 35 games. You're up, baby.
No, a lot of them are 4 players.
I know.
I have a feeling I'm going to win here.
Okay, remember that. Because I'm destroying you.
You're only 1 second in front of me. We're only 1 segment in front of now we putt. How did you fuck up this one?
I'm not good at this one.
The next one's really easy.
I know, I like this one.
Put up to me.
This is a close game, Zoot.
Oh. Fuck. I hate this one. Fucking hell. This one's so annoying. When we get the bonus, like when we get the color change, it just fucks you up. What? I swear, like, Rabbi, this is going to sound weird, but I swear, like, the gravity dropped. Rabbi, there's something happening on my screen.
What do you want? You won?
What?
Did you win?
No, something happening on my screen.
Okay, well, what's happening on your screen?
A drop.
Dog, that's 7 wins.
I lag like crazy.
Okay, well, what do you want me to do about it, big dog?
Get me a better phone.
Not gonna happen. 7-1, Zoot. Now, it's bowling.
Bowling.
What a strike.
Maybe this is the real win. You know I'm terrible at one.
Yeah. But you started off really well. I don't know what that was.
Is that a good job?
I don't think so.
What about that?
It was okay.
Is this one better?
No.
So I scored. You're 10 points in front of me.
Yeah, baby. Now I'm 26 points ahead of you.
48 points ahead of me.
30 points.
50 points?
30 points ahead of you. Big dog, I'm 30 points ahead of you.
Did I win? Do I need to get Turkey to win?
Do you need what?
To the Turkey to win. You're 72?
69. Get it, big dog.
Copy mine.
You're done. It's over for you. Oh. Almost. Dog. That's 8. I have an 8-point lead on you. Or 8-1. You're up, big dog. Everybody's waiting on you. It's 8-1.
I love you.
I love me too, baby.
I think saw some of those.
Zoot. One more round, baby.
favorite. Oh.
Zoot, you just lost another game, son. That's 9. It's time for plots.
Can I come back?
Yeah, I think you could.
How the fuck do we play this?
It's like Tetris.
I don't know how to play Tetris.
You don't know how to play Tetris?
No, not really. Do you know how to play Tetris?
Word, dog.
Rabbi, do you like making eye contact in people?
Yep.
Are you good at it?
Yep.
What do you think people struggle with?
They get distracted doing other shit.
So that's ADHD?
No.
What is it then?
Could just be someone's distracted, but that doesn't necessarily mean they have ADHD. They could just be distracted.
Okay. She's pretty distracted.
They're just doing other shit. They get distracted. So you're doing really well. For never playing before, you are.
What?
For never playing before, you are.
I played Tetris before.
Well, then you just lied.
No, I played Tetris before. I just never know how. I don't know how to play Tetris. I do really bad at Tetris. So I don't know how to play. I don't really know how to play Tetris. Rabbi, it's nearly over.
It's over, baby. That's 10 games to 1. This goes next, son.
How'd you win?
I just did better than you did. Do you know that you have an invitation? Do you know you have an invitation? No way, Zoot. Playoff. Oh, the perfect throw. Zoot.
What was that?
Zoot. You gotta win. 10-2. Do you want to play Ludo, yes or no? No one knows how to play this, though.
I don't have a... We're playing everything. Jeff is correct.
This game sucks.
Yeah, but I'm the front. You're gonna lose a 6.
Why do I have to get a 6?
A 6 or a 1. Oh, you did it.
Are you gonna go?
after March and roads slowing down. It's going to stay slow into Riverside. Things start to clear up as you come across Central. Southern California's most accurate traffic report. I'm Pedro Perino.
Are you gonna go?
Yep.
Oh, I had to start all over? Fuck you, Zoot.
Yep. Yeah. That's why I was trying to find you the whole time.
There's no like strategy to this game. It's just roll.
Oh, there is a strategy.
There's absolutely no strategy to this.
There is. You're on free. How about you're on free?
I know.
Oh no.
You're up, Pimp.
I can see. I see what you're trying to do.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I can. They were what I was trying to do. Okay. Papa?
Yo, Pimp.
Cool. Fuck. Oh yeah.
STFU, dude. This game sucks.
I don't think so.
Okay, well, your opinion sucks. There you go, finally. You've won 2 games in a row. 10-3. Bingo time, son.
How did I win that? Anyway, you can just speed up the game for it to be over.
I wish.
You get 64? Rabbi, did you hit 52?
Nope.
What a happy and sad comment. What a happy and sad having comment. Rabbi, what a happy and sad having comment.
Their emotions.
Correct.
Big Dog, did you know that there are 59 balls left? Big Dog, did you know that there are 59 balls left? Big Dog, did you know that there are 59 balls left? Big Dog, did you know there are 58 balls left? Big Dog, did you know there are 58 balls left? Big Dog, did you know there are 57 balls left? Do you think you're going to win? Dog, how do you think you're doing?
Do you remember that time when the game finished and we both won, but then we forgot to both check in, and then we realized we could have just won, but we were too fucking. We couldn't pay attention to what was being drawn.
Yeah, because it's boring as fudge.
Has 69 been drawn yet?
Not to my knowledge, son.
Is this just one braille, or do you need it the whole thing?
You need just the one thing.
Do you need everyone?
No. I need G54, son. G54.
I need 45 or 6.
54, son. 54.
Is there 6 on?
You can click on the balls and it'll tell you everything.
24? Yeah, been drawn.
I need 54, dog. It's game over, baby. This bitch is over. Dog. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 to 3. Blitz League now, son.
What did I win? Paul? I won Paul, Ludo, and what was the other one?
Pool, Ludo, and the other thing. Disco. There you go. All right, you're up, pimp. Everybody's waiting on you.
Oh, Rabbi. Rabbi, you are just run with him. Oh my god, that was a big hit. I'm going to take that damage. I am going to take that damage. Rabbi, did I just fuck up?
Perhaps.
They've got mini bombs on them now.
No, it tells you how much damage they do.
Rabbi, I'm ready. No, you're going to take it. I'm going to take a big hit here. Rabbi, what are my chances of winning?
Pretty good. It's over for you now, though. This game is over, son. It's over.
What's next?
Archery. This is quick draw 5 rounds. So you want to do it as quickly as you can.
And he gets a ball.
No, I didn't.
Bullseye here.
Nope.
Bullseye here. Oh, you are actually doing terrible. Oh, wait, you know you're actually doing therapy, right?
Let's see you do better, son. Look how long it's taking you. It's just so long. Oh, and you get a 2? Right off the bat, you get a 2? You get a 2, son? I'm in your head. I'm in your head. I'm living in your head on a hammock. I've got a head hammock, baby. Head hammock. Head hammock. Head hammock. Dog, you want to make fun of how I do? And you can't even get 20?
I'm going to shut up so you don't distract me. Bravo.
Dog. I've got a head hammock, baby. You are so bad at this. Oh, Zoot, this is just bad. Zoot, this is just awful. Did you see that bullseye, son? Dog, are you even going to get to 100? Dog, are you even going to get to 100? You're taking so long on these shots. It's just ridiculous how much time you're taking. Just long, terrible shots. Look at this, how bad this shot is.
Do better. That was terrible. 7?
Baby, I'm destroying anything that you think is good. I have 185. You have 69. This game is over, son. Zoot, this game is over. You missed the whole thing.
Ready for the grab?
Zoot, you missed the whole thing. Zoot, you got a 1. Zoot, you got a 1. Zoot, you missed the whole board. Zoot, you missed the whole board. Bullseye.
Bullseye.
Dog. You got blown the fuck out. You got blown the fuck out. Son, you got blown the fuck out. Son, you got blown the fuck out. All right, that's another win. Skee ball time, son. Oh, it's over, baby. This one's over. 450 in the first round. What do you want me to do about it, son? Do you recognize how good that is? Baby, do you recognize how good that is, son? Baby, congratulations on your $100. Zoo. Big dog. Big dog. This game is over. I'm in your head. I've got a head hammock, baby. I have a head hammock. This bitch is over, son. My G. 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 Big dog. You need 660 points right now. Are you going to be able to get it, son? Are you going to be able to get it, son? Son, 660 points, baby. It's over. It's over.
I won.
You did well. Not well enough, though. Big dog. Big dog, you know you're up? Big dog. Are you going to go, son?
I won. I'm waiting for the rabbi.
I'm going, baby.
Why is it automatically choosing for me? I'm not pressing anything.
Big dog, are you going to go?
Yeah. Thank you.
F you, dog.
Almost 12?
Something like that. Let's go through it. I'm up one, or 1-1, 2-1, 3-1, 4-1, 5-1, 6-1, 8-1, 9-1, 10-1, 10-2, 10-3, 11-3, 12-3, 13-3, 14-3, 14-4, son. Are you ready for dominoes?
Yeah. Do I even have a chance?
These are questions that I don't even know. All I know is that you did well there.
Considering the last one literati, I'm absolutely.
You're up, pimp. I don't know how to play this game. Word, dog.
What happened?
No one knows. No one knows. Big dog. You're up. You're up.
I'm learning how to play the game.
Was that my issue?
Yes.
+5. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Is
This
that a
game.
good thing or a bad thing?
It's a good thing. You're up, pimp.
Are you sure?
Word, dog.
I want.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Are you gonna go?
Your turn.
I know my app froze. Or maybe I can't go. I'm trying. It's like frozen. I got 9, son. I got 9, son.
How?
Because I'm sexy with a big dick. What do you want me to do about it? You're up, pimp. Oh, I won. Oh, you won. Okay. So it's 14-4, 14-5. 14-5.
No one knows how to play that game.
I know. Not backgammon. Do you know how to play backgammon?
Yep.
All right. Zoot.
I'm back.
You're up.
The only thing is that Ring of... You know what annoys me? The last game is Literati.
Okay, Zoot, you're up. Zoot, are you gonna go? You're up,
You had a
Pimp.
really good move.
Yeah, baby, because I'm amazing. Big Dog, are you gonna go? Or you're just gonna jerk yourself off raw. Look at this move.
Yeah, I think that's a good move.
Oh, it's an amazing move.
I'm ahead of you by a lot.
I don't even know what to do. You're up, dude.
I don't even know what we're doing. But I feel like I'm winning. What are you doing?
I don't know what to do.
Press done.
There isn't a done button. It just says undo. Oh.
It should say done.
Now it does. Because I had guys on the other side. Big Dog, you're up.
Hey, we're going to win. We are winning.
Big Dog. It's 127 to 43. I don't know what that means.
Across the Northeast, it's a mix of sunny clouds with highs in the mid-80s and a chance of isolated thunderstorms, especially in upstate New York and northern New England. Mid-Atlantic stays humid with temperatures climbing way over 80s and a chance of strong storms from D.C. to Philadelphia. Hot and steamy once again in the southeast.
Rabbi, do you say hello, Minnie?
Yeah, I didn't know I could move those ones.
You can't beat me.
Northwest stays mostly dry and sunny, highs in the mid-80s. That's your now forecast. I'm Tammy Trujillo. On the next Bill Hamilton show, Neil and I are going to make a big announcement. We don't have a big announcement.
You might have been, you might be the worst background player I've ever seen.
All right, it's like 14-6 or something. Okay, let's see voice. Can we do voice? 2 seats.
Voice doesn't work. Voice is just chat. Skip the cribbage.
You ready for cribbage?
Cribbage. Yeah. Voice is just a voice chat. Going into voice and met people sometimes, but they just get very annoying. Yes.
Zoot.
Come back in a sec.
No, Zoot, you got to continue to play.
Yeah, just give me like 20 seconds.
Take your time.
You look good. You look good. You look good. No, you look really good. Like a little man boobies.
Oh,
Yes, we're running.
Zoot, you have an invitation. Did you know this? Discard 2 cards into the crib.
Okay, we'll do 4 and 5.
This game sucks. Are you going to go, or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
Play last time. Then we'll go crib.
What is going on?
What the fuck does this even...
Dude,
Wait, am I blue or am I yellow?
no one knows. I think you're blue.
No, I'm yellow.
You're blue.
Am I?
Word, dog. Look at your score versus my score.
No, you're 20. I'm not.
Right, I'm yellow, you're blue.
No, I'm yellow, you're blue. Look again.
I'm yellow, you're blue. Welcome, Aquarius. How are you?
Okay.
We'll play in a moment with Zoot.
What's that? Minute ago?
We're playing what I call the Olympics, which is where we play one of each game.
Ah.
Even if we don't know how to
You're
play it.
baiting me, Rabbi.
That's what I said, Zoot.
But I'm coming back.
Yeah, you are. Oh, Zoot, you took the lead.
I just caught up. No, I'm behind you.
No, you have the lead, 29-30. Zoot, are you going to go?
Did you get low college as well? No, I just destroyed you.
Big dog.
I have no idea how to play.
No one does. We're almost done, Miss Aquarius. Zoot, are you going to go? Zoot, are you going to go?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is a good move or not.
No one knows. That's fun.
I'm not sure if ace is good or not.
No one knows. Oh, you got a pair of aces? Pair. 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 15. 15. Run. You the lead, Zoot.
Okay, so that's good. Okay, that's good. Check. I think I won. Oh, he got a pair as well.
Dude, you had two pairs?
Yeah.
You need one. You need one more point. You need one more point. Zoot, you need one more point.
Yeah, this is bad though.
You're up, big dog. Okay, it's bowling time, Zoot.
Yeah.
I know, but we're gonna play with Miss Aquarius.
They don't want to play.
Zoot, get your shit together.
Yay!
Zoot's absolutely terrible at bowling. Okay, sounds good. Zoot, good one.
What? I mean, it's better shot than this Aquarius, but it's not great.
All right, well, calm down on the competition.
Right.
Actually, we're equal.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow, that was bad.
You need a spare comeback. We're all tied.
8-8-8.
Come on, the good strike. Well, almost. Okay. Two. Hey, man, I see you. I see you. Get there. Oh, man. Striking.
I'm going to get these two. No doubt. Oh, no.
So I'm in the lead?
Yep, Zoot has the lead.
Wow. Right, why you just go spare?
That's not my shot.
Guess I got an 8 again.
Are you going to get these, Zoot?
You did. See. No, Rabbi. Mom.
This is good. Sorry. That was good. You're only in front by a spare.
All right, come on, Zoot. This is stretch. Okay, almost. Look at you. You're getting better. Okay, right there. Yeah.
That's bad.
You're doing good. Come on, Rabbi. Strike it. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Because if we win, we win. Okay, that's how we do.
That's how we do.
Look at it. Come on, Zoot.
Right. Just eyes closed. Strike.
All right. Grab by in the lead. Yes, another strike.
Woot, woot.
It ain't bad. Let's go.
Woot, woot.
Another strike. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get another one. Okay, good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
We win.
Word, girl. All right.
He hasn't got no wins yet, so come on, you gotta get some wins. Just me and Rabbi. Oh, he left. What? Yeah. You don't like the move. Come on, Rabbi. But he didn't technically lose. He won. Oh, look. Okay. Hello, Rabbi. Okay, look at you. On the
Look
road.
at me.
Nice try. Yeah, Rabbi. Yeah. All right, Rabbi. You got this. Good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, guys. Come on, get the win. You're on a roll. Good job.
Woo woo.
Do it again. Yay.
Woo woo.
Do it again.
Woo woo.
Yay.
That's how we do, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, you win, I win.
I win, you win, girl.
Yeah, you did it. Okay. I stay in here, go to sleep, okay?
Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams. See you in the morning. If you don't be asleep, you were asleep when I got up this morning.
That's what happens.
I know. All right, see you in the morning.
See you in the morning, God willing.
God willing.
But if I lose, I will do whatever the top comment of this video says, starting with our first streamer. Neon is one of the most popular streamers on the entire internet, racking up to 150,000 live viewers per stream. This guy has some of the most chaotic streams. Sunday morning, I was filling in for Bill Crandall on that day, and I did a tribute to him. Okay, let me just tell you, that was, I didn't even really care who George Michael was until I heard that tribute, and then I went, holy moly, this guy was a genius. So I went back and started listening to music, and I applied some of the things that you said, and I walked away saying, that Mo Kelly was genius. And I said, here is, I didn't know all that stuff about George Michael. I had no idea until you wanted to contribute. I wanted to compliment you and just say thank you because you opened the ears to a lot of people about George Michael. Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. I remember like this yesterday. I was fully in for Bill Handel, and he gave the opportunity to really sit down on my remarks and talk about not only the importance of his music, but how he came up in the industry and how like people like Aretha Franklin made a way for him in the music industry. Well, I thought your tribute was very interesting and very eye-opening. I had no idea, and I didn't, I was the bubblegum kind of rock star kind of guy.
Job well done on highlighting a legend now, I think, towards Michael Discipline. I didn't know it then, but I know it now. So
I appreciate that. I have to run, but thank you so much for those kind words. And bonus town, Sarah, thank you so much. I got a picture. So anywhere, I'm going to put your calls to get your information.
Thank you.
It's like Oakland County. More calls, more movies, and more of your opportunities to win a $100 gift card to the Anaheim White House in just a moment. KFI 86411 or iHeartRadio app. I'll go on take over. Here's the latest from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Governor Newsom and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi have appeared shoulder to shoulder with Texas Democratic lawmakers in a show of support for their week-long walkout to block a vote on gerrymandering congressional voting maps sought by President Trump. A snake expert says a 20-foot python found on a dumpster in downtown LA has been treated with medications and is expected to fully recover in a few months. It was found in an apartment complex and has a bacterial infection known as mouth rot. That's not where snakes go. The FAA is hiring nearly 9,000 air traffic controllers over the next 3 years to address a shortage out in the U.S. The report says it only expects to be able to get 1,000 controllers certified by the end of fiscal year 2028 because of a high number of washouts. It hurts. Teens work. Now we're heading to a crash on the 5 in Buena Park. Well, we thought we were. Perhaps it's our traffic report. Crash. We'll come back to that.
This is the Shock Incarceration Podcast, what would you do if one bad decision forced you to choose between a maximum security prison or the most brutal boot camp designed to be hell on earth? Unfortunately for Mark Lombardo, this was the choice he faced. He said, you are a number, a New York State number, and we own you. Listen to Shock Incarceration on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Shock Incarceration and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Jennifer TV in Atlanta. I'm Hanson.
And I'm Maggie Freeman.
This is Up Advantage Week.
From the team that brought you Up Advantage, Hub and Home podcast that brings you a weekly dose of true crime cases. Join me as I find cases with special guests and true crime experts.
There's got to be something at the heart of that evidence that they got.
It's not going to be. Tune in as Hanson plays up crime in true Up Advantage style.
A late night knock on the door, a missing car, and a mysterious shadowy figure caught on camera.
Up Advantage Weekly is available now. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and listen now.
Welcome to How We Made Your Mother, which I think we're calling With Given. I say let's connect. This is our new podcast. You're watching 208 episodes of How I Met Your Mother. I'm Josh Radner, and I played Ted Mosby on the show for 9 seasons. And I am thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bates. If you're a super fan, we're going to get into all the secrets, general knowledge.
iHeart is America's #1. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Hey everyone, I'm Nicole, and I'm watching a podcast called Preparation. I asked some of my friends. Is there a one, two?
More stimulating talk. Coming up on the next Gary and Shannon show. Chatbots can go into a delusional spiral. Be careful. That's 11:30 Monday on the Gary and Shannon show. Classic. We're playing for $100 gift cards to the Anaheim White House. We gave away one last segment. We have two more to give away. And we give you an update. The GoFundMe fundraiser for Stifuch for his recovery is now up to $53,000. And I just have to say, once again, you guys amaze me. Some of the people I think who should be recognized, Dee Amber Free gave $1,000. Mary Fitterer gave $1,000. An anonymous donation just 10 minutes ago of $747. John McCready, $644. Thomas Nearton, $640. An anonymous donation of $500. Charlotte Aspen, $500. Richard Anderson, $500. Laura Oakley, $500. Katarina Stubb, $500. Steve Krieger, $500. Victoria Fears, $500. Danielle Holt, $500. Justin Crow, $500. Tim Lynn, $500. Friend of the Tim Company Jr. Show. Carl Severson, $300. Anonymous, $300. Gina Pick, $300. Ryan Lee, $300. And Cindy Morgan, $300. A name of you. We are up over $53,000. Your kindness, as always, just simply blows me away. Let's go back to the phones as we continue being that Movie Club Classic. There's something happening in Anaheim. Good evening, Kathy.
Hello, thank you for what you're doing, Mr. Bush.
I don't know if I deserve any credit. It's because we all love Bush. I could be up here. A lot of people that I don't know if we would be able to have the same conversation. Let me put it that way. He's a special individual, and I'm happy to do it for you.
Yes, he is.
Kathy, you know how we play the game.
I pick a number, you play the clip, and I demand to try and guess what it is to walk out from your very kind and loving heart.
You got it. You got it. Maybe even Mark Hunter might help as well.
Here's something. I will take number 7.
Lucky number 7. Here we go. Oh, and also here's a little tie-in. I'll give you a hint. The star of this movie used to date Sharon Bellion. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that here. It's too late now. Here we go.
Looking for a guy who's good at Taekwondo. 5'8", 70 pounds, got a tattoo of a spider. You know? Yeah. Great. I need to talk to him. Where is he? Why don't you go home before you get married? I wonder if I can kick your ass. No. Not just you. All three. You're serious. Yeah. Are you? I take on all three of you to point me in the right direction. Deal? Full contact. No pictures. Don't run.
Kathy and Anaheim. Do you need a hint or 2 or 8?
A 2 or 8.
Okay.
Unless you guess the David Fury.
It's not a bad guess. That is not a bad guess, but it's not correct. This movie came out in 1991. And here's the long line. An expert in Kempo karate avenges his Koreatown friend, slaying a mobster in Los Angeles. It
if that doesn't jog your memory, I'll give you some more hints.
Please.
Okay.
Have you ever seen this? SCU? SE. Law and Order?
Oh, yes.
And he's the main character in it.
Oh, right. I can remember.
How about this? If you were to roll a 300 game, what type of game is that? You get 300? Perfect. Okay, that's what you want you to do. Perfect. Mark Warner reviewed a movie tonight. Do you remember the name of that movie?
Weapons.
Okay, let's see the name of that.
Perfect Weapon.
That's it. Perfect Weapon. Sheriff Billy of Data. Just me. Wow. That's impressive. Yeah. Sharon Bellio, she has some history, I tell you. And she's going to hate me for saying that, but she should be proud. I have no idea. The perfect weapon. Jeff Speed. You did not win the gift card. I'm sorry to say, Kathy, but we have a Later with Bouquet prize coming your way, and I'm going to put you on hold so Wally can get your information. Thank you so much for calling in tonight, Kathy.
Hey, what you do is more important, so thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We have time for one more. Let's go to Nicole in Chino Hills. Nicole, good evening. How are you?
Hi, Gizmo. Thank you.
You sound very cheery tonight. What were you doing before you got on the show?
Well, let me tell you. I just sent my cousins who were visiting from Ireland for 10 days to LAX, and I was on my way home. Heard your show. Love Anaheim Radio. Love your voice, and you are always so happy, and I just love listening to you.
I really do appreciate it. And I know you were happy taking folks to the airport so you can get them out of your house, right?
You know what? It was my first, actual not working for 7 days in 25 years. So it kind of, it's nice. I'm not in a good mood.
I know you were tired, so I'll say this. You glad to go? Someone's listening. They did your hair. Did you hear what I called that? All right, Nicole, you can choose any number except 5 or 7.
Number 10.
Number 10. This is not an easy one. Here we go. Space Jump. Space One. Did you know FM's junkyard orbiting debris? Futuristic tech. That's the ticket. That's the edge that everybody's been looking for. Who will have that edge, Jack? What country will control the pressurization? Frankly, I don't know. I'm only in this for the money. And that's why, Jack, we've got to get that little prod out from inside of you. This guy's definitely not operating on white cylinders, Jack. You know, Jack, sitting here freezing as we are, I'm reminded of the year that I spent working in the great gold fields of Alaska. Jack, glance around slow so I can lay the land. Okay, young man, come on. One shot at yourself. But twice as big. Hold on, wait, go back to the door. Okay, Nicole. I said it wasn't going to be easy.
Yeah, I will have to ask a friend.
Okay, I'll be your friend.
I was going to say my friend will be low.
Here's the first thing. A test pilot is miniature a secret experiment and accidentally injected into a hapless store clerk, and it starred Dennis Quaid.
I think I saw this is an old movie.
1987. Say old, I was in high school. Okay, don't make me feel bad.
Just don't feel bad, I was already lost.
One of those voices you heard was Association of the Body Snatchers.
See, that's what I was thinking.
Also had Mark Short, Dave Ryan. Okay. Those are word association, not outer, but
Inner.
and did you listen to the beginning of the clip? Say?
Inner space.
Yes, inner space. It wasn't a bad movie. It wasn't great. Mark Short was good in it. 1987. I remember seeing it in high school.
In 87, any movie was great.
That's true. That's true. Well, the movies I think were better. Mark, would you agree that the movies were better in the 80s than the 90s? That's hard to say, but it was a Joe Dante movie, and he always did fun stuff. It was fun. I mean, it wasn't Fantastic Four, let's put it that way. But it's fun.
That was what I was
Nothing
thinking.
is fantastic.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite movies of all time, by a lot. Well, it had a couple things going for it. I'm not thinking that's more than a couple, but I know what you're talking about. Cole, I'm not going to subject you to the class humor of Mark Rodder anymore. I haven't forbidden.
Oh, please. You will not offend me.
That's good. That's good too, because we're always to offend. I'm going to put you on hold so we can get your information. Cole, thank you so much for calling in tonight.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you.
You're most welcome. This later will book a lot more of your calls and more of your opportunity to win a $100 gift certificate to the Anaheim White House game by ABC's Affordable Live Everywhere, the iHeartRadio app, Mark Rodder with the news. A city councilman from Lakewood says U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents boarded his boat without cause for identification. Councilmember David Ariano wrote about it on Facebook. He says he was on the water with a friend July 15th. Federal agents in full tactical gear pulled up alongside their boat in the harbor. He says the Border Patrol pulled up next to them as they were leaving the harbor, and both Ariano and his friend were asked for ID. With the midsummer heat wave pushing temperatures into the triple digits across Southern California, local officials are urging residents to take precautions and seek relief at designated cooling centers now throughout the region. We have a list of those cooling centers across SoCal on our website, AIM640.com. The special decal will have electric vehicle drivers who have access to carpool lanes to sit inspired again next month. Bill McGavin, Coalition for Clean Air, says he doesn't expect the federal government to push that back.
You know, it could be extended, but we're talking about Congress. I don't, see them really getting anything done unless, they're just doing it to placate Trump.
McGavin says the plan was designed to incentivize electric car sales, but now EV drivers are clogging the carpool lane. And a law enforcement officer and suspected shooter have been killed on the campus of Emory University in Atlanta. The officer was shot as he responded to all. This student says he lives nearby.
Was in there. There's nothing I can do except make Sour scared, to be very honest. And it's a shame that it happened near the campus.
The university warns students and others on the campus to shelter in place, writing "Run, Hide, Fight" in capital letters and an alert on its website. Officials say they believe the shooter's target was the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, where bullets hit the windows of several buildings. Southland weather can get by clear tonight, then clouds and fog later, and lows in the lower 60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the mid-80s, up to 100 in the valleys, B&B and IE, and mid-70s at the beaches. They're very similar for Sunday. Right now it's 76 in Burbank, 68 in Orange, and we've got Collins at 55 in Orange.
That's heading north down from the 22 to Lincoln Avenue. You'll see the carpool and left lane blocked off the roadwork. That's scheduled until 8 in the morning, so expect some slowing as you make your way through that area. And as you travel on the 60th, that's heading east found in the City of Industry, right at Azusa Avenue. We got a wreck that has the right lanes blocked, causing some heavy traffic from Hacienda Boulevard. Southbound side of the 5 out of East LA, seeing some brake lights as you approach Indiana Street, and it's slow in pockets until you get to about Lakewood Boulevard. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Marino.
We all remember that one teacher who made a difference. Now's your chance to say thank you in a big way. iHeartRadio's Thank a Teacher, powered by Donors Choose. Nominate an outstanding teacher in your life. Be among the winners of $5,000 to stop your class at iHeartRadio.com/teachers.
You can't be stopped with unstoppable laundry set boosters because they get you close 24-hour non-stop freshness. So even on these longest non-stop days, you'll be confident on fresh all day long.
ad council. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Here's something pretty disturbing I discovered while researching this podcast. This is what it actually says on the Los Angeles Police Department website. The site states that the Adult Missing Persons Unit investigates 3,200 cases a month, and 70% of those missing people are found or returned voluntarily within 2 or 3 days. It goes on to explain, and I quote here, "Since being a missing person is not a crime, police are given a very limited role while conducting these types of investigations." At the bottom of the webpage, it gets more disturbing. There's a section titled, "What if they never returned?" And here's the official police advice. In such situations, you may want to enlist the services of a private investigator to assist in your search. If you can't afford a PI, the police elaborate, quote, "Another option would be to contact the Salvation Army, which has a missing persons locator program." There's not a single sentence on the LAPD website that would lead a loved one of a missing person to have any faith that the police will properly investigate it. What the LAPD is basically saying is, if somebody you love goes missing, don't overreact. They'll probably turn up, unless they don't, in which case you should get someone besides the police to look into it. All this is my way of saying, if the police took missing persons cases as seriously as they do, say, bank robberies, we wouldn't have had a podcast in the first place and ended up chasing a violent criminal halfway around the country. I'm Neil Strauss, and you can hear the full story of To Live and Die in LA. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio and on the go, beyond the iPhone, Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. If you've got a Roku TV, then you've got iHeartRadio right there in your living room or bedroom. iHeartRadio is available on every Roku TV, Roku smart soundbar speaker, or Roku players. And with Roku's voice search, you can easily access your favorite artists or radio stations with simple voice request. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, podcasts, now on your big screen TV with Roku. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. We post it, you see it. It's like radio, but without the need for all that annoying imagination. Follow us now on all the socials. @KFI AM 640. We're on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and the iHeartRadio app. Each time I come back, I just have to remind you and remind me how wonderful UKFI listeners are. It's hard to believe, but each time we come back, more thousands of dollars have been donated. We're now at $54,207 raised for Stephanie, and 798 different people have donated. And just some quick shout outs because it's really important. Lynn Savell's $50, Anna Santiago $200, Anonymous $40, David Moss $25, Anonymous $100, Robert Plaster $100, Beverly Hadley $25, Anonymous $51, Lisa with an E, Blake $100, Anonymous $100, LC $25, Letitia Lewin $50, Julie Gutierrez $50, Camille Ocala $100, Anonymous $200, Daryl Sexton, one of the Omegos, $150, Anonymous $75, Anonymous $10, Anonymous $100, Elmer of KMI $50, Larissa Stefano $25, Augusta Barroso $50, Anonymous $25, Anonymous $36, Anonymous $20, Mark Zachas $25, I believe it's Monet Greener Amaya, one of the Omegos $25, Anonymous $25, and it goes on and on. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The
I do.
All right, so you can choose 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, or 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8.
I'm gonna go with 2.
Number 2. You sure you want to go number 2? You positive you want to go number 2?
I am. Thank you.
That's good. Just won a $100 gift card from Anaheim Lighthouse. You love the amount there. So here is clip number 2. And know that you already banked a $100 gift card from the Anaheim Lighthouse. Here we go.
Who's behind this? Who did this to me? Why? What do you mean, why? Was it you? Was it personal? I didn't pull the cover to play in the game. You get your balls free. No, I'm gonna shoot somebody. Oh, let's say we're doing this. See, we need to get something here. It's not like you. You're not gonna get this stuff that big guy. You're in a position to try anyone. What? Did that cut? That's not enough. You talking about that? Where'd you get the gun? Serious levels. Unless you miss this stage. It's part of your game. Don't you die! Don't you get started, man! It's all the game. All right, folks. You know, have that Sunday night party that you did, Joe? I saw the kid. What do you really see? This whole special effects, sweat.
Becky in Long Beach, did you recognize that prominent voice?
Oh my God! I was staring at my phone, wishing that video would come up, but I do not.
Michael Douglas is a star. David Fincher.
Yeah, but we're launching this down?
No, not the movie with Catherine Turner. Mark, you want to jump in here? Because I know you know this. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen it. Wasn't Deborah Cara Unger the woman in the movie? Correct. You are correct, Mark. Sean Penn, also in the movie, plays his brother. Have you ever seen the movie War Games?
Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Falcon. Would you like to play a... Yes, say it.
Yeah, the game.
The game, that's it. Yes. What's helping you in the background?
Not that thing.
That's a good number. What's helping that?
I mean, all he does is watch TV, so I know I can count on it.
I guess you'll have to take him to the Anaheim Lighthouse. Begrudgingly, I know.
Well, we guess again. I'll make that. I kid.
You were saying that it's with a little confidence, maybe.
I know. Anyway, I just want to say first respect is very emotional.
It is for all of us. You know, it's one thing to deal with this, another thing to talk about it again and again and again, and there's still a level of uncertainty.
I know. I can imagine. You have to come in and just take a deep breath.
Yeah. I appreciate that. I'm just going to put you on hold so Jamal can get all your information.
Okay, thank you, Ma. Love you, sir.
Love you. Appreciate you. Have a great weekend. Let's take one more in before we go to break. Let's talk to, is it Rayanne in Menifee? Did I have that right?
Yeah.
Rayanne, you ready to do this?
Yeah. I guess so.
You can choose 1, 3, 4, 6, 8, or 9.
I'm in.
You know that? Dramatic pause. Yes, you did. You got the third and final $100 gift card to the Anaheim Lighthouse. Thanks to our friends Serrano and also Catarina's Club.
Being done with those donators, right?
Absolutely. We're up to 800 donations. Thank you for queuing me up so I can give an updated total of $54,956. 813 donations. Incredible. Incredible.
Hey.
You ready? Yeah, here's your code. Here we go.
behind my back, bringing in some old drunk right there. Now don't let your mouth get you into something your ass can't get you out of. Anyway, let me see your best combination. Huh? My ass. Let me see your best combination. Red, do you have any idea if you need some help? I need help. Okay, here's some trivia. When I did my first remote in Torrance back in 2012, the director of this film was my featured guest. His name is Robert Townsend. The writer of this movie is Keaton Ivory Wayans. You may know that name from In Living Color. It came out in 1991. And it tells the story of an art in the late 1960s and the perils, the problems, and the troubles that they went through. And part of the title is at the beginning of the clip. Listen to this. Come on, what? Harmony? No. All right, how about this? What does it sound like? No idea. You know, Jimmy? A clock. A clock? Okay, I want you to put your hand. Let's say we're going to the Pledge of Allegiance. What are you going to do? I'm going to put my hand on my heart. Heart. Okay. Yeah. What's after 4? 5. The fifth dimension. 5. Let's stick with 5. Heart. And what does a heart do? Yes. Put it over the. My heart beats for you. The number. The number. 5. 5. Listen, it doesn't help that you sound like you're trying to cough up the air ball. Okay, what do you do to an egg? What's the thing that you... Stop. Oh, well, okay. But if you really want to punish that egg, what do you do? No. Michael Jackson. Break it? Okay, Michael Jackson had a very famous song. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's real? Guitar song. Yes, okay, so we have 5. We have 5. Listen to me. 5. Okay. See? 5. Let's hand over the heart. Okay. Okay, what does the heart do? Huh? I don't know. Okay, Michael Jackson song is what? Michael Jackson song is what? What was the Michael Jackson song? Beat it? Okay, so the first word of that song is what? No, the first, no. We said beat it. What's the first word? You just said, what's that it? So take it off. What are you left? Eat? Yes. Thank you, Jesus. So, yeah, put it all together. So, the number? 5 feet. 5, 10. 5, 10 feet. Put the hand over the. All right, we got 5. Heartbeat.
latest from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, the Gifford Fire in San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara counties is now at 104,000 acres and is 21% contained. The Canyon Fire in LA and Ventura counties has burned more than 5,300 acres and it's 28% contained. A man's opened fire outside the headquarters of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta, killing a police officer before he was found dead in a nearby building. Motives unknown. And Jim Lovell, the commander of the Apollo 13 mission in 1970, has died at the age of 97. Now we're heading to a crash on the 68 industry. That's heading eastbound right at Azusa Avenue. It's taking up the left lane. You'll see a busy ride backed up from about Hacienda Boulevard. And as you make your way on the 210, headed eastbound in La Crescenta from Noel Avenue to Ocean View. The two left lanes are going out there for road work until 7 in the morning. And you'll see some slowing if you're on the 10 eastbound in Mid-City. Just after Normandy, that stays slow to the 110. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Marino.
We all remember that one teacher who made a difference. Now's your chance to say thank you in a big way. iHeartRadio Thank a Teacher, powered by Donors Choose. Nominate an outstanding teacher in your life to be among the winners of $5,000 to stop their class at iHeartRadio.com/teachers. You can't be stopped with unstoppable smart-set boosters because they get your close 24-hour nonstop freshness. So even on these longest nonstop days, you'll be confident in smelling fresh all day long. Try never close 5 hours. Smell unstoppable.
I'm not afraid to drink this because it either represents a dreamless sleep or a just reward. Meaning he had a very well thought out ethical system, so much so that he was not even afraid to drink the hemlock. But maybe we'll get back to this a little later on in the course. What do we mean when we say medical ethics? What are medical ethics? What are bio? So these are basically a sort of subset of general ethics that specifically relate to medical procedures. Meaning, if you have an ethical system and you find yourself in a medical environment where you have to apply those ethics, the application of the ethics to those medical settings are medical ethics. The kinds of issues that are really very fundamental, and we'll get into them throughout this course, are priorities in medicine, for example. If you have scarce resources and you have to apportion them according to an ethically consistent system, how do you decide which person gets the medical treatment first? Or how do you decide which person gets it at all? This is a very, very crucial burning question that continues to affect all societies, including the United States of America. Secondly, what about types of treatments? There are certain treatments which might be effective on a medical level, but would be highly unethical on another level. Like, let's say, for example, stealing an internal organ from a living person in order to give it to another person. That would clearly be a violation of most basic ethical norms, but nevertheless might be a very effective medical technique. So choosing your medical ethics, working them out, is so crucial to functioning in medical field. And that one system of medical ethics. There are some basic principles which are widely accepted, and we're going to go over those, but it's subject to cultural, historical, geographic variation. Let's look at one classic example, the Hippocratic Oath, which was an oath that was first outlined in the 4th century before the Common Era, long after Socrates. That was an attempt to kind of, in a paragraph, say what doctors believe when it comes to medical ethics. But it is so deeply steeped within the cultural environment in which it was written. For example, it invokes the divine authority of all kinds of Greek gods that are certainly not accepted by Jews or any monotheistic faiths today. Like it says, I swear by Apollo, physician, and Asclepius, and Hygeia, kind of saying all the gods and goddesses. Like, invoking that as your authority is clearly a violation of the beliefs of many people. We base our ethical system, if it's fundamentally founded on a polytheistic faith system that we do not adhere to. There's all kinds of other interesting things in there about that teachers, deference to surgeons in particular, a huge distinction between various types of medical workers, and a massive, massive opposition to abortion, which would also be quite problematic for modern medical procedures, as we shall see in a later class. So even though we have something that everyone seems to sort of generally agree on, that's a really important thing, but when you actually look at the text of the Hippocratic Oath, it has a lot of difficulties for modern medical ethics. So we have to go a little bit deeper. And we have to say, what are ethics based on? So they are based essentially on values, meaning what are the things that we consider important? When we can rank the things that we consider important, we can structure our ethical system based on that ranking. Once again, values are culturally determined. A couple of examples. Not too long ago, it was considered absolutely appropriate to pay women less for identical work, especially in the Industrial Revolution. Men were considered the ones who were responsible for the prime breadwinner, and therefore salaries given had to be larger because they were expected to support a wife and children. Women, on the other hand, were basically just, money on the side, that sort of thing. It was a side hustle, as they say. So therefore, they didn't have to be paid as much. Obviously, this would be highly problematic and illegal in contemporary values, especially in the Western world. Other things, for example, Jews consider very valuable, very full of value, the dietary laws of to observe the Shabbat, to preserve the tzniut, right, the laws of modesty, all these kinds of things are extremely important to Jews, but not necessarily shared by the broader society. So what you value is something that is clearly shaped by the society in which you live, and you live in a multicultural society in which you may be dealing with patients who have a very different set of values, which you have to deal with, and hopefully respect them whenever possible or in a medically appropriate way. Now, these values frequently clash. One person may have one set of values, another person might have a very sincere belief in a different set of values, and those two things will come to clash with each other, and you have to make a decision. The Gemara, the Talmud in Bava Metzia, says a fascinating discussion that we will come to again later when we talk about the allocation of scarce resources. Two people are traveling in a desert. Scenario set up. It's kind of a lifeboat morality situation. And they have one flask of water. Two people, one flask of water. The distance between where they are and the next point of civilization is sufficiently far that if they try to share that flask of water, there's not enough for both of them to make it the next time. On the other hand, should the person who owns that flask of water simply say, it's all mine, and refuse to share it with the other person, even though that would mean certain death for the other person? So the Talmud goes into a tremendous discussion over what this means, what are the values? Is it more important to share and risk your life with others, or is it more important to say, hey, my life is important? And these are the kinds of examples where there's no clear-cut answer. Ultimately, you do have to make a decision. There's no clear-cut answer right away. Structuring a valuable value system is so crucial. So there are several different systems. I'm going to look at two of them in particular. The first is systems which are based on the concept of intrinsic good. Intrinsic means something that is good in itself, for itself, just because it exists. Such as, for example, art, one might say, is intrinsically good. It may have some extrinsic value, like, for example, if you have a big stain on your wall, you might get a piece of art to cover that stain, so it's good for something else. But in reality, we appreciate art simply because it is good in itself. It makes us happy to look at it. Puppies are also intrinsically good. Life is intrinsically good. They're all kind of love. And these are all the kinds of things that people say they are good in themselves. But even there's lots of debate over what is an intrinsic good. It may be a religiously determined value. Like, who gets to decide much is intrinsically good. Does it have to be intrinsically good for everybody? But if I like Rembrandt and you like Michelangelo, what will happen? I mean, I consider Rembrandt intrinsically good, and you say fait, right? How do we decide that? So Immanuel Kant, who's shown here in this illustration, came up with a brilliant idea called the categorical imperative that essentially worked out a formula to determine when something is intrinsically good. According to the categorical imperative, if you can act in such a way that is logically consistent with the way in which all rational beings should similarly act, that's considered an intrinsic good, and it is something which is consistent with duty, which is a very important value for Immanuel Kant. And it actually was an extremely useful way of looking at things. I would love to go into more detail, but I think it would burden you if I actually walk you through. Maybe when we meet on Zoom, we'll speak about the categorical imperative and test it out in a few different ways. But it conflicted with other rival systems. We see, for example, Immanuel Kant has no interest in protecting the observance of Shabbat. There is no intrinsic in Shabbat, which means I feel really sorry for Immanuel Kant, because Shabbat is just so amazing, obviously intrinsically good, but you only know that when you actually try it out. Catholicism on abortion, the idea for Catholics to oppose abortion on pretty extreme grounds, that would be considered, because it's based on an assertion of intrinsic value to the developing fetus, not necessarily shared by all other faith groups or secular groups. So intrinsic good has its own limitations as systems of ethics go. The other one, which is going to be extremely important for us, and we will return to this time and time again, is systems of ethics which are based on various types of extrinsic goods. Extrinsic, right? Intrinsic means something good in itself. Extrinsic means good for something else. Like, for example, a piece of art that you put on a wall in order to cover up a hole or a stain on the wall. The most important exponent of values based on extrinsic good is John Stuart Mill, shown here, who developed something he called utilitarianism. This term basically means usefulness-ism. Will create, since we can't all agree on basic values, because we come from different faith groups and different types of philosophical orientation like that, we can all agree on what's going to be the greatest good for the greatest number of people. We'll simply kind of like mathematically tally up how much good would be caused by a given action and how much good would be caused by a different action, and whichever one is the greater good, that's the one that we're going to choose. Even though we recognize that sometimes the greater good may harm some people, as long as it harms less people, essentially, then we should still go with the greater good. Right? That's the basic idea of utilitarianism, the huge influence secular ethics, and very much important for American ethics. To give you one example, let's say we have three friends, Reuven, Shimon, and Levi, and they all want to go out to eat dinner together. Shimon and Levi say they want to go to restaurant X. Reuven says, no, come on, let's go to Y. When you have three friends, two of them vote for one restaurant, and the third votes for a different one, obviously,
whatever
the majority
you cannot throw back in the water, right? So I've seen some crazy videos on YouTube, like they get like guns and all that stuff. Where I show you, like, I'm looking.
So first of all, we have to go back to the beginning. Most good for most people. What do you mean by good? What is good? Do we define good simply in terms of physical pleasure, of hedonism? That seems like a very, very shallow definition of what is good, and precludes all kinds of far more profound types of self-fulfillment. But we want to go with things like self-fulfillment. One person happy might make another person happy. How do we find what common denominator everyone agrees with is a value? So, and one good example of it, if we go back to our restaurant situation, let's say Shimon and Levi are hugely they're huge fans of a given restaurant X, but
look for something that's 5 tickets too, please, so we can. He's not yellow.
that restaurant X is a
Not yellow.
Thai
I
restaurant,
don't.
which is famous for
Yeah, that was yellow.
So therefore, Ruben can choose to go along with the majority of the Thai restaurant, but then he will die. And so the huge amount of not good that Ruben would inherit by going to the Thai restaurant is like overwhelms the small amount of good that Shimon and Levi would have by enjoying their favorite dish of pad Thai or whatever. So with utilitarianism, there's no universally applicable standards. We're just trying to figure out very rough terms what makes something useful and what makes something less useful. So where we are today, 21st century America, essentially a postmodern society, we may come back to discuss what this term postmodernism a little later, what that actually means. But we basically have a kind of relativistic ethics or situational ethics where, for the most part, we decide these things as we're going along, kind of flailing about, just making decisions on the fly, and it's very, very difficult to have firm ground under us when we hit those really, really difficult situations. That's why studying biomedical ethics is so important, because when you actually get into the field, you won't have time to carefully contemplate all the options. You'll have to rehearse many of these scenarios in advance and to have engaged them so that you'll be able to be ready to make the right decision when it happens. Most people tend to say, well, it's all about just basically being a good person. What exactly does that mean? Even a cursory examination of the questions involved suggests that we really don't have what we are. Now, I don't want to paint too dire a picture. There are some areas in which there is broad agreement about the direction of modern medical ethics. One of those issues, for example, is the concept of autonomy, meaning the patient's right to choose what they want for their treatment. This is balanced by an older emphasis on paternalism. The term autonomy comes from the words auto, which means like self, and nomos, law. Meaning you make your own self law, your own self rules. You can choose what's going to happen to your own body. And paternalism comes from the term pater, meaning father. And the father doesn't have to tell you what's happening. The father will make all the decisions for you. So while there's still elements of paternalism that are evident from time to time in modern medicine, we see some of them over this course, but in general, there's a lot more emphasis on patient autonomy. Sometimes that gets pretty weird. For example, here in the United States, it's de rigueur to have advertisements for medicines on television, for example. When I grew up in Canada, and in most states, so most of the industrialized nations, it's actually illegal. You can't advertise medicine on television. The reason is because what do I, as a historian, not as a medical doctor, know about this medicine versus that medicine versus a third medicine, right? I trust my doctor to figure out which medicine is right for me. But in the American corporate world, they can make really catchy ads with the right kind of mood and things like that. And I'll look at that and I'll say, wow, if I took that medicine, my life would be much better. And then I will go back to my doctor and I'll pressure my doctor in order to have him or her prescribe to me that particular medicine. And it's great for commerce, but not necessarily so great for medicine. Nevertheless, that's the nature of the society in which we live in. And like I said, our ethics are colored by the society in which we live. Another basic idea, and that's very, very common in contemporary modern medical class, is the idea of non-maleficence. That means don't hurt people. It comes from a passage in the Hippocratic Oath, primum non nocere. First of all, do no harm, right? There's a strongly held common belief that doctors should strive at least not to make things worse. Sounds like a pretty low threshold, but nevertheless, it's a foundation. At least don't make things worse. When we try to make things better, of course, but at least don't make things worse. Don't go around like a bull in a china shop. Let's see what happens if we do this. Let's see what happens if we do that, right? at least. And then there is obviously the idea that medical ethics should be just, that there is an idea of accountability for doctors and medical personnel. That's why the main textbook is so important, because it has lots of really important information on the kind of legal implications of what you do in a medical environment. But to take it from a larger philosophical as opposed to the narrow experience here in America, which definition of justice are we going to use to understand how a person behaves? So these are all so crucial for the development of medical ethics, and there are certain basic principles that we will see enacted over and over again. Now, the kinds of reasons why it's so important for us to have medical ethics today, you might think, well, why do I just learn my narrow trade, my narrow specialization? Why do I have to think about these other things? The reality is because the nature of our medical establishment today is that people are over-specialized, and they focus, let's say, so carefully on the left foot that they know everything there is to know about the left foot, but they don't think about what the implications are for the person who owns that particular foot. And we have spent so much of our energy training experts to be highly specialized, but they never actually explore the humanities history, right? Which is crucial for developing that ethical sensibility. And secondly, our technology has advanced way past our ability to understand what it means. We can do things now with genetic technology. We can do all kinds of mind-bending alterations to basic units of human identity that we never were able to do before. And sometimes we know how to do things before we understand whether or not we should do things. We live in a highly litigious environment where doctors and medical personnel are sued all the time, and this is part of the downside of the lack of paternalism as a value. Autonomy means that when people are dissatisfied with their treatment, they have the right to sue their caregivers, and so you have to be protected against that and make sure that your behavior is, of course, corresponding to best practices, ethically and otherwise. And also, one of the huge questions is who ultimately gets to make the medical decisions today? In the American environment in particular, with the nature of health insurance and how that functions, a lot of these decisions are not made by doctors, but really made by the commercial enterprises that support the entire medical infrastructure, and that has to do primarily with insurance. So these are a whole swirling of difficult issues that you're going to have to make your way through and find a firm philosophical foundation for your approach to medical ethics. We're going to go into some more details in the next videos, but I just want to say thank you very much for watching this.
Well, okay, so we all have a story. Every single listener here has a story. You have a story. I have a story. So my story involves, it really starts the day I was.
Hello, most valued students. We've had just a moment now to look at the general idea of where ethics come from. Let's take a little bit of a closer look at where Jewish medical ethics come from. As we shall see, there are a lot of different ways that we can use systems to derive consistent and well thought out ethical decisions, but we are going to be spending a lot of time looking at the Jewish medical tradition in this course. So let's understand the basics. Now, if you are totally new to this can be quite confusing, but I assure you that as we go through the specific issues later on in this course, we will place all of the relevant pieces of information into their historical boxes, which are quite crucial. But if you are not new to this will be a very quick review, and I'm sure will be at least moderately helpful. So, first of all, one of the most important differences between Jewish medical ethics and other systems, particularly modern systems based on utilitarianism, are that Jewish medical ethics are based on a fixed system of values that are derived from a revealed source. In other words, the Torah. That is, Jews rely, and when I say Jews, I'm talking about the Jewish tradition. Obviously, in modern age, Jews can make individual decisions that may not conform to Torah priorities, but historically, Jews have relied on the Torah as their basis for a definition of what has value. And on those values, Jews have been involved in creating their medical ethical system. This is quite different from, let's say, utilitarianism, where there's no fixed given set of values, hence revealed, right? Meaning, don't worry about figuring this out. I'm going to tell you in writing, these are the things that are most important, and these are the priorities, and so on. So not only do Jews start with a fixed, revealed source of already defined values, Jews also rely on a narrative tradition of how to interpret those values, specific rules, hermeneutic rules, to determine when an apparent contradiction exists, how it can be resolved. The books, the texts that ultimately define these things and record these things for later generations are what we're going to focus on today. They include things like the Mishnah and the Talmud, the codes, the responsa, and so on. But we should also bear in mind that while Jewish medical ethics is fundamentally rooted in that revealed fixed tradition, there's this also very important concept of Roba Shamayim. It is not in heaven. In other words, God, as Jews understand the system, gave us the basic principles, but human beings, Jews, are supposed to engage in those principles and derive medical ethics from them, along with secular ethics of a whole variety of concerns, everything from civil law to criminal law and so on. It's all to be derived from those God-given principles in a fixed narrative steps that we will go through. So it's sort of like an interesting mix of divine authority and human intervention, human interpretation that makes up Jewish medical ethics. Okay, let's look at it. We should also bear in mind that in this system, there is no difference between what we would call interpersonal, ethics that determine behavior between one person and another, and what one might call ritual ethics, meaning things that are between a person and God. In other words, we tend not to consider things like how does a Jew honor the Sabbath as being fundamentally different from how a Jew respects his or her neighbor's personal property, right? They're all part of the same system. And although we may see that there are different levels of stringency based on human interpretations, but that it all fits within one big body of commandments. And this will be extremely important because when it comes to medical ethics, where multiple values, multiple priorities often clash, decisions have to be made, and sometimes certain ethics have to be sacrificed for other ethics. We'll get lots of examples of that throughout this course. But let's go through the text now and try to understand, how are these values codified? First of all, let us begin with something that may be surprising to those of you who are new to this material, the concept that there are actually two Torahs, right? That's really important. The first is the written Torah, known in Hebrew as Torah Shebe'esav, and that refers to the 5 books of Moses. The first 5 books of the Bible, which according to Jewish tradition, are given by God in the form that we have them today. This is obviously at variance with a lot of ideas of modern biblical criticism, but that doesn't matter because we're working within the intellectual ecosystem of Jewish medical ethics, which understands these first 5 books of Moses as being totally authentic and inviolate. Now, along with the written Torah, Jewish theology holds that there is a complementary oral Torah, Torah Sheba'al Peh, which is a body of teaching, as the term implies, that was delivered orally from God to Moses, and then handed down subsequently through generous scholars all the way up until the present day. And that oral tradition, which we're going to explore in a little more detail in just a second, is then somehow divided into various areas of teachings. The Mishnah is going to be extremely important. That's essentially a body of law. But there's also the Midrash, which is a kind of a poetic appreciation of ideas in the Torah that do not necessarily have to do specifically with ethics, but may say something about the universe, the nature of life, philosophical ideas, and things like that. And then finally, there is the esoteric or mystical tradition known as the Kabbalah. All of these three types of information, which are codified in different types of books, as we shall see, are forms or expressions of the oral Torah. The oral Torah, crucially, is something which is still engaged in today. It is still something which requires the active engagement of students in order to find out what does the written Torah really mean. It's only found out through this oral exchange of ideas. So let's look, what is the nature of the written Torah? The traditional understanding that Jews have held dear for centuries is that those first 5 books of Moses are of divine origin. They are infallible, even when it appears that there are spelling inconsistencies or grammatical infelicities. All of those things are intentional, including things like, for example, letters which must be written upside down in the scribal form of the written Torah, all kinds of things like that. And that it is fundamentally, you can't run it to its very depths. We can't understand it on a certain level, but we will always come up with those things that are fundamental secrets of the Torah, and those are essentially by the greatest scholars who have delved and plumbed the depth of the mystical tradition. But that's basically the level of awe and respect that just come to the Torah, the written Torah in particular. It is understood as the blueprint of the universe. That's sort of a paraphrase of the description of the Torah that's written in Talmud. But God looks at the Torah and then creates the rest of the universe. And it is the model for the universe, and it has no limitations on its applicability. It is eternally relevant. As a passage in Mishnah says, you can turn it and turn it, of course, it's a scroll, right? So you're turning it, you're going through it. For all ages, the written Torah, as Jews understand it, includes all the answers you ever find to any question. The problem is you have to know how to ask the Torah the question that you want solved. The oral Torah is fascinating. This is the major separation. Okay, I'm going to pick you up. I'm going to take you out for night on the town for drinks. We're going to dance, romance you, wine you, dine you. Then we're going to head out to the beach. After we get all nice and sweaty, dip in a little water there, cool ourselves off. Who knows? We might end up staying there for the night. If you're lucky. My best qualities, first and foremost, right here. My worst quality is that I don't think I care. And I care a lot. I care a lot, but I think I can do more. I was born to a military preacher. My father, while he loved the Lord, to the written Torah, but it is open to debate. Not open to debate in the sense that you can say yes or no, in the sense of what does it really mean? And the oral Torah, because it is, enshrined within the living voice of students that rings throughout the yeshiva halls to the present day, there are so many ambiguities and complexities that arise from the fact that it is compared to a written fixed text, like a camera. You wonder about the broken telephone phenomenon where things get changed over time. But more significantly, the intentionally deceptive nature of some teachings, which are meant to disguise the final answer from students who may be unworthy. There's a lot of questions about how to get to the bottom line when we're working with oral Torah ideas. I'll give you a few examples. But one of the most important ideas in oral Torah is the notion that every student is capable of defining something new, a chidush, something new. But this discovery of something new is actually the rediscovery of something that is actually already buried in the text of the written Torah. Through the exercise of the oral Torah, it becomes revealed as well. So something that previously existed, then found again. I know this is complex. We're not going to go into this in a lot of detail because we're going to get to medical ethics per se in the very next lecture. But let's just get our sense of what the major texts are. Okay, so here are the three major groups of texts. The first one is, as I mentioned earlier, midrash, which are kind of like poetic riffs on passages in the written Torah. Sometimes the midrash has a legal implication. The word for law, I think, is halakha, which means the way. And sometimes they are homiletic. The Aramaic term is agadata, or the Hebrew is agada, and that refers to kind of like things which are not necessarily teachings that imply that you should behave differently as a result. This chicken is kosher, that chicken is not kosher, but they illuminate basic ideas of Jewish thought and philosophy. The midrash were collected primarily in the Middle Ages, some of them in the ancient period, and we have them in many different books, including things like the Midrash Rabbah, the Great Midrash. The second major body of teachings, and here we will be very active for the rest of this course, is the Mishnah. The Mishnah is almost exclusively legal in orientation. It is a body of teachings that was codified somewhere in the early 3rd century, and it is the foundation of a much larger body of work called the Talmud. Right? The Talmud is essentially a commentary on the Mishnah. The Mishnah is not a commentary on the Torah, the written Torah. I'll explain that in the next slide. And then finally, the Kabbalah, which are the mystical teachings. And in terms of Jewish medical ethics, the Mishnah is hugely important, the Midrash somewhat important, and the Kabbalah least important. In other words, if these principles, if these three major texts come into conflict with one another, that has relevance to a specific medical question. Like, for example, we see this happen in IVF, in vitro fertilization, where there are certain ideas in the Kabbalah that are not discussed in the Mishnah. And in fact, a particular choice of action might be totally appropriate vis-a-vis the Mishnah, but in terms of the Kabbalah, it will be discouraged, or the Kabbalah and its teachings may be sacrificed because the halacha has primacy over the mystical teachings. Although it obviously would be ideal if a person could choose to follow each of them, the Mishnah has pride of place when it comes to actually determining halachic or legal activities. I know that might be confusing to you, so just hold on and it'll be there as we get to it. So those are the three basic kind of groupings of oral Torah works. What exactly does it do? So, for example, the oral Torah clarifies ambiguities in the written Torah. I'm recording this, by the way, right around the holiday of Sukkot, where one of the things that Jews do is they go to synagogue with 4 species that are connected with the harvest.
I don't think my double works right now on this screen.
The willow, and a particular fruit, which is simply called in the written Torah the fruit of a goodly tree. The written Torah does not tell us which fruit to use. So theoretically, I mean, what is the fruit of a goodly tree? Is it pineapple? Is it grapefruit? I mean, if I showed up to synagogue carrying a grapefruit, I would be laughed out of the building. We all know that the correct fruit to bring is an etrog, or esrog in the Ashkenazi pronunciation, but it doesn't say so in the written Torah. There is an oral Torah that goes alongside it that clarifies the ambiguity that the correct fruit is etrog. Similarly, you see in the picture here, the phylacteries, known in Hebrew as tefillin, these prayer boxes worn on the arm and on the head, what are they supposed to look like? Right? The Torah doesn't tell us anything about what these prayer boxes are supposed to look like. The business with the straps, and square, and how they're shaped, and all kinds of things. These are all things which are discussed in the oral Torah. Secondly, the oral Torah supplies what are apparent omissions, right? Like all the laws of how animals are slaughtered to be kosher is not discussed in the written Torah. You need the oral Torah to get that whole manual, really important for the Jewish diet. And finally, the oral Torah sometimes even contradicts simple readings of the text. Like, for example, the written Torah says an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, which sounds very Hammurabian, meaning that if Reuven knocks out Shimon's tooth, then Shimon should be able to go back and knock out Reuven's tooth, which serves him right for forcing him to come to a Thai restaurant anyways. But the idea is, actually I got that from, I think it was Reuven who had to go to the Thai restaurant, right? Anyways, maybe there's lecture, so that's okay. But the oral Torah says, no. It doesn't mean literally an eye. You take out an eye for another eye. What it means is you calculate the monetary value of one eye, and the person who was harmed by having his eye poked out, God forbid, has to receive from the person who harmed him the value of that eye in some kind of cash payment, along with other things, lost wages and medical bills and all things like that. So the simple reading of the written text often gives a very blunt description of what can be done. The oral Torah refines it and sometimes even appears to contradict it. So that's what the oral Torah actually does. Okay, so let's go on now to the codes and responsa.
Okay.
Recall that all of these works are evolving historically as well. Theologically, the oral Torah was given to Moses at Sinai and then handed down, but the texts that we have before us today are the product of hundreds of years of rabbis, named rabbis, discussing things. Not only rabbis, by the way, a few non-rabbis, women as well, are occasionally mentioned, but there's like hundreds of people discussing these, and their opinions are recorded in books like the Mishnah. And the Mishnah is a very unusual document because it often does not present a bottom line. It doesn't represent the conclusion of the debate. It just says, Rabbi Meir says X, Rabbi Yehuda says Y, next Mishnah. So how are we supposed to behave? Do we follow Rabbi Meir or follow Rabbi Yehuda? That's when the codes come in. Codes, which developed in the medieval period, really starting from the 10th century and onward. Perhaps the most important of them is a code written by Moses Maimonides called the Mishnah Torah, not to be confused with the Mishnah, and not to be confused also with Mishnah Brura, which is something written much later. But the Mishnah Torah is essentially a code saying, you know what, I'm going to go through all this confusing material, which is scattered throughout many different books, and I'm going to put it in basically a big list of rules that are categorized by type. All the laws of keeping kosher will be here. All the laws of keeping Shabbat will be here. All the laws of monetary damages to your neighbor are over here. And all of them are organized and easy to reference. You can go back and find things in the codes. Another very important code, which we will be looking at frequently, is the Shulchan Aruch, the set table written by Rabbi Yosef Karo. And so these are like basically rule books that help us figure out what in the end does the written and oral Torah want us to do. That's codes. The second document, which will be extremely important for our course, is something called responsa, singular responsa. In Hebrew, Shelot Utshuva literally means answers, and so response, where a specific question affecting an individual will be sent to a rabbi. The rabbi will read that question and then research the written Torah, the oral Torah, and the codes, and come back with a response. That response constitutes a type of legal precedent that then can be folded into later discussions and later response and sometimes later codes or commentaries on codes as well. I know this is overwhelming. There's lots of information here. But as we go through the individual cases, you'll see how these things play out. So let's say, for example, when we get to a discussion of abortion, very important discussion, especially relevant for our time here, a very famous question was asked of a particular rabbi in Israel regarding the permissibility of an abortion. And that particular rabbi, in that case it was Tzitz Eliezer, responded that under those circumstances the abortion was permitted. Another rabbi, Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, later wrote, by the way, that rabbi answered incorrectly, an abortion should not be permitted under those circumstances. And those two positions, the first one was a classic response singular, that was delivered to a particular woman in her particular question. The other one was really a follow-up response or a reaction to that response, but both of them constitute legal precedents that have a lot to say about what to do about abortions in the future, as we shall see. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'd like to point out a few really important principles that we will be returning to multiple times. The first is the question of, does this rule come from the Torah, or is it something that was invented by the rabbis? The Hebrew terms here are deoraisa, which means from the Torah, or derabbanan, from the rabbis. The reason is like this. The Torah gives certain rules, and the rabbis, looking at those rules, sometimes say, you know what, we better build, quote, a fence around the Torah. To make sure that people don't transgress the Torah, let's make another rule, which is absolutely human origin. It's a rule that was made up in order to protect people from transgressing the written law. So let's say, for example, on Shabbat, it is forbidden to write. You can't take a pen and actually write words. So the rabbis said, you know what? Just to make sure that people don't come close to writing, we're going to make a new rule called muksa, which means that you're not allowed to touch a pen. You can't pick up a pen. It's true that the Torah doesn't say picking up a pen is forbidden. But the rabbis say because writing is forbidden, and that's a serious thing, and you transgress it with the first two letters you write, let's therefore make a new rule, no touching pens. Now, if a person does pick up a pen on Shabbat, they have not violated a Torah rule, they've only violated a rabbinic rule, which is very serious, but nevertheless it's designed to protect people from going all the way and actually writing on the Sabbath. This becomes very relevant because in medical situations, quite often, some rule a rule has to be set aside in order to save human life, which is itself, by the way, built into the system. The Torah itself says that human life takes precedence over all the commandments of the Torah, with the exception of 3, as we shall see later on in this course. So then the question is, if you're following the Torah by saving a life, but you have to transgress rabbinic commandment, under what circumstances is that permissible? It will be very important as we go through the issues in the rest of this course. But when there is a doubt whether or not a particular action is forbidden by the Torah, the general rule is be stringent and do not transgress the Torah. So a particular rule is of human origin. When there is a reason to do so, one may be lenient with the rabbinic rule. We'll see these later on. Lots of implications for many issues of Jewish ethics. I would like to point out one other really important principle that is very well elucidated by Rabbi Steinberg, and this is this idea that, if the Torah and the rabbis do not forbid something, meaning a new technology that has never been defined in Torah, the presumption is it is permissible. In other words, we start on the idea that new technologies, new medical procedures, unless there's some reason to say, no, it's against a law we already have, we assume that the answer is yes, before it is no. That will become extremely important as we explore the emerging technologies and their implications vis-a-vis Jewish medical ethics. So here's a map just to give you one sort of graphic overview of all of these things, specifically the oral Torah and its relationship to law, to halakha. Let's see at the top there, we've got the box oral Torah, which can be divided into 3 basic sort of boxes, Midrash, Mishnah, and Kabbalah. And most of our discussions are going to be derived from Mishnah, because that's the box that deals primarily with halakha. The Mishnah is later expanded upon the Talmud Yerushalmi, that is the first edition of the Talmud, which comments on the Mishnah. And then a little bit later, we have the Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud, which also read the Yerushalmi Talmud, so therefore it's kind of considered more authoritative because it could envelop also the
was messing around. Mike did not want to mess around.
Discussion of why they are
Canaanites.
why
Now,
they have
go to Genesis 49. Damn.
but for the type, the Bible generally has
He knew a thing or two about horses as well. His job, the Bible said.
You have
So,
codes and responses that are
part two. Inside.
the
All right.
codes are
Right?
written
Now,
by the
these.
Talmud.
But in Genesis
By
chapter 49, the Bible says in verse 16,
the structure is quite diffuse. There's very few areas where all the information on a given topic is concentrated, and in order to really understand anything important, you have to study the entire Talmud in order to know that you're not missing anything. So the codes go back and organize it in new books like the Mishnah Torah or the Shulchan Aruch. And then we have responsa, which really date from the period of the Talmud Bavli and shortly afterwards, and come right up to the present day, 21st century. There are definitely lots of responses still being written today, where individuals can ask rabbis specific questions, those questions for them to answer in writing, and they constitute case law precedent for future husbands.
I don't know if you have to get
That's a quick overview of the big areas of text that will inform our discussion.
There's two different ways they do it. So they do it with kind of like a gun, or they can do it just by hand. And you choose whatever one you want to do. It doesn't change the price or anything. It's just your preference.
Do they do all kinds of piercings?
On your ears.
Just on ears?
Yeah.
Is it just a place with ears? Like,
Yeah, it's just all ears.
just on the ears?
It's all ears.
You gotta do a lot for that.
Can I just turn it? It's fine.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to begin a brief series of lectures on the Jewish encounter with Rome. Today we're going to focus on the reign of King Herod, but I'd like to begin with the very first encounter.
Like I would like you're describing something.
This act is an evil act. That's different than saying like evil as a
represents evil. I think my whole thing is if because a lot of people know that's a good person, right? Like they do better karma, good things happen to good people. On the other spectrum of that is the exact opposite. There is evil shit in the world.
If you put out energy,
extended
you put out shitty energy.
empire
You never say
from
like,
Macedonia,
we never say
which
like
is
when somebody's doing
on the
something
left,
good. How can we never
all
say
the
like
way out
an angel
through the Greek territories, Asia Minor, all the way to
all the time to charity. How can we never say that?
all the way out to
Northern India.
after he died, this area was divided among 4 of his generals. You can see that the yellow color is the
How about that? How about that when they're like, oh dude, got a Netflix special.
Egypt,
Look at
that
God.
would be the
Fucking fuck you, dude. That was your agent.
finds itself right in the middle of those territories, and one of the reasons why you can see this particular map that the land of Israel is sort of colored yellow and almost because of going back and forth between those two rival empires over the next century or so. We've spoken in other lectures about the Maccabean rebellion. I'm not going to go into great detail here, but let us just recall that there were many
with the
Jews
boys
living
out
in the
there
land of
in
Israel who
North
actively
Hollywood
supported
at the
the
Golden Hour
Seleucid Greeks in their
headquarters.
program
This one's
to
for
Hellenize the
my man
population
is
that
looking
is
fit. He's dropped at least 15 pounds.
in the land
I
of
said,
Israel
what's your
to
secret,
absorb
big
more and
dog?
more
He said,
Greek
well,
values,
listen, man,
including
I was a little
everything from
bored with my
philosophy
workout,
and
my
science
workout
to
routine.
athletics
I
and
hit a
aesthetics.
plateau.
And there was a
I'm
feeling
kind
that
of
this
new
was
fitness.
like
What should I do? I
modernizing
said, bud, you need to check out Fitbot. It sets you up
the
with a
larger
custom workout
world of
plan
Eastern
tailored to your fitness goals,
and
man. We
traditionalists
got you,
argued
dude.
against
It's
it,
easy.
beginning
It's
with
an app.
Marcus Yahu,
It's a
who was
freaking
Judah's
app that's
father,
basically your
and
personal
this
trainer
created
in your
kind of a
pocket.
traditionalist
It's
revolt
customized
against those
just for
Hellenizing
you
Jews
to help you stay focused and get a better
Please
workout.
feel free to have a look at some of my
It's
other
going to
lectures to
improve,
get a
right?
better
You're
sense
just
of
not going
how
to keep doing
that
the same workout
conflict
over and over
progressed.
and
At any rate,
over.
the point where I'd like to pick it up here is where Yehuda Maccabee, who was taken
based on
over
your
the
goals,
command
your
of
fitness
the
levels,
rebel
and what
forces,
equipment you have
has
at the crib.
effectively
It got you
fought
covered, man.
the Greeks
Workouts
to a
adapt to
stalemate.
your growth.
And the
So
Seleucid general
each workout is challenging enough to
now
push you to make
after the
progress. So
death
you're
of
constantly making progress.
the previous king,
Your goals to lose weight,
Epiphanes,
add
he
lean muscle.
proposes
It
an
got you, man.
armistice
You're on
with the
track for
Maccabees,
that. Fitbot
saying,
track your
okay,
muscle
you know what?
recovery. So you
Sorry,
avoid
we pushed you too
burnouts.
hard.
You got to
How
keep
about
the
we find a
workout going,
compromise?
keep your momentum
We'll
going.
let you, for
Find
example,
your by
choose your own
experienced
high
certified
priest,
personal trainers to bring the best
major
practices
concern
and
for a lot
exercises
of the moderate
to you
population.
guys. All right,
is
so
Israel.
level up your
So it
workout.
turned out
Like
that
Jack Griffin, he's getting lean, he's getting mean,
Hellenizing
he's dropping
population
weight
in Israel
this summer.
and most of the
It's a fully
moderates,
customized
they
fitness
like
plan
the
that
idea. They
work for
wanted to
you.
end the
Over
war,
1,000 demonstration
not
videos.
achieve
There's
full
no more
independence
excuses.
from the
Get your
Seleucid
big
kingdom,
butt in
because they
shape.
felt they're going to have
Get
to
in
pay
shape this
taxes
summer with
anyways.
FitBod.
As long as they were left alone, they had enough
to get your personalized
autonomy,
workout
especially
plan. Get
religious
25%
autonomy, that
off
was
your
enough.
subscription or
But
try
Yehuda
out that
Maccabee and
free
his
for 7 days
shrinking
at
band of followers said that was not
fitbod.me/golden
enough
hour.
and
That's
insisted on fighting further. So the conflict at that point continued.
fitbod.me/golden
A
hour.
good portion
But yeah,
of
I don't
the
know. Look,
Jewish
I think we're
population
kind
in
of
Israel
talking about the same
sought
thing.
support of the
I just
Seleucids to try and end the fighting, whereas Judah Maccabee sent a delegation to Rome.
Ultimate
Says,
force
hey,
in
maybe
the world
Rome,
that
you can help us
is
out
going
in
to
our conflict with the Seleucids
exist no matter what.
our
I would call
ambition
it
to achieve
human
full
nature.
independence.
Okay, let me ask you this.
If you look at the book of Maccabees, which does not appear in the Hebrew scriptures, but does appear in a lot of Christian
Because it's like, if they're
Bibles
so
in
bad
the
they want to do
Apocrypha
this, why is
section.
it only
There's this is, by the way,
why
a
is it
beautiful
never in plain sight?
reproduction
Like,
of a 17th
why aren't they trying
century
to take
English
over
translation.
right?
James.
Why isn't
And
there? Why
if you
isn't?
zoom
Why
in,
are they
you see
Trump,
this interesting
Kamala,
passage.
and
It's kind of like
Beelzebub
this.
on it?
Edward at
Why
the
is
beginning
it?
says Jesus is informed of the power and policy of the Romans and make them agree with them. And the articles of that we are described here. So the text talks about how you would have heard of how powerful the Romans were, and that
Doing something evil is different than
jump into the end of the chapter. It
we were
says here,
talking about.
chapter verse 24, if there comes
I think
any war
politicians.
upon the Romans
here's
or
what
any
your
other
definition of
confederates
evil.
throughout all the dominion,
That
the
would help
people
us
of
out.
the Jews shall help them, right? This is like a mutual assistance, as the time shall be appointed with all their part. Neither shall they give anything unto them that make war upon them. They will not help enemies of the Romans at all, or aid them with victuals, weapons, money, or
I'm not
chips.
saying, but I'm saying
And I
as
wonder
much as
about
people
that.
believe
Why
in
are they not
Jesus
giving
and
them
God,
chips?
on
What's
the
so
same,
important about the chips?
it always evens out.
These
Sure,
great
all
chips.
this
Now, this is
religion,
enough. I
which
pray
most
a
people are
big
religious in the
product
world, if all
announcement.
this
Actually,
religion
like
the higher
these chips a lot.
there
So
has to
I
be
was
something
sorry, I don't
down
know why I
there.
put
Right.
this.
So
So
if you're
anyway,
gonna believe
let's go
up
back.
there,
As
it
it
has to
has
be down
seemed
there.
good
Fine,
unto
I
the
know
There's
Romans,
actual
but they
evil
shall
people.
keep their covenant without taking
I don't
anything
know.
therefore.
Look,
So the idea was they signed a mutual assistance pact.
I believe
The
if
Jews
there's
would
up
help the
there, then
Romans
there's
if
down
anyone
there.
attacked Rome,
Whatever.
and theoretically, at
Yes.
least the Romans would help the Jews if anyone attacked.
I'm not even saying
Israel.
there's up there or
Now,
down
it turned
there. I'm
out
just
that
saying
it was more of a kind of a cynical agreement, and we don't. Well, we'll see how it turns out. If you look at the original, the text has both the Jews and the Romans virtually promising the same to each other, but it didn't work out that way. Meanwhile, the Seleucid kingdom lost control of Israel, and the Maccabees weren't able to actually achieve the Maccabees' independence. He himself was killed in battle, but as you can see from this map, not only were the Maccabees able to establish a new dynasty called the Hasmonean Kingdom or Hashmonaim, but they were actually able to expand this.
I'm not saying I know either.
On the other side of the Jordan
People
as
say
well,
good things happen
and
to
that's
good
essentially
people.
the history of
And then
the
some of the best
Maccabean
people I
kingdom
know,
from
they just
the
never
revolt
got their
of
break.
year
Things
167
just never came
until
about.
the arrival
So I don't know if I